Chapter 900, The Humiliation, Series Kills. Two old people calmed down rapidly, the tacit understanding acted, shakes drew back behind chariot, then released powerful martial law, launched the counter attack. Knows that their status also dare to initiate the ambush, definitely is the special powerhouse. Moreover, the sky is truly astonishing with the power and influence in ground. The chariot banged a loud sound, the retreat, the superficial protection. Barrier stimulates speedily instantaneously, the day phoenix that probably spreads the wings to soar to the clouds, leaps the dreadful air wave, rapid, stable, runs away toward the distant place speedily. Quickly, protects the young master, in a big hurry. The guards stimulate to movement the purple pupil fierce tiger, pursues rapidly to the chariot. Had an accident? Combat tank inside desolately and tricky cold front distressed surges, dizzy. Is the solar totem? Is Jiang Yi? Definitely is he. Desolately Changsha stands firm the body, immediately must remind outward. The chariot that however, is flushing crazily hit anything suddenly probably. Crash bang. The space disruption, cracks just like the mirror. The chariot of speeding along vanishes instantaneously, the next quarter appears beyond several hundred meters. The speed that the chariot speeds along is fast, no one controls forcefully. Therefore is seething with excitement the glare, probably a day of phoenix. Continues to run away forward. The mirror flashes, before one after another. The chariot spans one after another. Under the coordination of speed and mirror, the chariot must vanish in the distant place in an instant. The pursuing guards gawked, what is that? Does the space span? When young master's chariot increased such law. Fierce. It is not right, some people on chariot. A guard shouted loudly suddenly, points at chariot that is vanishing rapidly. On the vehicle roof presented a mysterious female probably, is releasing the space barrier thing. Pursues. In a big hurry quickly. The guards responded one after another. Which was law of what chariot, was clearly shifted. The front two old people are just about to deal with the ambush of sky. Wilderness, suddenly hears following shouting, their complexion changes. Cannot attend to the enemy, immediately turns around to dash about wildly. Forward. However, the chariot speed was too fast, to continue to wallop, spans the space one after another. In an instant is more than 30 li, 0.5 kilometers. Permit's pill was ready for any sacrifice, rode on the chariot, as the chariot dashed about wildly, proceeded to release the space mirror unceasingly. In the chariot, the tricky cold front has not known this situation, but hears. Is the Jiang Yi ambush, flies into a rage. Does the idiot also dare to ambush unexpectedly? He was tired of living. How haven't the overlord warring states surrounded her? Haven't southern idiots entered the warring states to negotiate? Diao Lingfeng gets angry, immediately must control the chariot. Is now, Permit's pill observes closely, the mark, that the distant place completes ahead of time, controls the mirror the space delaying position. Bringing the chariot to dive fiercely, hits to the wilderness land. Yi Amren had unfolded 5 lines of law there, cover several kilometers land. Rumble. The chariot dashes about wildly, spans the space, welcomed that side. Wilderness to hit. Probably the meteorite falls the sky, the speed is extremely fast, the momentum is fiercer. Is accompanying the fierce hit, the chariot inside desolately and tricky cold. Front immediately, the distressed surges. Jiang Yi, you are really crazy to letting father send to refer to. Among us happen to have the field to meet. Come, I accompany today. Diao Lingfeng is angry, controls the chariot, the dispersing protection. Barrier, then stimulates Spirit Mark, pushes the door. The subconscious thinks that Jiangyi he challenged, therefore runs out in the chariot to seek for the Jiangyi form immediately. However, just jumped 5 lines of law that outside is ready annihilate suddenly. If he keeps in the chariot, naturally all right, but now, he jumped 5 lines of annihilations, just like the world avalanche, the surroundings are instantly dark. Diao Lingfeng, the startled realizing crisis, stimulates the weapon blood bone of whole body seal decisively, forms the powerful seal protection. Bang! After dying out, the explosion releases loudly. The tricky cold front was hit frigidly, was flown by the brutal volume. But that energy also follows the vehicle door that just opened, spilled into the chariot. Is putting on desolately of close to be submerged in a panic. Instantaneously. 5 lines of energies. Yi Anren? The tricky cold front exploded distressed. Surges, just fell to the ground is then on the rise suddenly. Kills to me. Yi Amren has condensed 5 lines to fight the soldier, across the explosion. Raging tide, killed in front of the tricky cold front. Rapid evolution of 5 lines of spirit beads in body, wind and rain thunder. And lightning, bright dark. Fights the soldier to shine all over the body, probably the human form world. Grasp spear to take the tricky cold front. Really is you. Diao Lingfeng sets out strongly, stimulates the dragon. Bone, keel, just like the big dragon of roaring, swings the fist the bombardment. Bang! Explodes violently, shakes the ruins again, the airwave surges, the energy wreaks havoc. The chariot of distant place was flown by domineering raising. Diao Lingfeng retreats over 100 meters, although is distressed, however. Tenacious anti-dash, in the next quarter that he stood firm, shot up to the sky. Decisive dodging. Because the beforehand comfortable palace develops on the martial stage, Yi Amren after making spear, detonates 5 lines to fight the soldier directly. Sure enough, he just soared, 5 lines fight the soldier to detonate directly. This explosion prestige can too be really strong, even as ready, was raised. Again flies several hundred meters, that world avalanche astonishing energy. Attacks the whole body flesh, exudes the fierce mighty waves, even the seal. Weapon and body seems like must be broken. Perhaps Yi Amren, previous time arranges, this time accompanies you to play. All the way. The tricky cold front whole body is the blood, but thorough violent anger. His whole body emerges the innumerable vortex, the energy twists, the glare spurts. Thinly, in each vortex has one ups and downs with his exactly the same. Villain, rapidly forms one to swallow day in the surroundings, the powerful. Imprisoned strength of accepting the place. However, he is combative, fights intent to surge upward, has not actually waited till. It is expected that offensive, even has not seen the Yi Amren form. What tactic is this? The tricky cold front looks nervous, the look is swift and fierce, does not dare to have slightly negligently. But, the preparation war when he is ready in full battle array, in the front. Energy tide, turns in the dense fog that wells up, 6-wing python are dropping from the clouds, rushed in the chariot, taking advantage of the shield, curls up the stupor desolately to shoot up to the sky. Yi Amren condenses 5 lines of pair of wings, leads, permits pill, while evacuates randomly. Diao Lingfeng waited to wait, has not detected the danger, but in the accomplishment of powerhouse, he thinks Yi Amren is arranging the big move. Must fight with him full power. He controls the whole body vortex, prepares to launch the counterattack at any time. Until the surrounding energy-dense fog gradually disperses, suddenly discovered, which also some people Diao Lingfeng feels bewilderedly. First is the ambush sneak attack, then shifts forcefully, then initiates the challenge, thinks of every means him. Sleepily here, shouldn't make the best use of the time to fight with all might? How just to fight removes? Is because his person response is too quick, must pursue, thinks did not have the opportunity, can only remove? Diao Lingfeng notices the distant place crooked chariot suddenly moves at. Heart slightly, immediately overruns. Inside is empty, desolately disappears. Is the Jiangyi goal desolately? Moon totem? Diao Lingfeng responded suddenly, ambushed, threatens, shifts and confuses. Then the true goal was on desolately moon totem. Damn Jiangyi, was too sly. Young master, are you all right? Two old people pursued at the maximum speed. Saw that the tricky cold front is all right, relaxes. Pursues. Pursues quickly. They seized desolately, their goals are the moon totem. Behind the tricky cold front the flesh, to split open, the Jinping pair of wings launches violently, probably charges into the sky like lightning. Moon totem? Damn, pursues. Two old people understood suddenly. They were easily planned unexpectedly, even was it can be said that played. Who is this is planning? Jiangyi? Is unprepared in them, place that has not thought, arrangement ambush. First initiates the powerful power and influence, making them be vigilant, is mistaken the powerhouse to ambush, subconscious action of driving away. Chariot. Then uses the space weapons, shifts the chariot rapidly, throws the destination. Calculating the tricky cold front will be initiative, then ambushes in the destination, launches the offensive. Waits for the tricky cold front to think the opponent is he time, actually. While grabbing thoughtlessly desolately. Being linked together, and is vigorous and resolute. Short a half minute, plays with applaud them. This lunatic is not really simple, no wonder can escape from the north-south. Chapter 901, Great Shame. The Jiangbin 6 pair of wings spread the wings 100 meters, starts the violent strong winds, the speed is raised one after another. Permits donjon in his top of the head, releases the space mirror again and again, makes a connection with the space channel. Jiangbin speeds along speedily, hits the mirror unceasingly, the domineering. Spread out more than 20 li, 0.5 kilometers. However, the boundaries of two old men were too high, soon surpasses the tricky cold front, approaches Jiangbin. 20 li, 0.5 kilometers, distance, gradually starts to pull closer. 18 li, 0.5 kilometers. 15 li, 0.5 kilometers. 12 li, 0.5 kilometers. 10 li, 0.5 kilometers. You could not escape. Two old people show the powerful power and influence one after another. One is Black Thunder Spirit Mark. The whole body emerges evil black thunder. Tide, unfolds several hundred meters sky, although the range is not big, is quite strong, as if must annihilate the space, forms the fearful black hole. One is Dragon's Head, Spirit Mark. The head the resounding, turned into the fierce dragon's head of Torvosaurus. Torrential astral air, /chi, the abolition. Vault of heaven, interwove intensely, forms the terrifying empty shadow of Antiquity Torvosaurus. Saint Mark that the sovereign said that was uniquely more powerful. Whatever Jiangbin's speed is extremely fast, pulled closer the distance by them. Rapidly. Holds them, holds. Diao Lingfeng shouts and behind anxiously. However, when they pass through the beforehand ambush place, Jiangyi is riding the clever bird the golden crow, shot up to the sky, intercepts the upper air. Jiangbin passed over gently and swiftly rapidly, charges into the overlord. Warring states of distant place. I, Jiang Yi. Blazing the Heaven Interior Elder. Representative Blazing Heaven, welcome 10,000 gods. Jiang Yi lifts up high the jade symbol, the resonant sound resounds through the sky. I, ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, Cho Seung, represented the Overlord Warring States, welcome 10,000 gods. Cho Seung also stands in Jiang Yi behind, shouts loudly, is only his complexion is splendid. 10,000 gods? Lying trough, he is the enemy of Jiang Yi ambush, actually the Northwest Sovereign said? How did this lunatic annoy the person who the Sovereign said? Moreover knows 10,000 gods must come, knows that is who must come. Cho Seung comes out to open mind, controls Jiang Yi not to cause trouble. While convenient. But now what situation? Became the Jiang Yi accomplice. 2 old people stop one after another, but the intense power and influence blots out the sky overruns toward Jiang Yi. Cho Seung shakes their vitality. Surges, the pain is uncomfortable. The boundary disparity was too big. I, Jiang Yi, blazing the Heaven Interior Elder, the representative blazing Heaven, welcome 10,000 gods. Jiang Yi lifts up high the jade symbol, shouted loudly again, making 2 old fogies know that they have not misunderstood. I, ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, Cho Seung, represented the Overlord Warring States, welcome 10,000 gods. Cho Seung also braces oneself to shout loudly. Did you join Flaming Heaven? 2 god-old people stare at the jade symbol. The complexion are changing again and again. You are considering only hurrying along, hasn't inquired the Southern situation? I have joined to Flaming Heaven. Jiang Yi is welcoming the torrential air wave, tenacious standing firm body. Under 2 old person exchanges the vision, did Jiang Yi become Flaming the Heaven Elder unexpectedly? This may trouble. Blazing Heaven to be the Southwest royalty, subordinates said in the Southwest Sovereign Immemorial Temple. If their 10,000 gods the cross region offends the Southwest royalty, was equal to that provokes the Southwest Sovereign saying that this is the taboo. How to stop? Takes him. Diao Lingfeng rushes to hear, the anger berated. Young master, he was to Flaming the Heaven Elder now. 2 old people reminded. In a low voice. When matter? Diao Lingfeng does a brow wrinkle, Flaming Heaven to receive. Jiang Yi in this sensitive moment unexpectedly? This pill said that the royalty does not ask the human affairs, is absolutely neutral? It is not clear. However has the jade symbol, has the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion to testify, but also dares to ambush outside the warring states, should not have the false. The old person of God looks dignified. If Jiang Yi is seeking the protection of ominous spirit period of 5 days, mansion, by the position of their 10,000 gods, can definitely force them to associate with people, even causes difficulties for others forcefully, but Jiang Yi entered Flaming Heaven, the significance completely changed. Takes to me. Diao Lingfeng commanded suddenly. Young master, do not impulse. Jiang Yi ambushes us in first, is they challenges 10,000 gods, what we do is only the counterattack. Takes to me. Slow. The Jiang Yi corners of the mouth reveal to wipe the strange smile. I truly noticed that you were ambushed, but ambushed your people to run toward. The Overlord Warring States did not have the least bit to relate with me. Jiang Yi, do you want to play the fool? Fact is so. I agreed in this, happened to witnessed that you were ambushed, that is all. Ambush, there is nothing to do with me. During the Jiang Yi speeches, Overlord Warring States, there leapt massive forms, charged into here. The person of ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion was ordered to capture Jiang Yi before, but mediated after Cho Seung, they stopped temporarily outside the warring states. Takes. The tricky cold front ordered decisively. Cho Seung blocks in front of Jiang Yi immediately, dares to make an arrest. Casually, do you work as here our northeast part? 2 old people are weak, they are visit to flaming heaven, is not offends. If by the southwest sovereign were said seizes the opportunity again, let alone desolately, even they and tricky cold fronts might be deducted. Diao Lingfeng wishes one could to act personally, but overlord warring states. Their person is approaching rapidly. Jiang Yi said with a smile, very regrettable you to encounter the ambush, but here was outside the overlord warring states, are not related with us. You find the way to accept. Jiang Yi, do you make me come intentionally? Diao Lingfeng thought through. Suddenly, no wonder Jiang Yi stimulates him in the Dark Kingdom intentionally. Originally at that time, thinks must ambush here. Moreover, the goal is desolately. It seems like you are not too stupid. Thing, you dare to plan me unexpectedly. Always do not think oneself come from the sovereign, saying that can despise. Under the sovereign say, /way everyone, today, this was took a class to you. I also give on you a class. Everyone should have the sense of awe to the sovereign say /way, its power and influence is not boasts, is millennium 10,000 years accumulates. Accumulates with what? Skeleton. The road of ascending to heaven each sovereign said that overspread the skeleton. Poor man whose skeleton, you think oneself infallible. Diao Lingfeng is burning with anger, the domineering is confronting Jiang Yi. You shamed me, you succeeded, you were also proud, but, you leave is not far. Do we wait and see? Look, as you predeceases, I first perish. You must die without doubt. No suspense. Because not only you provoked me. You. My what? We returned to 10,000 gods that night, Xiang Wanqing dead, ate toxicant. That melted the soul, eclipse bone. Before, why suicided well suddenly? In this. Definitely has what reason. But before she at the point of death, only exceptionally has seen you. The god is to plan I grasped you, examines the first trial while convenient. But, it seems like needs them to act now personally. The Jiang Yi expression is indifferent, your people died, what relations has? With me? You do not need to explain to me, I do not need your explanation. Diao. Lingfeng looks at Jiang Yi wickedly. He has not suffered such humiliation, was planned, was ridiculed, was robbed. Including own women. If the opponent who other sovereigns said that he can also accept reluctantly. May offend his unexpectedly is the roving bandit avid follower who is not paid attention to completely. Great shame. At this time, the powerhouse of massive ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion rushed to here, distant access road / simply said, the Jiang Yi elder. Presents the name of world lord, please return blazing heaven. Young Master Diao, in the family / home a little matter, I said goodbye, on the road that you go back, may probably be careful. Jiang Yi shot a look at the eye intentionally they, ridiculed, I also think. That solemn young Master Diao Lingfeng goes on a journey, should have. Magnificent scene, the minimum half-saint accompaniment, the result. He, you are also mediocre. The corners of the mouth of tricky cold spirit are vibrating, his grandfather's. Half-saint, his where has the qualifications to invite the person. Accompaniment of that level, moreover 10,000 gods, flag is the strongest deterrent, anybody noticed that must awe, including outside sage. Young master, we first return to the god. 2 elders protect the tricky cold Front is resisting the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion powerhouse. Since came, how can easily go back. Walks, we visit the tyrant palace. Diao Lungfeng clenches teeth, thinks that special means that can let flaming. The heaven little darling to hand over Jiang Yi. Chapter 902, Mysterious World Lord. Dominates the palace. Young Prince Clear/Pain Songming receives personally an introduction of after. Small talk. The tricky cold front explained the purpose in coming directly, why blazing. Heaven to receive Jiang Yi? So long as the hermetic art is strong enough, can not care about the conduct and personality? Diao brother has not to know. Flaming heaven is 3 days ago, Jiang Yi. That just received, but was clear about an attitude, agrees do not announce to the public. But Jiang Yi found an excuse, the propaganda, makes wantonly. Noisily. World Lord loses one's temper, made the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion sees Jiang Yi, but the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Deliberately delayed the time, acts until today. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, so favors Jiang Yi, but also ignores the command of World Lord, did you dominate the palace, not to punish? As the Lord of Warring States? The relations of Warring States with Flaming Heaven were quite complex, we dominated the relations of palace with ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, was very complex. According to seeing of young prince, how blazing heaven to handle Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi truly annoyed troublesome, but I guess that World Lord most closes. His confinement is insufficient to expel directly. Why? This is not troublesome, this was causes trouble. Jiang Yi, so long as stated decisively oneself openly not to announce, but was discovered the jade symbol, does not calculate courted disaster on own initiative. As for ambush, his shadow had not seen how to state decisively. Is his behavior? Flaming heaven speaks the place of custom, does not have the positive evidence, is impossible to determine guilt forcefully. Do not look at Jiang Yi, to act like a madman, rampant domineering, actually. Astute sly, is good at planning. Clear/Pain Songming spoke, shaking the head of unconsciousness, has own feeling. As a result of the Overlord Warring States' unique lively environment, he had contacted various people of all forms since childhood, therefore is good at observing the person, is good at analyzing the person. Jiang Yi belongs to that city mansion extremely to be extremely deep, the temper ruthless avid follower. In his eye completely does not have any awe, facing what kind of talent and what kind of influence, in his eyes extremely simple divides into 3 kinds. Can be on good terms, is the friend, cannot be on good terms, is the personal enemy, does not need to associate, is the passerby. He said a word to act has the sense of purpose completely, words that today speaks, the done matter, several 10 days later may be very preparing for several days, today the matter of achievement, achieved goal, possibly was. Dozens days ago was good on the upholstery. Such person, is extremely dangerous. Either appears briefly, either can become the important matter. Diao Lungfeng has not paid attention to the feeling of Clear/Pain C, does not know that he is sighing with emotion anything, to continue to ask, if Jiang Yi did deceive you? That must look at him to deceive anyone, deceived what degree? The trouble of Jiang Yi, compared with serious that you imagine. In your opinion, he offended the northern royalty, in fact, he has the hatred with Supreme Jinqing and Chaos Purple Mansion, both big royalty, are 10,000 gods, have the gratitude and grudges with him. This is also the reason that I come personally. Like this, Jiang Yi contracted enmity as sovereign, saying that 3 royalty. Such person, do you Flaming Heaven also to want? Where did Jiang Yi provoke Supreme Jinqing and Chaos Purple Mansion? Clear/Pain, see Doubt watches the tricky cold front. Jiang Yi is truly special. But provoke so many royalty was a little exaggerating. Also, the royalty is a vegetarian? Makes the person provoke casually, but can also not have the means with him? Situation is somewhat special, but I can use my reputation/honorary guarantee. Jiang Yi is serious with Supreme the gratitude and grudges of Jinqing and Chaos Purple Mansion. Simply speaking, 2 royalty lord-daughter was robbed by Jiang Yi, then spoiled, but also has a child. Clear/Pain Songming changes countenance slightly, is the lunatic the hooligan villain? Should not. He looked that the person is always very accurate, Jiang Yi that astute. Ruthless spicy person, is insufficient to play with a woman provokes the royalty, is the royalty the lord-daughter. The tricky cold front said seriously, I said that I can use my reputation/honorary guarantee, takes an oath with the reputations of 10,000 gods. Was I mistaken? Clear/Pain, Songming knits the brows slightly, Jiang Yi has also made such as this person of God altogether indignant matter unexpectedly. Our sovereign said that a death of female elder is also related with Jiang Yi. This female elder position is special, she has an elder sister, is the god Saint King, the day fox Saint King. Clear/Pain Songming has profound respect, the Saint King, the king of sage, is the powerhouse who there these excellent works lifetime looks up. Day fox Saint King with this elder is the twin sisters, is intimate. The Saint King still goes on an expedition in the Revelation battlefield now, without coming back, but if which day comes back to know that the younger sister died, is definitely angry. But the death of that elder has the enormous relations with Jiang Yi. I come today, the original intention is to catch him passes. But since he joined to Flaming Heaven, I also gave to Flaming a heaven face, did not disclose and does not force, only thinks that please Jiang Yi coordinate to investigate in the past. If really with Jiang Yi irrelevant, we will deliver. If there is relations, please forgive us to deduct. Naturally, you can also not make me carry off, but other Saint Kings come back, meets after the wedding, inevitably blazing the heaven important person. Originally, when the time comes will perhaps make not happily. Diao Lingfeng taught with skill and patience, is stimulating the clear/pain. See. He is not such that Jiang Yi sees stupid, but before, has not really been serious Jiang Yi, but now he is earnest. Clear/pain Songming hesitated the little while, Diao brother waits a bit, I go to report with the father immediately. After the overlords obtained the clear/pain C reports, very accidental/surprised Jiang Yi unexpectedly also involves so many troublesome. Compared with provoking Gu Hua Imperial City, with the Chaos Purple Mansion, and Supreme Jinqing, and even the gratitude and grudges of 10,000 gods, is obviously more serious. Did he also spoil the royalty the lord-daughter? This is the serious conduct issue. The overlords go to Flaming Heaven personally, must with World Lord report. Desolately, you awoke. Hee, you go by car do not wear the clothes? The sound that Jiang Yi teased reverberated in bronze inside the tower. Desolately blurry thinking is having a dream, but when she haunches the body, the consciousness restores, immediately sends out the scream of grief and indignation, the move the clothes from the space ring binds the body, shouted. Abuse toward the spacious space. Whatever after Jiang Yi, she vented one, said, do not shout, you fall to my hand, do not want to live again. Desolately binds tightly the clothes to do calmly, you think that caught me. To act in a self-serving manner? My 9th lunar month dynasty will not forgive. You, 10,000 gods will not forgive you. I am marrying Tayyab. Both sides, not only relates to the interests, concerns. The face countenance, they will spare nothing to save surely me. But you, will pay the price for this reason. Best not to anticipate that they save you. If really has such a day, I fell in their hands, must die without doubt, succeeds in obtaining the first matter. That I did, killed you. You think that you do want dead can die? You will live to might as well die. If I am living, suffered can only be you. If I died, person who you just wait, your family member friend, all has the relations with you, will be seized, in your front one after another was tortured to death. Before they vision, will become the nightmare that your latter half of one's life cannot wake up forever at the point of death. Does solemn princess, the speech work is so virulent? I do not have your domestic animal, to be virulent. Is short to meet puts on airs, you are hand over the moon totem, do I begin to dig up? Has a dream. I had fused with the moon totem, I am it is I. If I want, can bring it to destroy momentarily together. This, I must try to find a special solution. You save the province, what means not possible to take away from here. Jiang Yi with the bronze inside the towers desolately bickering, while was flaming the person of heaven, sending under escort to mount to tower in the space. Sacrificial altars of various summits, 13 twinkles, stretch across more than 2,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers one after another, arrived deep place that blazing heaven. In Lashanli, that the fog winds around, has an ancient peaceful deep valley. In the deep valley has a profound pit hole, the flame twinkle, is weak from time to time, is violent, probably from underground braves. Jiang Yi just arrived here to have an intense anxiety, the tide observing closely pit hole, in that has a very fearful aura, probably. For and other elder Jiang Yi, pay a visit world lord. Jiang Yi salutes on own initiative, is preparing the excuse silently. Breathes out, in cave, not to respond, in the deep valley corner actually. Spreads the slight sound. Jiang Yi looked at the past following the sound, there has really had stone. Door, behind stone door had the dense fog to cover, can see an old form. Indistinctly. First do not disturb. In the dense fog, broadcasts the old person's slight hoarse voice. You are guarding medicine garden. Senior is good. World Lord, he. She is busy. Do you first come to here to sit? Disturbed. Chapter 903, Mysterious World Lord. Jiang Yi curious walks, across stone door, passes through the dense fog, the front scene suddenly sees the light. Inside is bright with many colors, probably the world of light shadow. The range in a big way, is not planning the every large or small 12 medicine gardens neatly. Each medicine garden only has 3 meters width 5 meters. However, each medicine garden was covered by the marvelous light shadow dense fog, has the fresh blue-green, has the rich blood red, has the silent deep black, there is a clear deep blue color weight, etc. Jiang Yi carefully observed the little while, discovered the mystery. Medicine garden that this dense fog covers, likely is an independent space. But each by the medicine gardens that the dense fog covers, is a independent space, the different dense fog are corresponding the different energies. In the space is wrapping the space? A little old man of Fin sits near a medicine garden, grasps the red fruit. From blood-red dense fog, conveniently, put the mouth to nip the mouth, the nod, was very slowly satisfactory. Jiang Yi is taking a look at the little old man, looks very ordinary, the appearance is ordinarier, is that type look the common feeling that can Forget the boundary should initial period of the nirvana boundary. Do you look for world lord? The little old man takes up the towel on neck. Wipes away sweat to continue to eat the fruit. World lord shouted that I come. I am new. Respectable of very Jiangyi. Performance. This little old man is very possible to handle the servant in medicine garden. For world lord. However can be responsible for this matter, deciding is the world lord trusted subordinate, or is the family member? What matter? Violated slightly wrong. Small wrong is also worth world lord shouting that you do come? What I violate is small wrong, but was misunderstood by world lord. Mentioned listens? I for your judgment am the small wrong or big mistake. Jiangyi smiles embarrassedly. I wait for world lord to finish. If is really the small matter, I can take responsibility. Really? Looks down upon my little old man? The little old man lifts the hand to put. In behind medicine garden dense fog, grasps a blood-red fruit, through to Jiang. Jiangyi both hands, catch, express gratitude. I was just flaming heaven too. Except couple days ago, the request of world lord cannot leave here, cannot. Announced to the public. But my a little matter, needs under processing, asks. For leave. Finally, the jade symbol has not hidden, revealed from the waist, was known. Then spread. Happened to at that time, some people asked me to trouble, I asked the young Marquis to coordinate, to deal with several. Has not fought, does not have. Noisily big, but also reconciled with one of them, welcome visit Ho residence. Another. I was as far as possible low-key, but some people were angry very much. Selects the small matter? Absolutely true. Jiangyi forwarded several steps, said with a smile, does Senior help me explain to world lord? You must speak the truth with me, I can explain for you. I said is the truth. You told the truth, hid the truth, you evaded the important questions for the easy, changed the concept, right? Jiangyi. You know me. Jiangyi smiles, sits to the old man opposite, hesitates slightly, Frank said. Are called to use each other, no one could complain who. The little old man looks at Jiangyi, said lightly, what has this word? Flaming heaven to comply to receive me, must drag 2 months of deadline. What did this call? The cheating, acts perversely, hooligan act. Deceives my immortal pill, stands firm me, then waited for the great wilderness 2 moon/month wars to end, if they're won, you wanted me, if they're lost, you did rumble I to walk? No matter which result, immortal pill were. You, gain steadily, does not compensate. Attention tone, I do not allow you to insult, flaming heaven. The little old man is helpless, hooligan? Cheating? Rascals? Such word falls. To for the first time flaming on heaven. I have given you very much the face. Your this behaviors cannot say are the hooligans, is most appropriate with what analogy? Strolls the flower. Building. Others first give money to enjoy again, you do not give money hardly. On, finishes attending, also wants to act shamelessly. This saying was excessive. Helpless little old man. Can do is unable to say? Elderly man, you as world lord person, must remind him to pay attention to the image frequently. Making the transaction must speak the custom, thinks white play? My this gives on him a class. You. The little old man shakes the head. Jiangyi collects toward the little old man's side, said in a low voice, the matter has made in any case, how your does world lord prepare to handle me? I am not clear. You accompany daily side world lord, the temperament character, definitely familiarized. You fantasized that you were world lord, how to process. Really wants to know? Thinks. The little old man stared at Jiang Yi to look at the little while, bang goes. Out. The Jiang Yi corner of the eye pulls out, Sprinkles however said, therefore. You could not make world lord, the mind was insufficient. The little old man shakes the head, selfish ate the spirit fruit. I inquired a matter with you again, when did world lord prepare to change into? The third-class jade symbol to me? According to custom, 2 months later, but you offend world lord newly. Arrived, I estimated that must delay some time. Where I offended him. Your world lord wants to play me white/in vain, plays. Not to give money, I call several, even offends? The little old man is quite depressed, cannot analogy the lecher world lord. All right, hear not others. You did not fear that I do pass on the words? This does not want to borrow your mouth, passes on. Jiang Yi he smiled. Oneself said directly, will definitely anger world lord, making others say. That listen to him, was equal to having to relax. You do not fear her to be angry, really rumbles to flaming heaven you? Your age one big, viewing the issue, so should not be simple. Weather world. Lord rumbles to go out me, didn't speak in me, lay in he felt that I had many. Values, lay in the result of great wilderness event. Small old man vicissitudes appears shamelessly the light smile, before. Meeting, I think that you are a from head to tail avid follower. Now? A sly avid follower. Thanks senior, praised. Did I praise you? The little old man looks at Jiang Yi, you, since is so. Intelligent, under analysis, great wilderness result, under analysis yourself. Whether to stay here. Jiang Yi looked at the eye toward the dense fog outside. The little old man said, she also requires a period of time, we chatted. Several. Good, accompanies you to chat. Jiang Yi completes, said, and other town/subdue southern monster countries. Break off the relations with Gu Hua, the south, will influence evacuate one. After another, the strength that Gu Hua assembles was equal to the defect 1 to 3. Although the strength is disparate, but we have trump card, the victory, and defeat 55 open. Jiang Yi trump card is Dong Huang Xingjia. Although Dong Huang Xingjia is not the Holy Spirit boundary, but special. Spirit mark can definitely make him play the enormous role in the endless darkness. If Dong Huang Xingjia fears the exposition, or is the god there again under what special instruction, perhaps 9 heavenly palace likely moves the holy spirit ancestors, who they hide. Do you refer to banning the sorsold tree? Bans the sorsold tree, on me. Jiang Yi reveals to wipe the mysterious smile, said listens intentionally to the old person. On you? The little old man's eye pupil concentrates slightly. The thing of this/should belt/bring, I bring on the body. If by some chance there were defeated, I at least need the capital with flaming heaven. Negotiate and ensure blazing heaven to look in banning the share of sorsold tree, will not abandon me under the pressure. He, intelligent boy. Okay, I decided for world lord, you can leave. Didn't I see world lord? Your words, I will pass on world lord. The entire revolutions that should pass on, do not reveal the character. The senior said goodbye. Jiang Yi sets out to leave. Wait. The spirit fruit of medicine garden cannot bring to go out casually. Eats. This? Jiang Yi takes up the red fruit in hand, shows a faint smile, put down. To him. Bye. Little fellow vigilance is very heavy. The little old man looks at the red fruit, is somewhat regrettable. What spirit mark is he? Cold Chow, a young girl walks from the dense fog, the stature is delicate, the White long gown puts in the body seems very spacious, the appearance is ordinary, does not have the shocking feeling, but is worth looking, but in that tall and slender eye conceals the cold light, to callous dignity that the race is unable to explain. The little old man sets out, is saluting to the young girl slightly, fruit abandoned, has not eaten. Cold elegant young girl snort/hum sound, does not reveal the status, directly. Does not face, added that the relaxed meeting way is easier to see real him. Finally, were you played? Chapter 904, Mysterious World Lord. The little old man shakes the head. The red spirit fruit can stimulate the soul and bloodlines, stimulates the spirit mark secret forcefully, he wants to spy on the Jiangyi secret with this, was abandoned by Jiangyi unexpectedly. By your strength, can't completely understand his sea of qi? His spirit essence has integrated the soul completely, was not good to investigate. However his old man's makings gradually changed, were short of several points of ordinary, were many several points of domineering. Even the aura rapidly was strengthened, probably relieved the seal to be the same, turned doubled and redoubled wells up, vast Ruyan sea. His eye how? He should not be blind, but is the seal some mysterious energy? You work to be able, don't always such ink marks, positive governing he. Forcefully, investigation not online. Old man's helpless say/way, world lord, should not be so uncouthly. We are flaming heaven, the model of the world refined the pill of immortality, the discretion that working to understand, must obey the custom. He joined us to flaming heaven, the spirit mark secret did not disclose, this did not gather the custom. Blazing the style of heaven is pays equal attention to compatibly, we accept. To refine the pill of immortality master, to have two types, goes for shelter. On own initiative, one as we gathers on own initiative, but regardless, must give enough respect. Do not adopt a keeping aloof stance. From ancient to present, blazing the heaven's strongest strength is not always. Pill technique is not the strength, but is the world's strong clan to our respect. The little old man taught with skill and patience, is instructing patiently. The respect of fart, is the benefit entanglement. Benefit is the benefit, the respect is the respect. If only then the benefit. Entanglement, uses each other, but since we flaming heaven can inherit, mainly. All parties respect. Pill technique and strength, where we won the method of respect, rather than we flaming the entirety of heaven. You received Jiangyi, won the respect? You do not totally fire Holy Lord, can Jiangyi come? I reminded you, looked at. Tight Jiangyi, he was not the good kind, he entered blazing the goal of heaven is very possible to rush till he fire Holy Lord to come. He does not dare. Is too naive. Old lady, I am several thousand years old. That is before, did not keep a promise. You now 23, the day before yesterday I. Just to the birthday that you celebrated, did you forget? At this time, powerful tyrant Lai, the energy arrived at the deep valley. Raised the violent air wave. In deep valley deep hole, spreads low and deep shouting immediately, is deterring that energy. The overlords are saluting to deep hole, initiative weak imposing manner, then turns around to enter the dense fog. The warring state's overlord has seen world lord and old ancestor. The overlords are saluting to two people in turn, said, the people of 10,000 gods came, is the second elder grandson, tricky cold front, the day successor. He was ambushed outside the warring states, as Jiangyi does, but has not kept the distinct evidence. The goal of ambush is the tricky cold front, truly what sees his wife, who is the tricky cold front, 9th lunar month, the dynasty, with the tie that 10,000 gods married, desolately. when matter. World Lord knits the brows slightly. Before Jiangyi comes. The overlords shake the head secretly, the person of ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion has not notified this news to world Lord evidently promptly. Big courage, this hidden the information blatantly. Their people? The little old man hints world lord to be first calm. Tricky cold front visits us to dominate the palace, divulged too important news. First, Jiangyi has the bitter hatred with the Chaos Purple Mansion and Supreme Jin Qing, he biological daughters of 2 royal head of the clan. Turned several years ago, but also spoiled, has a child. Second, the god Day Fox Saint King younger sister died, has the greatest relations with Jiangyi, they are grasped Jiangyi. However Jiangyi joined Flaming Heaven, they are willing to lower the stance on own initiative. Asking us to give them to bring back to the God coordination to investigate. Jiangyi. He such person? The world lord complexion is gloomy immediately. As the woman, hears such matter to be driven beyond the limits of forbearance simply. Checking? The small old man expression is faint. Tricky cold front made the guarantee by the god reputation / honorary. World Lord cold snort / hum, Supreme Jinqing is willing to kill no wonder from. The West-South, originally has the gratitude and grudges. Dominates the kingly way, Jiangyi first time of going to the Red Hall. Woman who pulls off the Chaos Purple Mansion, said that is Royal Princess Yu Qingqing. Unsurprisingly, she is Princess Jin Qing, who Jiangyi robs. Even the women of Chaos Purple Mansion damage, his small mold little guy did not fear that was ridiculed by others? World Lord, coldly, a language. The overlords are hanging the view, will follow said downward, suddenly knits the brows slightly, is this saying listening not to the taste? The little old man said, tricky cold front, what meaning? He hopes the name that to coordinate to investigate, takes away 10,000 gods, Jiangyi. If checks the death of that elder, to have the direct relation with Jiangyi, they will handle personally, if irrelevant, they will deliver. Makes him carry off. World Lord coldly said, such conduct, pale technique. Cannot receive again high, let alone flaming in heaven annoyed greatly to be. Very troublesome, involved the sovereign to say unexpectedly. If we don't associate with people? After Day Fox enlightened ruler returns to the god, the personally blazing the heaven important person originally. In brief, we hand over must hand over. Does not hand over must hand over. The overlords look serious. The Saint King, that is the sovereign, said that. Having the terrifying power, moreover the position, is extremely honored. If such person makes, the consequence is dreadful. You reply that God boy, only spoke a few words, 2 months later discussed. The little old man had not agreed that does not have the explicit rejection. Overlord question, do you want to wait for the great wilderness event to end? The goal of God is only Jiangyi, with other having nothing to do. How the Qiao evil person valley won, how lost, not to affect the god. You're by all means such reply. 2 months later discussed. This, Overlord looks to World Lord. World Lord said, old man age one big, could not live for several years, along with him. The Overlord corner of the eye pulled out pulling out, really could not. Suppress the rebuttal words, can only salute to draw back. Old man, do you want to do? Starts not to receively fire Holy Lord, fears to stir up trouble, now actually thinks that the disobedient sovereign said. You could not live for several years, do not cast aside a mess to me. Some matters, you did not understand. Didn't I understand? The matter that I understand are more than you. I am your ancestor. Your deep sleep so many years, the memory has the fault/chasm. In brief, Jiang E matter is processed by me. Reason still is observing. After the overlords passed on flaming the heaven attitude, tricky cold front. Annoyed. But here is Southwest, he does not dare too hurriedly. After careful and deep consideration, he keeps here waiting the periods of 2 moons/month, then arranges the person to return to 10,000 gods, the request assistance, simultaneously informed 9th lunar month, the dynasty desolately was grasped. Blazing in heaven. Jiang Yi was really law-abiding, except for arrives at the medicine mountain. Occasionally with the medicinal herb, sits in the summit refine the pill of immortality. A day. 2 days. 10 days. 20 days. In an instant, passed for a month. Jiang Yi immerses in the refine the pill of immortality, pays no attention to any trivial matters completely. This makes these feel person who Jiang Yi has the goal, felt relieved. Gradually. Also lets the so mansion vigilant puts down slowly. Flaming heaven quickly to restore in the past tranquility, everyone is studying pill technique, the discussion experience, refined elixir. Also some people become friends with Jiang Yi on own initiative, are consulting the experience of refine the pill of immortality. Probably, anything will not happen, nothing happened. However, during this period, outside world actually wind and cloud drastic change. Chapter 905, Great Wilderness Wind and Cloud. October 16th. Jiang Yi becomes after the news that blazing the heaven interior elder passes to south the town/subdues the monster country, the town/subdues southern monster country cut off the cooperation with Guhua imperial city quickly. Massive southern influences also give up the great wilderness action one after another. In the south, southwest, no one is willing to offend to flaming heaven. Especially, the Jiang Yi potential is placed there, in less than many years. Will become day pill saint that will flaming heaven. It is not established as a faction, becomes friends with some faction, by that time, he will become will. Flaming in heaven, the top layer character. With the Jiang Yi character, definitely meets biding one's time for punishment. Therefore, the southern influence evacuates one after another, only remains. Western and northern influence continues to insist, is ready. However, when everyone thinks that Qiao is withdrawing in great wilderness, the arrangement defends, fierce battle outside an accident/surprise, suddenly. South the west connects with region breaking out. October 26th. Xiao Wuhui leads Jiang Yan and Xiaoyingzong and other more than Nirvana powerhouses, the long-distance raid 220,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, meet the approaching enemy supreme Jin Qing, who coastal came from the west, Saint Ancestor. The Saint Ancestors and many powerhouses who the sudden blockade, let supreme Jin Qing are caught off guard. Although the supreme Jin Qing Saint Ancestor stabilizes the aspect quickly, but they are coordinated to encircle eventually, has not led too many Nirvana powerhouses. The supreme Jin Qing's 9 Nirvana powerhouses suffer to encircle, the short 5 minutes died in battle completely. Jin Qing Xing Ancestor was affected, was seized the opportunity by Qiao Wuhui, forcefully, heavy losses. Jin Qing Xing Ancestor is repulsed, the Qiao regretless old route returns. On November 5th, Guhua obtained the news time, Qiao had returned to the great wilderness darkness, regretless. They are angry and helpless, after all is in the south, loses south, the town/subdues the support of monster countries, they have almost not obtained the information promptly the ability. Guhua faces 2 choices immediately. First, they continue to wait for Supreme Jinqing to assign more powerhouses. Go south jointly Great Wilderness. But as the matter stands, must delay. Above half a month. Could not remain many days from the period of March/3 months. Second, they have the person to kill Great Wilderness. However, the Great Wilderness environment is complex, the strength of Qiao, that sage cannot be underestimated. If they have not pressed the strength of nature, was planned very much easily. On November 10, after the 5-day discussion and arrangement, Gu Hua decided first to lead the person to kill dark, was not reckless, was not impulsive. First tied down the Qiao sage, destroyed other Qiao powerhouses. After the Saint Ancestor, who then waits for Supreme Jinqing comes back, the power union, takes at one fell swoop. However, before they make the decision, Gu Hua Imperial City 9 Heavenly Palace obtains the god to transmit orders. Presents the founder life, passes on founder command - if the Great Wilderness Abyss changes, removes 9 Heavenly Palace. The severity of expression, making Dong Huangshingjie shock, believes finally. Jiangyi words, the secret in Great Wilderness is important regarding the god. Afterward, Dong Huangshingjie returns to Gu Hua Imperial City immediately. Openly makes an appearance, represents the god, comforts the imperial family. Meanwhile, the 9 Heavenly Palace Old Ancestor secret goes out, after the Dark Kingdom, circles void, sneaks Great Wilderness. November 17. Qiao is incapable of dismantling Gu Hua regretless, steady tactic, after paying with giant casualties, leading the numerous to directly soar the Great Wilderness Abyss. To force the Heavenly Palace to meddle forcefully. Night of November 19. The Heavenly Palace Old Ancestor led to the void tide in the abyss. Camouflages the Dark Rebellion, coordinating Qiao, to launch to Gu Hua. Powerhouse regretless attacks crazily. Is the service, the Gu Hua's 5th Saint Ancestor, is captured, 2.5 Saints are captured, west other Gu Hua and north the powerhouse, died a tragic death more than 1200 numerous. Gu Hua 3 Sages Ancestor, causes heavy losses runs away, at the same night. Withdraws Great Wilderness. On November 20, Qiao refined the 5th Saint Ancestor skeleton regretless. Again, the strength rose dramatically. 5th Saint Ancestor's soul, then gives Jiang Yan to refine. Before Jiang Yan, has built up to melt the 4th Saint Ancestor's saint soul. Later refining up several thousand souls, including massive nirvana boundaries, the strength has reached the nirvana 9th heavenly layer peak. This 5th Saint Ancestor saint soul, will boost him to sprint half-saint boundary. And Mingxi was granted by Qiao regretless, took the 5th Saint Ancestor's heart. The beforehand fierce battle continually, she cleaning battlefield has swallowed the innumerable skeletons, shared the holy blood, was 8 heavy days, at this moment obtained the Saint Ancestor heart, the strength rose dramatically, attacked nirvana boundary 9th heavenly layer, hopefully. However 5th Saint Ancestor's holy blood, Qiao Wuhui, not to Qiao, and evil person valley, but gives no return Holy Lord, completely, is processed by her voluntarily. But 2.5 saints were dismembered by Qiao regretless forcefully. Refined to turn into the valuable medicine, assigns to Qiao and evil person valley. The rich reward is stimulating everyone. Beforehand time, their half-drop of holy blood has not seen, now can give birth for the first time pain to recite unexpectedly. Beforehand time, their half-saint has not seen, now can enjoy unexpectedly. Dissolutely. This is the chance of war. Shares in them, the strength rises dramatically, escapes from the Great Wilderness Guhua 3 sages ancestor, to lead the numerous, to evacuate 80,000. Li, 0.5 kilometers, distressedly. They know the experience to the fearfulness of abyss finally, does not dare to advance recklessly. Loss one after another, makes Guhua person sovereign pain to desperate. First the second half of the year, there unexpectedly buckled 2 saint ancestors and 2.5 saints, other powerhouses, this may be not to mention they are called the royalty, in a big way takes advantage. They do not dare to enter great wilderness now, first, to worry abyss strength, second, the fear loses the top strength again. Until 25th, the supreme Jinqing 2 saint ancestors went south, Guhua 3 sages ancestor killed great wilderness again. But dreads the great wilderness strength, this time 3 sages take the action, without belt/bring anybody, and is discreet. Arrivals of 3 sages, bring the tremendous pressure on Qiao regretless. Has no recourse, Qiao sneaks the great wilderness abyss regretless, shuts not to fight. The heavenly palace saint ancestor does not dare to expose the status, can only every day late at night, coordinate the dark strength release space tide. Dieters them. Lasted 10 days after confronting Supreme Jinqing and Saint Ancestor in Gu Hua Imperial City is forced to evacuate. Hence, the stir southern great wilderness resistance ends officially. The result surpasses everyone to expect. Gu Hua defeated. The Qiao Evil Person Valley ends the victory. Afterward, no return Holy Lord in the name of protects great wilderness. Leading the numerous to move into great wilderness, Dieters Gu Hua. However, in everyone thinks that the great wilderness event ends, but Gu Hua can only return the northern time distressedly, accident outbreak. Central Crepe Myrtle Holy Land announced that cleans up great wilderness thoroughly, any bystander cannot stop over. They must recover the Holy Land reputation, avoids no return Holy Lord using Holy Land strength protection, fleeing criminal, drops the pretext to the bystander. Moreover this time, their attitude is quite intense. If no return Holy Lord looks for the excuse rejection again, they with the name of Central Zushan, will investigate the great wilderness abyss. December 13th. The Qiao Evil Person Valley Secret evacuates great wilderness, with the Heavenly Palace Saint Ancestor coordination, crosses the sea 200,000 li, 0.5 km, goes into hiding thoroughly. Regarding Gu Hua and Supreme Jinqing, this, without doubt, is a good news. Without the protection of great wilderness abyss, does not have the disturbance of dark strength, will flee the great wilderness Qiao Evil Person Valley to hide nowhere. Afterward, Supreme Jinqing and Gu Hua Imperial City, respectively with the name of royalty, issued that post to reward the command. Whom they do not need to be able for them to make an arrest, does not need who tries to stop, they want the whereabouts clue. Even if the simple clue, so long as determined that is really related with Qiao and Evil Person Valley, can attain the sky-high price, monetary reward. Meanwhile, the Supreme Jinqing secret monitoring Dark Kingdom and ensure the Qiao people have not hidden not returned to the temple. Gu Hua Imperial City assigns many powerhouses to go to Flaming Heaven. Investigates Jiangyi and peripheral region whether has the Qiao family too. Ambush. Chapter 906, Exploded with Rage. December 15th. When Great Wilderness Event soon biography to Flaming Heaven, Jiangyi waited till his opportunity finally. Somalian Mansion Collection simultaneous/uniform material, the preparation started. Permits pill arrives at the summit, found in closes up cultivation. Jiangyi speed very quick. The Jiangyi corners of the mouth show the mean smile. His honest refined the pill of immortality, and other Somalian mansion. Collection medicinal herbs, refining up immortal pill again. With the character of Somalian mansion, after obtaining the immortal pills. Hermetic art, actually building up first elixir gave Jiang Yi, definitely is. At heart unwilling. By the situation in Somalian mansion, will want to refine an immortal pill. Consolidates own position, enhances own influence. Therefore, Jiang Yi concluded that the Somalian mansion exhaustibility will collect the medicinal herb these days, refines own immortal pill as soon as possible. That day of Somalian mansion official refine the pill of immortality, is the opportunity that he acts. Should be the volume is uneven. The Somalian mansion ordered to block his mountain, but also sent people the underground execution ground to inform their guarding elder. Here gave you, to see the flaw. Jiang Yi makes permits pill duplicate him. With the mirror. First waits permits pill, the facial expression is somewhat unusual. Has the issue? You have promised me, will put me to return to Supreme Jin Cheng. You determined that now walks? I want to be clear. Li Yin? I do not know. I want to return to Jin Cheng. In permits pill, the look is somewhat confused, but quickly restored firmly. Left flaming heaven, I put you to walk. Do you mean what he says? I turn certainly out as said that hurry to start. Permits pill condenses the mirror, duplicates Jiang Yi. Although as the projection, so long as not gathering near, is very difficult to find the problem. But Jiang Yi in lasted 2 months and this has made one be used. Starting from more than 10 days, Jiang Yi also announced intentionally oneself must start. To close up, the promotion boundary, does not hope that some people visit again. Therefore, only needs a mirror, can make everyone believe, he in this, has never left. Jiang Yi sneaks in the mountain forest, rushes over towards Somalian mansion. That mountain. Somalian mansion, truly collection, simultaneous/uniform medicinal herb. But for these medicinal herbs, he visits all around, blazing the heaven lots of. Refine the pill of immortality masters, but also purchases in advance, the special medicine introduction from outside Chamber of Commerce. Lasted 2 months, spends countless painstaking care, but also exchanged the important treasure of Holy Land bringing, finally was completes. He sends people to contact with 12 elders immediately. This is the person who he most trusts, has the excellent refine the pill of immortality strength. In order to avoid being disturbed, he announced the martial law, the strength that can mobilize all transferred to the refine the pill of immortality main hall outside. At the foot of the hill. After the elder, who to guard the execution ground obtains the news, changes the new clothes, reorganizes the correct manners discipline, the seal. Arrangement of detailed repeated inspection underground execution ground. After determining, does not have the issue, pulls open stone door to leave. However, goes out of the seal in them, the microsecond of time of healing. Jiang Yi comes, the crumb band source bead, through into the underground execution ground. Band source bead only to remain 3, each precious, but to act, Jiang Yi was also ready for any sacrifice. The time imprisonment, to guard the elders, not to think. Short 5 seconds quick in the past, 2 people close stone door, the healing seal, left the deep valley. In underground execution ground. Value. The Jiang Yi suction port cold air, the excited whole body fine body hair set. Upright. The underground execution ground is greatly broader, in jet black stone wall. Portrays a complex law trace, is imprisoning the space, is stabilizing the temperature of execution ground. In dark space, float over 100 sacrificial altars, on each sacrificial altar is burning the flame, all kinds, countless. The fire, purple luo ceremonial fire, wild saint flame and azure moon/month. Saint flame stars, golden crow spirit fire. Some soon extinguished, some are exuberant. Pil sovereign by the consciousness of Jiangyi, is looking into the sacrificial altar in darkness, excited. Although many saint inflammations are redundant, some saint inflammations have 56, but the overall type is very rich. Flame imaginary bird, Yi Anren and Jiangbin, complete appearance. Here is really the underground execution ground. This is the most valuable resources of Li Fire Holy Land, several thousand years of precipitation. Some are the successor of their Holy Land train stay behind, some are rob from outside, completely in this. They look at the float sacrificial altar, shocking is more excited. Jiangyi careful counting number, I went to the underground execution ground. At that time, the quantity should compared with this also many, at that time. Remembers also has several very powerful ancient flame. Yi Anren said, the Somalian mansion should take many flame to give a present. With flaming other heaven factions is on good terms, maintains the relations. Should be not gawking, starts, these all were enjoyed heartily. The Jiangyi ebullition roaring flame, the thorough incarnation vermilion bird. Monster body, plunged the front ceremonial fire. Although was less than the past years, but has over 100 flame, was precious. You're welcome, can eat many to eat many. Flame imaginary bird excited. Soaring, the incarnation golden crow, releases the solar totem. Jiangbin, Yi Anren, is following close on overrunning. The sacrificial altar number were too many, they somewhat dazzling feeling. Also after the Jiangyi vermilion bird monster fire, can swallow the solar totem of the world 10,000 fire and flame imaginary bird also to absorb. To the Yang flame and Jiangbin fuse the god spear/gun, can absorb the special flame. Yi Anren controls 5 lines to imprison day with great wilderness, can control fire origin force naturally. To them, this without doubt was the bestowed by heaven chance. Although the soul boundary high rank breakthrough is difficult, even the excellent works possibly stay for 35 years, even as longer. But that is the chance not very greatly is weak, so long as the chance arrives, the breakthrough will success when conditions are ripe. For example, the beforehand these holy blood, make them high rank, take first heavenly layer in the soul boundary smoothly. Summit place. After the Somalian mansion and other elders arrive in full, said, spunks up. This Saint Pil only permits successfully, cannot be defeated. Enlightened ruler felt relieved, we have been preparing. 12 elders are the original Holy Land retiring elders, 100 years old, the boundary is upward. Stable, Pil technique attainments are profound. This elixir can consolidate our position, concerns your my future. After the Somalian mansion preparation refining up elixir, announced wantonly, directs the tyrant palace and how Tianfu becomes friends with. Strives for them to a powerful fight strength, increases as flaming the energy that heaven spoke. Going out time, can arrange the surface. 12 elders disperse to the stove around, adjusts the aura. The Somalian mansion start, has not been looking anxiously repeatedly to the palace. Shortly, a messenger bird drops from the clouds, the above guard jumps down. Before kneeling the palace, reported, has determined, Jiangyi still cultivates in the summit, nothing unusual. The Somalian mansion relaxes, told, stares at tight Jiangyi to me. No matter what happened, cannot let him close to this mountain. The guards receive an order, ride the messenger bird to leave. Starts. The Somalian mansion feels relieved, soars, the control leaves the stove personally. Begins using in the Somalian mansion, to the stove, starts to refine immortal. Pill time, in the underground execution ground, is performing the barbaric plunder. Jiang Yi, the clever bird, Yi Anren and Jiang Ben, are swallowing the saint. Flame Day fire crazily. Cannot attend to building up, first integrated in the body, to say again. 2 days later. Jiang Yi swallows the entire 19 flame, the clever bird swallows 13 flame, Yi Anren swallows 12 flame. Is some fire hazards is all exuberant, the energy is powerful. The age soon extinguished long ago, or the effect is ordinary, then entirely turned over to Jiang Ben, the quantity has 67. Naturally, it cannot swallow so many, exactly said that should turn over to the almighty troops. At that time, some coffins of sealing, here actually did not have. Jiang Yi. Regrettable is looking at the execution ground. Should bring in the Somalian mansion on them. Do not be content, hurries to destroy here, removes. Haha, is insane. Jiang Yi, Yi Anren and Jiang Ben, the clever bird, show the powerful strength. Destroys the sacrificial altar and seal crazily, confuses the underground. Execution ground, triggers the fierce magma rebellion. Chapter 907, exploded with rage. Shortly, the execution ground avalanche, the seal is wounded, the fierce rebellion from the underground spread, attacks the entire mountain massif. Jiang Yi, they take in the bronze tower Yi Anren, making them refine the promotion boundary as soon as possible. He hits stone door, returns to inside. And outside 100 rapidly the summit, the alternative mirror, pretends to close up. The unusual sound of underground execution ground, the destruction of seal, brings to protect the attention quickly. Rope elder. Cable/search elder. It is not good. Some people rush to the underground execution ground hardly. Elder. Elders. The underground execution ground was destroyed, inside Saint. Flame Day fire vanished completely. An old man rushes to the summit hurriedly, shouting loudly, full head is the perspiration. Shut up. Outside the palace the guards, berated angrily. Underground scene of fire. The underground scene of fire had an accident. Shut up. Inside is in the refine the pill of immortality. The guard stopped seriously, 2 days, elixir, definitely to finally the most crucial time, if at this time were disturbed, the consequence is dreadful. The old men worry, first arranges the person to investigate. No, does not need to investigate, grasped Jiang Yi directly, definitely is Jiang Yi does. Do the guards wrinkle the brow, Jiang Yi? Possibly. How Jiang Yi can rush to the underground execution ground, how also to know that there is the underground execution ground? Moreover, they have arranged the vision control supervisors to be responsible for staring at tight Jiang Yi, he should be right there. Is gawking doing, who besides Jiang Yi can also be hurried. Jiang Yi is 4 and other elders, how could we said grasps? He destroyed our underground execution ground, whom don't we catch to grasp? They lower the sound outside as far as possible, but in had been disturbed. The fluctuation of underground execution ground is obvious, the seal guards. The jade carving on long expert to relate with 2. Therefore, they first know that the underground execution ground had problems. But is serious. From a long-range point of view, the experienced and reliable Somalian mansion. The facial expression started the subtle change. Will the underground execution ground have problems? Who dares to attack there? Is Jiang Yi? Right, definitely is he. Except for that bastard, no one dares to hit their attention. Moreover, Jiang Yi, since acted, will definitely be relentless, to say the underground execution ground was being destroyed? There is the Holy Land most valuable resources, is they are flaming taking advantage that heaven rises. Jiang Yi. Damn bastard. The Somalian mansion's state of mind was disturbed, very difficultly again. Strongly attention. This feeling was too uncomfortable, seems own woman to be devastated by the personal enemy. The Somalian mansion, breathing rapidly, the consciousness is agitated, to also starts the confusion to the control of hot cauldron. However, in cauldron furnace, not only has rushing to fire hazard, the flame matching rank that their 13 people form is equivalent to itself them to melt with the cauldron furnace for a body, in the event of chaotic, will form intense backlash. Stands firm. Stands firm. Some elders shout in a low voice, is reminding the people difficultly. The Somalian mansion gets back one's composure forcefully, a release more intense flame, stands firm the cauldron furnace forcefully. However, he knows. Although at this moment cannot let one's thoughts wander, may really unable to control the full anxiety and angry. As once enlightened ruler, the arrogant pill saint, he should not come under child's influence, but regarding Jiang Yi, he really does not have any tolerance. Suddenly, the Somalian mansion wants to understand. His fell into a trap. Jiang Yi enters blazing the real goal of heaven, is he? Beforehand showing goodwill, the compromise weight / etc. is planning him. Present refine the pill of immortality, within the plan of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is to wait for their refine the pill of immortality time, the destruction underground execution ground, stimulates them by this forcefully. Come. Come. The Somalian mansion whole body ties tight, whispered difficultly, maybe the anxious stability, was the confusion. Enlightened ruler. Stands firm. 12 elders shout loudly, is their expression. Also pain. At this moment, the enlightened ruler is strengthening the flame, they must coordinate, but wants to control, to stove such cauldron furnace forcefully. Needs them to attack strongly. However, once loses control? But if they did not coordinate at this time, only then the enlightened ruler strengthens the flame, inside flame system will also be disturbed intensely. Then crashes. At the difficult times, their tacit choice coordination enlightened ruler, all enhancement flame. They believe the enlightened ruler, believes that he can control to stay in a brothel overnight the surface. However, they overestimated the Somalian mansion. As pill saint, the Somalian mansion can easily deal with most accidents / surprises in refine the pill of immortality process, but to Jiang Yi, he cannot put down. The Somalian mansion is the stubborn release roaring flame, the confusion of cauldron furnace is serious. The solution that inside is fusing starts to evaporate to dissipate. This scene stimulates the Somalian mansion immediately. Ended. Immortal pill must be defeated. In order to collect the resources, the Somalian mansion sacrificed the face. But can be defeated finally unexpectedly? This thought just appeared, looks like crashes the camel the last bunch of grass. The Somalian mansion lost control. Pooh. The Somalian mansion chest and belly turns wells up, the blood crack blowout. The whole body roaring flame counter, chaotic wells up crazily, wreaks havoc in. The whole body, boils in the palace. Enlightened ruler. 12 elder complexion drastic changes, almost the same time, crack, spurts, the blood, the roaring flame system in cauldron furnace crashes comprehensively. Sways to the hot cauldron furnace fiercely, blasting open leaps the terrifying The power and influence, the Impact Palace, is attacking with 12 elders, who it fuses. Bang! The summit main hall crashes instantaneously, the terrifying power and influence along with the astonishing roaring flame wells up to wreak havoc. Crazily. The powerhouse's fright that the summit guards turns around was actually submerged by the airwave energy front surface in the flash, without responded. That fired the ashes. After turning the roaring flame and power and influence that wreaking havoc well up fiercely several kilometers, soars to the heavens, the angry volume. Straight Guanyun Day. The entire mountain is swaying, collapses the to split open seam, the crushed stone tumbles. The surrounding area, the hills within 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, were attacked. Had an accident? Is there the territory of Somalian Mansion Elder? Who dares to attack there? The Somalian Mansion is building up a mortal pill, probably, lost control? The hills are vast, refine the pill of immortality master men, to look into the distance, massive guard strengths soar rapidly. Even monitors the Jiangyi guard, returns rapidly. Jiangyi seizes the chance to return to the summit, the alternative mirror. Starts the flame that refining up swallows. In summit ruins. The Somalian Mansion, as well as 12 elders, lie in the ruins, completely, 7 orifices oozing of blood, horrible to look. 7 elders are killed violently at the scene, other 5 people caused heavy losses, suffocate. What, because refines is a mortal pill, what condensed is the air/chi of life. Therefore the elixir failure, the cauldron furnace backlashed, exchanged the summit life energy. Their vitalities were seriously affected, old weak. Naturally what is most important is the meridians and sea of chi, intense. Backlash abandoned them thoroughly. Many powerhouses rush one after another, saw that the summit the situation shook. This obviously was cauldron furnace out of control. But the Somalian Mansion, they are the experienced, refined the pill of immortality masters, how possibly to make the cauldron furnace lose control too? So the degree. This was enraged, cauldron furnace simply, triggered, counterattack. Underground conflagration pond. Has a suffocating old person to lie in the ruins, some people attacked. The underground scene of fire, disturbed the refined the pill of immortality. Underground conflagration pond? People responded, the complexion immediately became ugly. Is this deliberate planning? With the attack underground execution ground is the introduction, enrages the Somalian Mansion of critical moment? Too ruthless. This was wanted livingly abandoned them. Shortly, World Lord arrives personally, knows the situation simply. Immediately thinks of Jiangyi. Except for Jiangyi, who can attack the underground execution ground. Except for Jiangyi, who can be so crazy. Except for Jiangyi, who can plan the Somalian Mansion. Where is Jiangyi at? World Lord anger. Disturbs in the refined the pill of immortality time, forcefully, without doubt. Is the matter that refined the pill of immortality master men most abstains from. Did this matter actually happen in flaming heaven? Unforgivable. Chapter 908, 10 Years Hate. Jiangyi has started the depth to close up, smelts 19 kinds of Saint Flame Day. Fires to launch the impact on soul boundary, 9th heavenly layer. This is later period of the soul boundary the most difficult promotion, not only needs the sufficient energy and chance, needs to be ready for the late. Life and death boundary, therefore breaks through with what way seems especially important. In many military eyes, soul boundary 7th heavenly layer and 8 heavy days, as well as 3 breakthroughs of 9th heavenly layer, the chance is more special, the hope that the life and death boundary past steadily will be bigger, time to be shorter, after promote entered the nirvana boundary. Will open the body buried treasure, the ability is also more powerful. Therefore, many spirit mark ordinary people often regard as the ultimate objective of life, the high rank soul boundary, but regarding excellent works. Spirit mark and even day spirit mark, later period of the soul boundary 3. Breakthroughs, will regard as the second opportunity of life sublimation, is next to spirit mark, to awaken. But these 3 breakthroughs of Jiangyi, without doubt, were special to the pinnacle. 7th heavenly layer, fusion previous generation God bone. 8 heavy days, drinking to heart's content, celestial holy blood. 9th heavenly layer, was uses to reach 19 kinds of saint inflammations. Separately is representing the skeleton and flesh, and 3 transformations of vermilion bird soul. These 3 breakthroughs, 3 transformations, can without doubt for his forthcoming life and death boundary solid foundation. So long as takes celestial pill to coordinate, he can definitely have 90% hopes, past the life and death boundary smoothly. Moreover, the time will also fly. He continuously here? World Lord stands in the sky, coldly looks at the front summit, Jiangyi. The whole body roaring flame turns wells up, shoots up to the sky along with the violent power and influence, appears the dignified day bird outline. Indistinctly. She can look, this is in the impact boundary. If we're disturbed, likely abandoned him. Jiangyi, these 2 months continuously in this, more than 10 days ago starts to arrange to close up, must promote the boundary. Many people come out to testify one after another, the guard who even the Somalian mansion arranges also confirmed Jiangyi always here. World Lord felt strange, isn't Jiangyi? If he does, now should quibble in the waiting, is impossible to conduct such essential cultivation. This plays with one's life simply. It is not Jiangyi, but who can also be? Do some people need to shift blame? He is impossible. Blazing in heaven not to have such vicious person. Was Jiangyi works with others? He stays here to capture the attention. Intentionally, other person of stealth activities? For example, ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. The relations of Jiangyi with ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Exceptionally was probably intimate. In her mind, the ominous spirit period of 5 days looks like the wicked beast of momentarily out of control, is savage and brutal, besides Zhao, has not had the too deep contact with anybody. However, after Jiangyi arrives, the ominous spirit period of 5 days tolerates Jiangyi, probably especially. World Lord, some people asked for instructions, took Jiangyi, how to process. Waiting. World Lord hints the people to disperse. 3 celestial empress, the Somalian mansions, and 5 elders are still rescuing. Jiangyi breaks through 8 heavy day of barriers, success promote. Entered 9th heavenly layer. From life and death boundary, 1 pace. This smooth breakthrough, the most direct effect is the large scale enhancement of vermilion bird soul. From this involves the monster fire, the range and bloodshed self-strength. Of strength and consciousness, sea of might and vermilion bird inheritance. Even sea of chi remnant blade. Your this is. Jiangyi strange, periphery looks threatens the tide of people that. Several thousand over 10,000 people, encircle airtight the summit sky. Blazing heaven world lord to arrive to Jiangyi in front, coldly visits him. Somalian mansion refined the pill of immortality failure, backlashed. Jiangyi has a look at her, has a look at the surrounding person, then? Some matter cause people at the critical moment of their refine the pill of immortality, sneak attacked the underground execution ground, stole inside. Saint Flame Day fire. Again then? What feelings do you have? Feelings. Jiang Yi hesitated under, can he also be saved? Can be saved. But was waste. Can restore most even if the heaven pitted. Too pitifully. Jiang Yi shakes the head, cannot discard unexpectedly. Thoroughly. Was a pity very much. He once was the South revered the Lord, arrogant pill. Saint, when he woke only may have pill baptismal name number, this will make her live to might as well die. World Lord said, many refine the pill of immortality masters, feel regret. The injury in Somalian mansion is serious, from Sea of Chi to meridians, nearly entire broken. Although good fortune pill has the effect of restoring the meridians, but the effect limits before the life and death boundary military. After life and death boundary, the Sea of Chi is stable, tends to be mature, blends with various whole body aspect depths, the good fortune pill effect is weak. What he needs is the quasi-excellent works, even as the valuable medicine. Recuperation of excellent works rank. Dong faction there has one, but they are not willing to take. Blazing heaven only to be able from the interior to collect the material. Sought the material to warring states Xinghua, strove to refine as soon as possible. However, the time drags for day, the injury serious point, over 2 months. Later, even if can rescue, should still stay behind the serious hidden danger. As for other 5 elders, they do not have so many medicinal herbs, can only take other elixir, then met one's fate with resignation. Jiang Yi curls the lip, has not said anything. World Lord bends down slightly, coldly observes closely, Jiang Yi, you do not feel to him, was too cruel? Are you asking me? Does here have others? If is asking me, I will certainly say, gets what one deserves. He should withstand such suffering. Living to might as well die. He, your temper. Enough vicious. World Lord smiled, actually sneers. Increases several points to the dislike of Jiang Yi at heart again. Jiang Yi welcomed the World Lord vision, smiled, sneered, I should say that was a pity? You should certainly say that was a pity. Others can, I unable. Why can't you? Why did you say? Another day my slaughter you flaming heaven, your father, your children and your man, seizes completely, hangs in the room, ignites the cauldron. Daily digs their meat, to put their blood, to extract their marrow, is used. For the refine the pill of immortality. You such benevolent person, will definitely smile with saying, can complete. To continue to dig, to continue to put, tired drink, to make tea. Dissolute. The surrounding refine the pill of immortality master collective. Angrily rebukes. Jiang Yi remains unmoved, the expression is gradually fierce, this is the Somalian mansion to the matter that I do, this is in the Li Fire Holy Land Day. Hot Palace the matter of 10 years ago, they violate the Holy Land custom, divided my sect gate. Massacres several thousand elder disciples, catches my foster father, snatches my friend, Hung suffered several months in the day Hot Palace, livingly. Daily lets blood digs the meat, the cramp skins, breaks the bone to pull out the marrow, only to study a pill technique. One flock of damned domestic animal. The degenerate in refine the pill of immortality master. Do you flaming heaven not to know this matter? Said that I am cruel? I. The World Lord brow tight wrinkle, the surroundings people collective is silent. They know that this matter was only. The time is too long, forgets. What? In the impression is profound is only Jiang Yi, flooding desolate Main Yuan. World Lord looked at each other while with Jiang Yi, you acknowledged that was. You harmed the Somalian mansion? What did I acknowledge? I sit here for 2 months, cultivates the hermetic Art, the promotion boundary, opened eyes as you interrogates me in a threatening manner, what I? The acknowledgement. Jiang-yi, as you do. You were clear, I am clearer. With a wish to incriminate, has no lack of a pretext. Invited world lord. Handled me publicly. You really think that I don't dare? Here blazing heaven, I also belong to flaming heaven, you have the right to do anything, including killing me. I want to keep several points of face countenance to you, you actually so do. Not know good from bad. Flaming heaven world lord to be enraged, interrogated loudly, I flaming heaven receive elder, not only what looks is pill technique, is the conduct. Your Jiang-yi causes trouble outside innumerably, humiliation female, cruel. Bad, forcing them to give birth to you. I deflaming the name of heaven world lord today, expels to flaming heaven. You wish. The people are in a tumult, this matter? This lunatic is simply crazed. Jiang-yi sets out, wait. You can handle me casually, but you questioned that. My conduct, the father must say with you. Which female did I humiliate? Chaos Purple Mansion head of the clan's daughter, Yu Qingqing, Supreme Jean. Qing City host's daughter, Permits Pill. 10,000 God, Saint King Younger. Sisters. Front 2, were humiliated by you give birth, following was direct. This is 10,000 God sends people to flaming the reason of heaven, they must lead you to leave, investigate Saint Younger Sister, King, the cause of death. But wife who your ambush, robs, 10,000 God day, successor, tricky cold. Fronts halfway forcefully, 9th lunar month, dynasty princess desolately. World Lord berated loudly, announced the audience. When the overlord said the Jiang-yi evil conduct, she loathed Jiang-yi extremely, if we're not the old ancestor is pressing, she has delivered. Now Jiang-yi plans the Somalian mansion blatantly, causes many casualties, she is driven beyond the limits of forbearance. Today even the old ancestor comes, she must go out the Jiang-yi bang. The people are in a tumult again, unbelievable looks at Jiang-yi. Too bad, was too crazy. Simply is the degenerate in refine the pill of immortality master. Chapter 909, is unforgivable. Expels to flaming heaven. Blazing heaven, not to receive the degenerate. Get lost, not flaming in heaven discredits. Does not know that is who begins, the increasing number of people shout. Loudly. Burning with rage. The Jiang-yi brow wrinkle is tighter, the complexion is also getting more and more ugly, who told you? The grandsons of 10,000 God, second elder, day successor tricky cold. Front. What words did you have to say? World Lord, I only want to ask that are you big this year? You analyzed. That a person adjudicates a matter, is how many words that because others opens the mouth comes? I suddenly discovered, blazing heaven world lord solemnly, is very weak. You were respected, be used to it, what roughness without experiencing, hasn't understood the worldly wisdom? His Diao Lungfeng said that I humiliate the female of royalty, did you believe? Tricky cold front by the sovereign said that the name takes an oath. Sovereign said. You. Many people slightly changed, did this lunatic actually insult the sovereign? To say blatantly? Yu Qingqing here, permit staying here. However, Jiang-yi you beautiful woman and permits pill, takes completely from bronze. Inside the tower. Two females are startled slightly, such big battle formation? Did he also really grasp? Many people call out in alarm, this lunatic enough. The daughters of royal head of the clan dares to spoil. Under I introduced to you, this was Yu Qingqing, the Chaos Purple Mansion. Mansion Lord 7th female. Between I and Chaos Purple government offices have a special contact, this is They give me. However, we have reconciled, they also wait to greet you. Qingqing Southwest Territory. Permit's pill, because of the special reason, handed over in my hand. However, she fell in love with my apprentice, until now many years. She misses homeland. Now, I am just about to deliver her to leave. As for that elder who Diao Lingfeng said that she called Xiang Wanqing, was persecuted by the god, married forcefully, oneself could not withstand the shame clothing/taking, to be violently poisonous. Before because only at the point of death, has had the contact with me, is the suspicion I kills? Jiang Yi said, hints under to you Qingqing and Permit's pill, I said right? Two females nodded one after another, approved the Jiang Yi words. The excited tight surrounding atmosphere is slightly relaxing, refine the pill of immortality master men changes the attitude quickly, in other words, Jiang Yi seems like very honest, how possibly to make the matter that beast is inferior. The world lord complexion actually becomes ugly. Does tricky cold front that brat deceive her? Jiang Yi takes in the bronze tower Yu Qingqing and Permit's pill, welcomed. World lord to walk, does world lord receive elder, actually also pay great attention to the conduct? You did not feel that on the face is much more bashful? You received the Somalian mansion time, paid great attention to the conduct? The Somalian mansion, for the refine the pill of immortality, catches my members of the same family, cramps to skin by the living person studies pill technique, this cruel bad conduct, without doubt, is the shame of refine the pill of immortality, can you accept unexpectedly? The Somalian mansion is South Holy Land Lord, is Central Holy Land in the southern most important head, actually does not attend to the ancestor teaching, rebels, and flees Holy Land, just before leaving first also plundered Holy Land several thousand years of resources, did he work as the family/home Holy Land? Such being perfidious, the selfish conduct, makes the blood boil. Simply, you can accept unexpectedly, but also trains in high-profile manner? You are concerned only about profit obviously, but also flaunted oneself, just noble, you are really feel all right. Jiang Yi. You are dissolute. Lots of guards angrily rebuke loudly, this bastard dares to question their world lord unexpectedly in the presence of everyone. Jiang Yi he sneers, this honored did world lord actually question my conduct? I questioned your conduct. Blazing heaven to take the Southwest royalty and refine the pill of immortality master Zhigao Palace, but also said that the 13th sovereign said that should be the honest honored symbol, actually tolerates outside blossoming building? Myriad innocent females, day and night in flowered building by humiliation. Thanks to you are a woman? You do not know, is blind, can you accept? Can you expel me? The father has not been willing to serve. Before I come to here, the respect has flaming heaven, finally arrived. Here. One crowd of what gadget? Disgusting his mother opens the door. Disgustingly, nausea to family/home. Licked a rotten face saying that I did humiliate the woman? You're really important. You tolerate the two countries' nobilities to open the flowered building, makes money to buy the medicine, you special hasn't been humiliating the woman? In the flower building that group of females pitiful yell, can't you hear? That crowd of female each pitiful yells, have your half of merit. You flaming each elixir that heaven refining up, brings the blood of that group of women, you must buy the scourge. Jiang Yi bellowed, makes an effort to grasp to break to pieces four and other jade symbols, was falling to the face of world lord. Audience atmosphere suddenly one static, everyone by this sudden angrily rebuking controlling. I. The Father does not serve. Jiangyi soars, condenses the hot wing, leaves blazing heaven. Blazing heaven world lord to stand in the summit gloomy, the complexion like the water, in the sleeve, both hands makes an effort to get hold. Has never had the anger turns in the chest cavity wells up. World lord, cannot make Jiangyi walk. Too dissolute, simply to flaming. Heaven does not have the awe. World lord, Jiangyi was excessive. Insulted you, the insult, flaming heaven. Unforgivable. Many refine the pill of immortality masters, petitioned forward. The guards are in a tumult, this boy was too crazy, points at world lord too. Shout abuse unexpectedly, what during the spoken languages insulted was entire. Blazing heaven. Takes to me. World lord both hands get hold, eyes blood red, suddenly. Bellows. Yes. Is. Takes the tricky cold front to me. Dares to deceive the old lady, he was. Exactly chatty. The audience are suddenly peaceful, with whom? Immediately. Immediately. Holds down to me, drags. The overlord, making him. Roll to me, go away. Comes in. World lord really could not bear. The overlords actually take her with the tricky cold front, when the fool does. Play? By the god reputation / honorary guarantee, the pinnacle frames by planting. Stolen goods on. If not overlord that several words, she is not the extent that to loathe Jiang. Finally in the end, at all isn't that a matter? Harms her before everyone disgraceful. Unforgivable. Special def? Takes to me. Transmitting orders Sky Xinghua, all sent out. Took the tricky cold front to me, took the overlord. Who dares to neglect, expels to flaming heaven. Who dares to revolt, kills. Does not have. Amnesty. The world lord angry scream, resounds through the hills, awakened all guards. When several hundred over 1,000 guards soar, hunt, Jiangyi of unclear situation exhibits the stance immediately, the preparation fights. Come. The Jiangyi release roaring flame bellows loudly. Finally. They threaten, combative, actually all flies from him, looked that has not visited him. Jiangyi is bewildered, blind? Can't see me? Jiangyi, did not use. World lord asked you to pass. The refine the pill of. Immortality masters of Zhao faction, catch up with Jiangyi, visits hot. Tempered him, helpless shaking the head. Was so polite? A Jiangyi brow wrinkle. Don't being unable to withstand that flaming heaven thinks. Did they do? Invited Diao Lingfeng, overlord, blazing heaven, world lord wanted you to. Confront face to face, explained clearly the matter. If were they falsely accused you, world lord will process them severely, but if you really had the issue, world lord also processed you with the discipline. I am disinclined to confront with them. Jiangyi turns around to leave. The refine the pill of immortality master blocks Jiangyi, do not work as the fool us, you must raise a disturbance, seize the chance to leave, desalinate. You to frame the crime of Somalian mansion. Words do not speak irresponsibly, the bitter experience of Somalian mansion has nothing to do with me. Although I do not know how you achieve, but the ceremonial fire day of flame. In underground execution ground should be you robs. You also make the chance. With them, promoted the boundary. The refine the pill of immortality master, shakes the head, the breakthrough of. High rank soul boundary is difficult, particularly 8 heavy days to 9th. Heavenly layer, need the specially big chance, Jiangyi was impossible to cultivate for several days to break through with ease. I break through with the holy blood. Did you forget Xiao Jia, to kill the 4th saint ancestor? I had many holy blood, enough I break through ninth. Heavenly layer. The reason is very compelling. But as you do. Does not have the evidence, do not speak irresponsibly. You are truly intelligent, injure someone can achieve flawlessly, but is. You do. To refine the pill of immortality master, tie hand invited, walks, world lord. Has been waiting for you. Jiangyi shakes the head, your world lord conduct has the issue, I do not. See. World lord is young, the temperament is also hot-tempered, works willfully. But also is fair, please. Is she big? 23. 23? Whom you deceive. The Jiangyi expression is strange, when 23 years old. World Lord? He also thinks that was like no return Holy Lord, using anything. To be stationed in the face technique. Our World Lord situation is very special. Walks, I lead you to pass. Chapter 9-10, punishes the Overlord. Blazing in the deep valley of heaven deep place. Jiangyi pulls a long face, looks at front cold Qiao World Lord. World Lord also pulls a long face, looks Jiangyi, that front whole face. Refuses to accept. How do you achieve? It is not I does. I cannot punish you. You said how you do achieve? My anything has not done. You did, but has not left behind the clue. It is not I does. Second-rate elder was abandoned, according to the custom, must certainly thoroughly investigate. Blazing heaven to have the criminal law army, if I make them investigate independently, depends on, suspected that you 3 characters, can buckle your 10 years 8 years. Body was not fearing that the shadow is slanting. Is your body positive? The woman compared with red chamber is at least positive. Dissolute. You talk nonsense, I also look down upon you. You when really, I don't dare to tidy up you. Tidies up casually, you kill me, I look down upon you in the same old way. You do not match, when World Lord, you flaming heaven, not to match, 13 sovereigns. To say, these 4 characters. I with do not match, is not you appraises. However, your destiny, I can decide. No matter the confrontation result how, you must accept the criminal law army to investigate today. Casual, can check the evidence, calculates that I lose. You really think flawlessness that oneself make? On your neck is hanging. Bronze inside the tower is hiding the person, I can make a bet, the saint. Flame day fire in underground execution ground and inside. Do you dare to make me inspect? Does my thing, why make you check? I also felt that you stole my thing, is hiding in your clothes, do you dare to make me dig up? Dissolute. Little gives me to come this set. Little fellow, what understanding is honors the teacher and respects his teachings. You work as are all flaming the surface of heaven, insulted my conduct, you were not worth me respecting, you are concerned only about profit, receive. Somalian mansion, that degenerate, you are not worth me respecting, you tolerate outside blossoming building Xuanzang money, every large or small 78. You are not worth me respecting. In the dense fog of corner, spreads the slight cough sound. 2 people were peaceful, confrontation that continues to be dumbfounded. Good long time, blazing heaven world lord saying, put you ching ching. Do you want to do? Examines the body. What? Do you have to bump her? I must examine the body. Am I special growing a hooligan face? Tricky cold front is impossible to take the god reputation, / honorary to make. The guarantee with no reason at all. Because World Lord believes the words of Overlord, misunderstood Jiangyi, will therefore not easily believe the Jiang Yi words again. Jiang Yi hesitated. Put Yu Qingqing, she must inspect your body. Why? Yu Qingqing conflicts. Goes in her, do not speak at a venture. Your fifth brother they are still waiting for you in the inn territory. Quick, World Lord, lead Yu Qingqing to come out, the complexion is slightly moderate. Jiang Yi received Yu Qingqing, to continue to confront indifferently. Shortly, Overlord and Tricky Cold Front please to Deep Valley. They want the unclear situation, goes to grasping the person actually does. Not dare is too uncouthly, after all the opposite party is the Overlord and Sovereign, says the successor. Therefore the Overlord and Tricky Cold Front think that was World Lord made the decision, prepared to give them Jiang Yi. He, Jiang Yi met. Diao Lingfeng noticed that the Jiang Yi complexion is very ugly, in heart calm. Desolately makes me wait her to give regards to you. Jiang Yi exciting. Say/way unrestrained/ no trace of politeness. The complexion of Tricky Cold Front is gradually cloudy, you, if touched her soft body hair, I must dig up your skin. Really pitiful, but also the Sovereign said heaven's chosen. First on the ground admits defeat by kneeling that my woman hits, then the brazen-faced and shameless violation withdraws, from afar chases down me, finally did to lose. Including own women. You're this shoddy performance, making me question heaven's chosen that all. Sovereign said that was any goods. Depends on you, said with the question Sovereign. If I am you, has rolled, please a fiercer character to draw the face. Countenance. At death's door also obstinate argumentative. World Lord, since you made the decision, I bring Jiang Yi to leave today. If determined that he are not related with the deaths of our elder, I will deliver again, if determines to have the relations, we for flaming in heaven cleaning up gateway. World Lord indifferent rejection, first do not worry. The Tricky Cold Front raises the head slightly, what issue does World Lord have? I waited for 2 months, to give to flaming the heaven face here, if you also want to delay, perhaps God there did want the faction people to come? Jiang Yi inside cold snort/hum, whom sends? Sends the day of Fox Saint King? You to control Xiang Wanqing, assign the revelation battlefield day Fox Saint King especially ahead of time, finally, Xiang Wanqing died. If she knows that own younger sister died, what first investigates is the responsibility of God. As for me, she is clear what's the matter. Diao Lingfeng the swift and fierce vision sweeps to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, do you dare to be responsible for the words that oneself spoke? I am certainly responsible for. Do you dare to be responsible for actually? Or, we are waiting here, waits for the day of Fox Saint King to come. Personally? You have a look at her, is a palm of the hand pat you, catches me. To walk. You. Do not think that I do not know your dirty matters. Jiang Yi casts aside. Blunt. Bravo who near your one desolate slightly comes out, with disgust the Sovereign to say absurdly? Tricky Cold Front, haven't you understood? I know one feared. The status that you keep aloof cannot frighten me. If this stance, which day dies again be careful in my hands. We waited and saw, whom having a look at to die in whose hand. World Lord looks at their quarrels indifferently, basically yes, what's the matter? That elder and Tricky Cold Front mouth, truly with some Jiang Yi relations, but the cause of death has nothing to do with Jiang Yi. This Sovereign said that the boy in order to takes away Jiang Yi, the mouthful lie, her, when the fool plays. World Lord shoots a look at to the Overlord, the complexion of this old fogey also had some changes, closely is staring at the Tricky Cold Front. Also, evidently, listen to other meanings from their dialogues. Overlord, comes. World Lord set out, moved toward nearby stone gate, vanished in the dense fog. The overlords follow close on to walk, after World Lord salutes, to inside. Little old man bid a ritual, old ancestor. Overlord, your age one big, guards to flaming heaven also to perform high service through hard work, this World Lord keeps a face to you. Did not have the bystander, World Lord no longer to conceal, the complexion was gloomy, tone ice colder, you do not know the situation, was deceived by. Diao Lingfeng, received his advantage, forms a partnership to deceive me? The overlord brow big wrinkle, quickly salutes, World Lord. Dominates the palace generation guard to flaming heaven, dedicates, under overlord your family place, is loyal and devoted to World Lord. Tricky cold front to the words that Jiang Yi spoke, did you understand what is heard? Was roughly clear. The death of Diao Lingfeng mouth their elder, should not relate with Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi was also involved in the certain secret things of God, the God should not give up. Jiang Yi humiliates too big royal head of the clan's daughter's matter, did you verify this? I verified actually. Yu Qingcong, permits pill, because of the special reason had involving with Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi deducts them, has not exerted the humiliation, does not exist to have the children. Jiang Yi, this goes to the territory, is to meet with the Chaos Purple Mansion. Their people have been waiting to meet Yu Qingqing. But permits pill, falls in love to elope with the Jiang Yi apprentice, is uninterested with Jiang Yi. World Lord moves toward the overlord, the short distance is staring at him. What feelings do you have? The overlord brow wrinkle is tighter, how like this, all will be false. Is the tricky cold front entire journey, deceiving him? You are an overlord, blazing the heaven-high level, you are very clear our customs. Deceives World Lord, depending on you, transmits the false information, frames to flaming heaven 4 and other elders, I can manage. You. The overlords retrocede hastily too, knees down, I do not have checking. Readily believes that others the word, is willing the lead, to punish. Good, yourself said. Although World Lord seems like a delicate miss, is actually filling the powerful power and influence. First, you handle the tricky cold front. Personally, all consequences, you undertake full power. Next, I give you 10 days of time, arranges 3 St. Pill, the visit Southwest Sovereign said. Personally, immemorial temple. Chapter 911, detains forcefully. 3. St. Pill? The overlord corner of the eye twitches, but is defending. World Lord and ancestor, he really does not dare to be disobedient, asked. World Lord to tell, what 3 St. Pill do need to trade from the temple? Trades a guarantee. The Northwest Sovereign said that cannot in any reason any way meddles the Southwest business. This king exhausts ability. The overlords brace oneself to withdraw from the dense fog, the heart in the drop blood, 3 St. Pill, dominate in the palace to hide 1, but only this, wants to seek 2 again, can only pray for rescue from various factions, not only needs to arrange the material, must owe the big favor. This digs up his skin, simply. Damn tricky cold front. Wait. What matter does World Lord have? The overlords salute respectfully, although Front World Lord is only 23 years old, however the special secret makes him not dare to have any heart of disrespecting. The flower building of warring states, closed/pass completely. This inside miss, relieves the serval status completely, you process personally. The overlord complexion is ugly, do I process personally? Solemn overlord. Personally processing flower building business? If you process not well, I delegated ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion processing. This King Ding fulfills the World Lord expectation. The overlords hurry to take a stand. Diao Lingfeng confronts with Jiangyi outside, in the look all disdains. So long as blazing heaven to comply, he detains Jiangyi to leave immediately. Several days ago, the powerhouse of God has arrived, outside city half-saint. Ambushes. 9th lunar month, the powerhouse of dynasty, came several hundred people. Jiangyi is unable to escape even with wings. Young Master Diao Lingfeng. The overlords are suppressing the anger, goes out of the dense fog. Reached an agreement? Is we carry off Jiangyi, blazing heaven to accompany to go? The tricky cold front is blinking to the overlord gently, among them has made, so long as can carry off Jiangyi smoothly, the god thanked surely. Again. Young Master Diao, you implicated falsely flaming heaven 4 and other elder reputations, to deceive the warring states overlord and provocation to flaming heaven world lord, total 3 charges. Immediately, you will be being been flaming heaven by the detention. When 10,000 gods apologized, when put you to leave. The overlords are suppressing the anger, tried the tricky cold front. The smile of tricky cold front stiff on face, but also thinks that misunderstood, also asked the overlord to say again. World Lord inspects personally, Yu Qingqing miss is the intact body, permits. Pill the miss falls in love with the Jiangyi apprentice. The chaos purple. Mansion will soon greet Yu Qingqing, permits pill, the miss will also soon go home. You spoke irresponsibly Jiangyi to humiliate them, was forced to give birth? The death of God Elder does not have the least bit to relate with Jiangyi. This does not shame us to flaming the Heaven Elder reputation, / honorary, what is also? You use this dirty trick, urging me to enter blazing heaven to seize Jiangyi. What doesn't deceive me is you with my hand, threaten World Lord, this is not the provocation blazing heaven is anything. I flaming heaven, although is not the sovereign said that, but also is Southwest the royalty, in the great reputation, far transfer the territory. Land is not one's turn you so to bully. The overlords arrive in front of the tricky cold front, the vast tyrant. Potential is not depressing, such as the rivers and streams' vastness. Turbulently, the surging deep valley, starting the space tide is overlapped. The tricky cold front was pressed layer upon layer retrocedes, is pale, body. Unconscious shivers. Jiangyi. Jiangyi shames Yu Qingqing and permits. Pill, this is. You keep this. When the God comes the person, when you walk, the attitude of God, decided whether you can leave completely flaming heaven. Overlord calls out, the sound tide anger volume, shakes the mountains and rivers, such as 9 days of startling thunderclap tearing, are void, crash. Deep valley. The tricky cold front whole body shivers all over, at the scene stupor. Jiangyi was been impeded by overlord the vitality of power and influence. Impact, the spirit of vermilion bird almost regains consciousness. However, does the overlord detain the tricky cold front unexpectedly? This absolutely was the unexpected pleasant surprise. The overlord complexion is gloomy, grasps the tricky cold front to soar to leave. World Lord walks from the dense fog, you can walk. Said goodbye. Jiangyi has not thought that this World Lord can unexpectedly. Correction stance, not like other directors of influence impenetrably. Thick head, clear, ly, knows that also wanted to save face at all costs. Mistakenly. Wait. World Lord stops by calling Jiangyi. The Jiangyi second returns, the matter of Somalian mansion has nothing to do with me. Has the relations with you, your I am very clear. I only asked you, your high sounding talk entered blazing heaven, really cultivates the hermetic art? That, natural. Jiangyi hurries to guarantee. If to be honest, we're equal to cheating. The tricky cold front learns from another's mistakes. That is good. Retains the jade symbol of elder, forever remains to flaming heaven. I withdraw on own initiative. Why? Flaming heaven disappointed me. World Lord is angry, Jiangyi, you felt entire day under you are intelligent. Are others the fools? You use a mortal pill and your value make the transaction, infiltrates blazing heaven, uses to flaming the famous prestige of heaven, to ease the great wilderness crisis again, then ambushes patiently for 2 months, waits for the Somalian mansion, to refine a mortal pill, sneak attacks the underground execution ground, confuses the refine the pill of immortality, discards the Somalian mansions, and 10-second elder. After completing the goal, kicks up a fuss intentionally, pretends to leave. Angrily, probably we put in great inconvenience to you. Your repertoire plays is very skilled, but this behavior is the typical swindling and abducting and dismantling the bridge after crossing. The Jiangyi face is thick-skinned, shoulders. You receive me, regards as important immortal pill, was the Zhao faction made the transaction with you. You think can control me, finally actually taking a rash step. Our two, and you too. Also, I am true hand over immortal pill, does not raise the pants not to give money. World Lord pulls a long face with Jiangyi confronts, has a not being able to say strange feeling at heart. Possibly was being sick stodgy senile, refine the pill of immortality master. Men daily, at this moment, feeling this was not concerned about face suddenly. Does not want the fellow of skin vary to her appetite. In the decayed arid life, were many a rare pleasure. Jiangyi is welcoming the World Lord vision, the domineering confronts. A little is at heart anxious, this woman gives him a being subject to changing moods feeling, is not affable. In the dense fog spreads several to cough lightly, reminds World Lord. In the World Lord's sleeve is grasping the jade symbol, this is the man old. Before his time arranges. To the reputation of Jiangyi enrolling reputation. Elder, then puts him to leave. However, World Lord is grasping the jade symbol, does not want to give. To keep here. Jiangyi, on the contrary, looks for not to fear that her person, quarreled to recover from fatigue daily, was very seemingly good. The man olds before his time stand in the dense fog cough, the sound proposed. Several points. World Lord has not managed, Jiangyi actually shot a look at the eye toward the dense fog. The little old man makes an effort to cough, really feared that her witch muscle has not built right, directly Jiangyi rumbling. The World Lord consideration over and over, jade rune/symbol show, took out the pure purple jade symbol from the space ring, wants? Third-class elder jade symbol. Does not want. Jiangyi is very simple. You must want. Does not want. You must also probably want, cannot want. Can this thing also buy and sell, by using compulsion? I, if not force you to remain to flaming heaven, you do want. Wants. Jiangyi wants certainly, this simply is the charm amulet, but where has this type the matter? First, you can flaming heaven, but if blazing heaven to have the need, you must return unconditionally. Second, you can use the jade symbol self-preservation, but cannot take jade representative rune/symbol, to flaming heaven, to run amok. Third, regularly flaming heaven returns to quasi-excellent works elixir. Every year 3, after you can refine excellent works elixir, every year. Did you go mad because of poverty? Jiang Yi hears, to stare, every year 3? Where have lain so many medicinal herbs, does he go to? The fourth point, you, so long as accepts the jade symbol, blazing the person of heaven, must be flaming the custom of heaven. For example, respects world Lord. Jiang Yi hesitated, if really can have the jade symbol to leave, no matter in south, entered the territory, no one dares to harm him absolutely blatantly. But, 3 quasi-excellent works elixir, he will not need to do from now on. Every year other, sought for the medicinal herb everywhere. Very difficult? You more than 10 quasi-excellent works elixir, that plunders. From the north? Has used up. In condition adds 5th again, cannot deceive World Lord. World Lord did not certainly believe Jiang Yi to use up. 2. Most 2. 3. Is impossible, my loner, where makes so many medicinal herbs. Takes by force and deceits, the swindling and abducting, you excel. Please respect me. 2. I can only take 2. Chapter 9:12, Secret. After one bargained back and forth, Jiang Yi finally buy 2 quasi-excellent works elixir conditions, buying to the jade symbol right of use of 3rd class elder. The development somewhat comes as a surprise to Jiang Yi. This woman is not only subject to changing moods, weak-willful, the thinking mode is not quite like the normal person. This character is possible, when World Lord how can also obtain the awes of so many people. Is so, more explained that she has the extremely special status. Moreover, this changeable person, often is very dangerous. Because you ponder over airtight. We scheduled good 4 conditions you must strictly observe, otherwise I can receive your jade symbol momentarily, then announce to the world, you with flaming in heaven do not have the least bit to relate. That is natural, I most obeyed the custom. Jiang Yi hangs the jade symbol. Said goodbye to leave. Wait, did I ask you to leave? According to the first custom, I can flaming heaven. Behind the first custom rites is very clear, blazing heaven, if needed, you must return unconditionally. Do you have the need? Jiang Yi knits the brows slightly. I have the need. Having to need to look for the man, I do not sell into servitude. Jiang Yi turns around to walk. You halt to me. What matter do you have? I give your privilege, unprecedented. Do we at least need to chat well? First, I must know your spirit mark. Burns a day of bird. You, when I haven't seen have burned a day of bird? You close up, the firebird. Outline that spirit mark shows looks like very much burns a day of bird, but does not burn a day of bird. Outline that spirit mark shows with some true monster beast differences. You had swallowed the een spirit wicked fire in Li fire holy land, then camouflage Jian Lu. However, burns a day of bird not to swallow other flame. The abilities. I can swallow the flame, with spirit mark irrelevant, in cultivates the merit. Secret art to be related with cultivation. The Jiang Yi very simple finding. Excuse, without the half a point hesitates. What merit secret art? You said that your Y 23 years old can become World Lord, I told you merit. Secret art that cultivation. What kind of? You, if this attitude, I may want needing many years several days. Jiang Yi felt suddenly oneself were swindled. If this woman on need one time, he were stranded regularly, is flaming in heaven? Yourself said that did I find the way to make you say? World Lord 8-2. Decide Jiang Yi, used the trick with me, you also missed. I need to change the rule. Late. You had accepted the jade symbol, must obey the custom. Changes slightly, gives me to select the freedom, you also rest. If you need. Daily, I am very tired. In the dense fog spreads the cough sound, the little old man more listened. In not to the taste. These two children have not noticed, is intentionally? At this time, Sand Clever of Sky Xinghua rushed to hear. Xinghua, Sand Clever, see World Lord Sand Clever knees down, respects her. World Lord. What matter? World Lord restores the dignified stance, looks at Sand Clever. Indifferently. The Great Wilderness War ended. Finally. Jiang Yi closely examines immediately to plan the Somalian mansion. He oneself 2 months, knew nothing about outside situation sleepily here. Comes to discuss with me. World Lord turns around to enter the dense fog. Yes, Sand Clever sets out, follows quickly. Wait. Here can't discuss? I am not a bystander. Do you want to listen? World Lord turned head, shot a look at his one eyes. I want certainly to listen. That we just talked. Can you a little World Lord stance? Takes advantage interestingly? Very interesting. Okay, you go to discuss, that I do not listen. The Jiang Yi eyeball transferred. The revolutions, wants to seize the chance to sneak off. I take your 20 days. You are serving in this well. The World Lord scheduled time, turns around to enter the dense fog. Sand Clever, the brow slightly wrinkle, World Lord just words were a little aggressive, was I once? Jiang Yi is helpless, good, I said that the merit secret art that I cultivation is very special, can stimulate my bloodline's potential, initiating spirit mark to transform, I can turn into day, to a great extent relies on the merit secret art. As for as anything, I really cannot say. Sand Clever surprise looks at Jiang Yi, can cause the merit secret art that spirit mark transforms? World Lord questioned, in does world have such merit secret art? How I have not listened. If everyone knows, everyone can create the miracle? World Lord Doubt looked at little while Jiang Yi, no longer demanded, Sand Clever, said. Reported World Lord. The Great Wilderness event ended on the 13th officially. This fought the Guhua's 5th saint ancestors and 2.5 saints, as well as more than 1,000 powerhouses died in battle. Finally in several days, Supreme Jinqing and Guhua royalty jointly assigns 3 saint ancestors, kills Great Wilderness. However Qiao sneaks the Great Wilderness abyss, uses their special strength. Shouldered 3 saint ancestors to besiege. The period of March/3 months has not arrived, they withdrew, Great Wilderness ahead of time, announced the action failure. Good. Good. The Jiang Yi excited whole body exudes a heat flow. The 5th saint ancestor died, 2.5 saints, this without doubt is the richest spoils of war. Can make the Qiao evil person valley the overall strength, promote one time. Even must be more. Does the World Lord surprise, what in the Great Wilderness abyss have much? Can coordinate the Qiao evil person valley instead to kill the sage half-saint. Unexpectedly, but can also resist besieging of 3 sages. Must know the sage, but in common people eyes to exists high, except for the revelation battlefield of keeping aloof, other places little had the sage. Death extremely. But short in 6 months, died unexpectedly too. Sanding Dao, after the Great Wilderness War ends, Central Crepe Myrtle Holy Land suddenly announced that comprehensively cleans up Great Wilderness, any migrant workers cannot stop over. Otherwise, regards as provokes Holy Land. Will process severely. After that the Qiao Evil Person Valley is missing mystically, Guhua Imperial City Supreme Jinqing starts jointly to hunt down. World Lord nods slowly, unexpected, many are expected. Now under the entire day can guess correctly, the no return Holy Lord true. Goal, if Central Holy Land does not make anything, is very easy to fall the person to denounce, makes one to criticize. World Lord observes closely, Jiang-yi, what in great wilderness has secret. Your house so many secrets? Depends on this secret to live. Secret are too many, be careful cannot shoulder, dies in the secret. If all right, I first did walk? Jiang-yi guessed that the present warring states were very definitely lively. Calculates the time, should come. God, 9th lunar month, Gu Hua, Supreme Jinqing wait, /etc. Most makes his anxious azure even store, the back master should also to come. Within 2 months, cannot leave the warring states. Moreover, is within call. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Are you actually living? Cho Seung is waiting to look how blazing heaven. There to punish Jiang-yi, finally did he openly walk unexpectedly? I have not made a mistake, why cannot come out? Jiang-yi bumped the jade symbol on neck. I only heard your crumb. She gave to trade newly. Jiang-yi smiles, intentionally jade rune /symbol. Reveal outside. During one's lifetime, somewhat compels to install. How do you achieve? Cho Seung really took this buddy. Jiang-yi builds on Cho Seung's shoulder. I inquired an issue to you. Cho Seung does not adapt to this affectionate action very much, said. Is World Lord only 23 years old? You said that also right. What do you mean? Her situation is very special. Said in detail? This blazing the secret of heaven, do not ask. My third-class elder, whole family. Your second-rate elder, still no qualifications knows even. Is so mystical? Flaming heaven to exist for tens of thousands years. Such long years. Studies the influence of pill technique, inside is hiding too many secrets. With the Southwest sovereign said that antique temple is the same, witnessed. Fluctuate of too many influence, we stand erect only not but actually. Cho Seung time at this point, gushes out the infinite pride at heart. However, looks at close at hand Jiang-yi this face, in the mind appears again. He on that day a series of spoken language attack. Chapter 913, Permits Pill Tears. Jiang-yi asked, 10,000 God, the 9th lunar month dynasty, and did Gu Hua palace walls, come the warring states? They sent the representative, now lives in the city. 10,000 gods are the biological elder sister of tricky cold front, Diao. Lengyue. Excellent works spirit mark, soul boundary peak. 9th lunar month, the dynasty was the big imperial prince, desolate toward. Excellent works spirit mark, life and death boundary. Gu Hua Imperial City is the big imperial prince wife, the Su family survivor. Su Xian. The powerhouses of some of their also many accompaniment, ambushed and warring states outside wilderness. The Jiang-yi secretly thought sound is splendid. Did Supreme Jinqing come? Day spirit mark, permits to Thagata. Cho Seung raised permits rolai the expression somewhat to be slightly unusual. He has been ahead of time with permits rolai contacted, once Buddha seal Saint Mark, the present Buddha day. Mark truly lives up to reputation. First leads me to go to be able permits to Thagata. The Jiang-yi consciousness reaches Bronze Tower second. Permits pill, asked. Finally did you really decide to leave? I want to go back to have a look. Permits donjon in the forest land, the attitude is firm. Li's whole face is bitter and astringent, so is why sudden? Before did not say that the number can enter the territory together? Jinqing definitely meddled the great wilderness matter, the time toad for a Long time, the hatred was more serious. If which day of Jinqing killed the Jiangyi family member, I feared that Jiangyi kills me to dispel anger. So many years, hadn't you understood the personality of master? Ma, you have not learned, will I understand him? I also asked that finally. Are you willing to follow me? Okay, I understood. I serve your so many years, when fed the dog permits pill. Is clenching teeth, was saying most hates most unfeeling the words, but her vision glitters slightly, does not dare to bump Liyin vision, the both hands. In sleeve is also gripping tightly, as far as possible control mood. The matter among us have not worked as the child's play, I am the sincerity. Is loving you, I also really hope that very much can treasure you forever. Can you wait again, 3 years? 5 years? Give me the time, I think certainly matter that the means process Jinqing, I will also arrive at. Jinqing, to discuss marriage personally, marries you sight. Permits pilled a short of breath angrily rebukes. 3 years 5 years? When? The time comes Jiangyi already with supreme Jinqing potential with water and fire, when really Jiangyi gets angry, must kill my time, can you block? Liyin looks dejected, was silent. Permits pill looks at his appearance, is at heart bitter and astringent, turns around to turn away from him. Liyin lip wriggles, whispered spookily, you first return to Jinqing. I will look your. Do not be naive, among us the sentiment is a dream. Now, the dream should awake. Permits pill entered in the jungle of cover completely, the suppressed tears flow copiously. Jiangyi sees Permits pill the attitude to be firm, no longer talked too much. Happened to with her persuading to quit Supreme Jinqing. Even if temporary. Under the Supreme Jinqing hold/container restaurant is located in the second city that dark green spirit Ho residence is. Symbolized the Jinqing status purple Qilin great wolf to surround the restaurant, the air/qi of strong slaughtering filled the long street, making the most block fall into peacefully. A month, always no one dares to approach here. When Cho Seung brings Jiangyi is arriving at this long street, outside the restaurant purple Qilin great wolf immediately sends out low and deep shouting. In the restaurant, great wolf is one after another vigilant, many Jinqing powerhouses open the eyes, the cold vision by the window, faced the same direction. Blazing heaven third-class elder, Jiangyi, visits Jinqing Buddha permits. Tathagata. Jiangyi from the report status, the resounding sound reverberates. In the long street. Does Jiangyi, flaming the elder of heaven? Also recognized third class? Tricky cold front and overlord, please do not enter flaming heaven, how not to take away him. He unexpectedly such splendid, came, was too rampant. Is a little strange. Supreme Jinqing's powerhouse reveal ominous light. Asked him to come. Permits Rolai sits cross-legged in the attic, whole body Foquang shines. Sacred dignified. Foquang glitters, the faintly myriad Buddha shadow twinkles, leave behind the indistinct and distant Buddha language. A person sits alone, as if 10,000 chanted sutras. The Buddhist image is dignified, making one be inspired. Jiangyi Cho Seong passes through is blocked at all levels, under the looks of several hundred double-play people gaze after arrive at the attic. Permits Tathagata, long time no see. Jiangyi entered the room. Here seems like the golden sea, shining Foquang as if infiltrated in the space. Let alone following Cho Seong, even Jiangyi felt the own sudden elusiveness was more peaceful. Congratulated Permits Rolai opens the eyes, the dignified seal glitters in the eye pupil, passes sends out shining Foquang. Jiangyi came out, the tricky cold front has not actually come out, explained. That blazing heaven, rather to offend 10,000 gods, is not willing to drop. Jiang Yi. This is in the Somalian mansion becomes under the situation of flaming the Heaven Elder. Has to acknowledge, Jiang Yi deals with the ability of accident is really at variance with the average man. Jiang Yi said directly, we were the old friends, did not need to circle. I want Police Supreme Jin Qing to withdraw from the south temporarily, in 6 months, cannot come back. Condition, permits to Tathagata, is also very simple. Among them truly does not need rubbish, because kills Jiang Yi is the wicked Buddha, only last wish is the gratitude and grudges that he must solve. I am willing to hand over Permit's pill. You are willing to release Permit's pill, I am very grateful, that, but Permit's pill is harmed, you are unable to make up forever. I had said in the Dark Kingdom the words stimulate you, she actually continuously well. Jiang Yi said, after bronze inside the towers, Permit's pill briefed the situation simply, from requested personally. You came. This moment that Permit's pill comes out truly, at heart does not. Abandoned to be suddenly intense, the eye uncontrolled was dim. She even wants to renege on a promise, wants to return to the bronze tower, wants to return. Sidely een, but, she makes an effort to clench teeth, bore forcefully. Permit's Rolai sets out, will question, Permit's pill actually walks, simple too. Words, he has not bumped me, my boundary was also the high-rank soul. Boundary. Permit's Rolai felt that Permit's pill's facial expression is somewhat unusual. Here was controlled by us, no one can force you, you can tell the truth. Permit's pill is impatient, I said is the truth. Jiang Yi said, I flaming the heaven third-class elder, you cannot carry off my. I hand over Permit's pill, temporarily sums, how later the bilateral relations should be or how. Permit's Rolai is silent, Permit's pill actually agitated say/way, am I unworthy? You to withdraw from the south? Permit's Rolai even more felt that Permit's pill has the issue. Permit's pill turns around to say to Jiang Yi, I decided for Permit's Rolai, you roll, we withdraw. Permit's Rolai shakes the head, said, we can withdraw, but Supreme Jin Qing will not finish with the matter of Qiao Evil Person Valley. Deal. Jiang Yi accepts the transaction, asked Permit's pill, what words also has to want me to bring? Last chance. No, go away. Permit's donjon to the window, is turning away from Jiang Yi, is suppressing the tears. Jiang Yi also felt that Permit's pill is very unusual, but has not thought so. Many, after Permit's Rolai determined good details, left the room. Bang! That moment that the door closes, Permit's pill, the tender body trembled. Lightly, makes an effort to get hold of the fist. She is suppressing the mood. Dimly, the eyes looks at outside the restaurant. Before long, Jiang Yi goes out of the restaurant, passes through the long street, vanished and becoming friends with the mood that until this moment, she insists with hardship crashes instantaneously. Wah. Permit's pill the tears flow copiously, squat weep bitterly on the ground. Loudly. Did Jiang Yi bully you? Spirit mark of Permit's Tathagata forehead glitters a purple light, the grave expression passed over gently and swiftly several. Fierceness, has probably any evil strength, to bud in the body. Woo woo, Permit's pill is shaking the head, actually more cries more sad. You suffered hardships, I can lead you to return to Jin Qing, Permit's Tathagata depresses the evil thought that lifts the hand to swing a folkwang. Touches Permit's pill the shoulder lightly, wants to comfort her mood. Do not bump me, Permit's pill screamed, both hands hold the head, weeps copiously. Permit's Rolai knits the brows slightly. This receives the humiliation? Permits Rolai right hand Foquang did in a big way, covered Permits pill. Do not bump me. Do not bump me. Permits pill works loose Foquang forcefully. Rushes out through the door, hides in nearby room, wails. Permits Rolai stands in the room, silently, the evil thought that just. Depressed emerges again, forehead purple light twinkle. Do two lives fluctuate? Permits, did pill have the pregnancy? Chapter 9:14, The Sudden Change, beheads Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, after Cho Seung turns around the street, stops in the alley. Li Yin leaves the bronze tower complex, the facial expression is looking at the restaurant in distant place. Master, can I also see her? You, if really wants to see her, no one can block you. If you do not want to see, a lot of reasons will convince themselves. I must see her. I must marry her. I must conquer Supreme Jinqing with my strength. I must make Supreme Jinqing approve me. I must marry her to come back sight. Your future, limitless. To marry her to grow diligently, do not make her, and others too long. My meeting. Li Yin makes an effort to make a fist, the vision is firm, pledged at heart. Starting today, marries you for the wife, is my lifetime dream. Jiang Yi turned ahead to look at Cho Seung, collected in a soft voice a language, this is the love should have the appearance that. Cho Seung thick eyebrows slightly wrinkle, what do you mean? You're alive having no merit to speak. You are sick. Times asked me to work, times shamed me. Sorry, could not bear. Jiang Yi always cannot help ganging up with him. Possibly is felt that poor strange Xueyan stayed here too to waste. Cho Seung makes an effort to get hold of the fist, bears the anger. If cannot be victorious, where he can receive this humiliation. This expression, I continuously hear for several months, quick must walk. Jiang Yi takes in the bronze tower. Li Yin goes out of the alley, we go to the first area, Kenguhua 9th lunar month, that group of people. Do you want to leave? Cho Seung half-step follows Jiang Yi, exudes an intense impulsion at heart suddenly. Here is too easy and comfortable, goes out to do. Jiang Yi joke. Is this easy and comfortable? Cho Seung is very speechless, what became by you noisily? The significance of life is to toss about, motionless, that is the tortoise. Are you also scolding me? You, stay here to struggle while your prince. The first area, the most luxurious restaurant was dominated under the palace. Package, gives 10,000 gods to temporarily reside. After Diao Lingfeng, please enter Blazing Heaven, Diao Lingyue starts and other news. Is occupied by 9th lunar month, big imperial prince, desolate in second area. Toward, Guhua, Su Xian, here's the news to rush to hear. Although the great wilderness event is triggering the stir, but they believe. Blazing Heaven, definitely to drop. After all some overlords mediate and inside. Hasn't come out, desolate toward is impatient. Although 9th lunar month and hatred between Jiang Yi is absolutely irreconcilable, but he is the big imperial prince, has not seen Jiang Yi. Unexpectedly oneself. He wants to have a look at this rampant, avid follower, to have what? Extraordinary place. Do not worry. Jiang Yi is sly, will definitely think the means resistance to dispute, but also is only the protracted time. Flaming in heaven eventually is the neutral influence, will not offend the sovereign to say because of a person, this person is greatly troublesome. Diao Lingyue wears the magnificent long skirt, stands near the window of attic, is overlooking the lively block. She is elegant, the facial expression is indifferent, the eye pupil opens, and closes the fine glow twinkle. Su Xian is with smile on the face, the cold moon/month miss, after you carry off Jiang Yi, if checks him not to relate with your dean old death, will also return to blazing heaven? So long as Jiangyi entered the god, having the relations or not he can decide. You did not fear, therefore offends to flaming heaven? Blazing heaven, so long as complies to give us Jiangyi, has prepared giving up so-called invitation and coordination, but both sides exchange the tacit understanding of stare. Su Xian wants is these words. Does not know how the cold moon/month miss does. Want to handle Jiangyi? Provocative god, crime, when puts to death. But how he dies, when the death looked at my younger brother's attitude. Diao Lingyue raises the head slightly, the corners of the mouth brings back. Slightly wipes cruel sneering. Her treasure younger brother is 10,000. God present age day, 100 clan battlefields meet head-on the powerful. Weapons of demon clan, unexpectedly near wild avid follower by one. Humiliating, is completely unsupportable. Before, could lend our Gu Hua to use at the point of death for several days? Su Xian anticipates looks at Diao Lingyue. 9th lunar month, with 10,000 god alliances, desolate can suffer Jiang. Yi toward them to the god directly personally, sees with one's own eyes. Appearance that Jiangyi lives to might as well die, but their Gu Hua are not related with the god, to can only listen to finally death news. But in Su Xian eyes, the Jiangyi most damn place should be Gu Hua, most. This/should suffers Jiangyi personally is also their Gu Hua. Especially she, Su Xian. Although we carry off Jiangyi not to have the plan to deliver again, but some fig leaf won't cover good. Diao Lingyue tactful decline. After they carry off Jiangyi, can't meddle the death of elder with him for the execution, blazing heaven to be speechless, but if transmits to Gu Hua. There, was humiliated in the presence of everyone, they not good with. Flaming heaven confessed. They do not give to flaming the heaven face, must give the southwest sovereign. To say an antique temple face. Su Xian hesitant, makes concessions on own initiative, before you return to the god, whether first to go to Gu Hua? Let us suffer Jiangyi several days. Personally. Diao Lingyue the facial expression is indifferent, was wooden, I guess that. Blazing heaven should not to make us carry off directly, but as the arrangement blazing some elder, or the special figure of entire journey. Accompaniment heaven. Therefore, detours Gu Hua, perhaps is improper. Su Xian draws back again one step, we can visit 10,000 gods, to handling of their entire journey participation to Jiangyi? Even if conducts secretly. This is not I decides. Can arrange your imperial family to negotiate with our god. However, my opinion, is very difficult. After all blazing the elder. Assembly entire journey accompaniment of heaven, the entire journey. Testimony. Diao Lingyue does not have the explicit rejection, but in the spoken language obviously has several points to disdain. In the event of this stir world, Gu Hua's performance, lost completely the face of royalty, simply shoddily. Even annoys various questions, the royalty that for example, everyone awes. Does not seem like the imagination is so unattainable and inviolable. Even in their 10,000 gods some elders discussed, Gu Hua imperial city. Maintained the millennium's neutralities, truly saved the powerful strength. But also wore down once sharp chi heroic feelings, decayed celestial courage. And uprightness. Treats such an influence that makes the world royalty be shamed, she does not have the least bit to be polite. We will negotiate with the god, directly. Su Xian criticizes a cheap person. Actually does not dare to manifest suddenly. Desolate toward he smiled and sighed, Su Xian, the miss, you only need to know that Jiangyi died was okay, but can also witness personally? We naturally must witness personally. Su Xian looked slightly cold, this also. With saying? We not only need witness, but also wants to have his muscle too. Dig up his skin, best catch again his family member, in the presence of everyone. Humiliation lethal. If Jiang Yi is you takes personally, you can handle casually. However others obtain, best not to interfere again, only if, desolate toward to Su Zuangguo, the rubbing hand's finger, the vague reminder she must put out the nice thing exchange. Treasure enough sincerity, that so long as you offer, the God far more than will invite you to suffer Jiang Yi together, perhaps will also lift the blade. With you together, simultaneously kill Jiang Yi. As for flaming the accompaniment elder of heaven, some are the means. Fighting methods. Su Xian knits the brows slightly, understood their meanings. The thing that, but, the God wants perhaps, must make them let blood. At this time, thundered Chaoban, the violent ray dropped from the clouds. Together, the air wave was torrential, the dust and fog turned wells up. Shakes the long streets, and both sides buildings is swaying fiercely. The overlords arrive, the power and influence is powerful, moves restlessly. Oppresses, he sets up the midair arrogantly, follows the combative palace. Powerhouses, swiftly surrounded the restaurant. The god powerhouses and restaurant, come in abundance, looks dignified. Was this? The atmosphere is not probably right. The overlords are dignified, rumble tide trembling long street, please 10,000 gods get up to lead the overlord warring states instantly, cannot delay. Instantly gets up, leaves the overlord warring states. Over 100 palace powerhouses roared with one voice, stimulate spirit. Mark, showed martial law, the powerful energy, such as the rivers and streams were torrential, submerged the restaurant. The restaurant rumble sways, the bricks disintegration, the barrel shivers all over, probably possibly crashes momentarily. Chapter 9:15, The Sudden Change, beheads Jiang Yi. Overlord, why is this? The god powerhouses confront anxiously, before, how to get angry, fortunately well suddenly? Diao Lingyue, the congealing eyebrow, looks it out of the window, the vision is rocking. Doesn't her treasure younger brother, how have to follow? What accident/surprise had/left? Desolate toward also sets out to arrive at the window. The overlords make a fist, look angrily at the god powerhouse, has verified gratitude and grudges between Jiang Yi and Supreme Jinqing, the chaos purple. Government offices belong fabricated. The matter of Jiang Yi humiliation, royalty head of the clan daughter, is the tricky cold front fabricates baseless. The death of god elder, is the god internal affairs, is uninterested with Jiang Yi. Diao Lingfeng deceives this king, to urge this king, to induce world lord and malicious shame interior elder Jiang Yi, the crime does not have to be possible. Instantly gets up, the tricky cold front detains into the iron firm captivity. 10,000 gods left the overlord warring states. If the stay, regards as the challenge forcefully, punishes mercilessly. The god powerhouse look changes, people in surrounding several blocks look into the distance excitedly with amazement. Did the captivity sovereign say heaven's chosen? Flaming heaven was insane. Diao Lingyue reprimanded the overlord angrily, Overlord. The Jiang Yi evil conduct is really false, you clearest, blazing heaven to dare to ignore the fact unexpectedly, detains the god disciple forcefully, can challenge 10,000 gods? The Yu Qingqing intact body, what disgust that has the children. Permits. Pill belongs to elope, and is not Jiang Yi. You must frame by planting stolen goods on to shift blame, dignity, that the sovereign said? As for your elders, ahem, can you dare to ask the Day Fox Saint King to explain personally? The overlord last few words held in Diao Lingyue and the others, but their expressions was equal to that as verifying to indicate to the overlord, they truly lied. This king rubbish with you, instantly gets up to me, withdraws the warring states, here does not welcome you. If once the tricky cold front was apologized by the god elder personally. When you come, what attitude decides the life of tricky cold front directly? The overlord attitude is tyrannical, is relentless. The god powerhouses are angry, they are 10,000 gods, is the lord of Northwest, is one of the 8 sovereigns say/way, blazing heaven, not only detains their successors, but also dares to roar in the presence of everyone. Wantonly action of driving away. When does their god receive this humiliation treatment? Said is not very clear. Here does not welcome you, immediately leaves. The anger of overlord affects the powerhouse to palace, they forward neatly, in. The vicious vision passes, is killing, intent fiercely. Diao Lingyue, the phoenix pupil, including the ghost, clenches teeth, saying, does overlord, you want to be clear about the consequence? The overlord powerful imposing manner of compels Diao Lingyue, are you threatening me? Do 10,000 gods kill to try? I finally said that tumbled out my warring states to me. The surrounding block everyone keeps silent, they had not noticed that the overlord is angry. The powerhouse's brow-tight wrinkle of God is filled with angry, but looks at the domineering stance of overlord, their sane has not resisted again. My younger brother can first keep you to flaming heaven. However, I meet his time, if seize him to have by any injury, my Diao Lingyue could not forgive you. Certainly. Do not think that the antique temple supports, how 10,000 gods do not dare you. The royalty, eventually is the royalty, you cannot fight the sovereign to say. Diao Lingyue bears the anger and humiliation, the big hand wields, leading the god powerhouse, to leave the restaurant. The complexion of desolate towards is ugly, is really is hard to understand. This sudden accident. Even if Diao Linfeng said that has the false, blazing heaven is not the extent that uncouthly. This matter in the final analysis to face matter. The God coming important person, gives you personally casually a reason, you accept the reason, then see somebody off on own initiative, what is equal to exchanging is the favor. Flaming heaven stupidly to investigate the genuine and fake unexpectedly? Also deducts the tricky cold front forcefully, the person pursuit of God. Flaming heaven is so earnest? Such overbearing? Does this attitude, how is fight to relate all parties? Said, Jiangyi gave a richer condition, for example, hands over bans the source. Old tree? Desolate toward the returning to normal mood, salutes to the overlord. Diligently, my younger sister desolately was seized by Jiangyi, whether the overlord should deliver on own initiative? The person who ambushes the tricky cold front is not Jiangyi, catches the people in desolately is not Jiangyi. Who is that? One self-check. The overlords leave angrily, must make the best use of the time to arrange. Saint Pill. Saint Pill is 3. This was must move the tyrant palace, to press the bottom, the resources. Su Xian just wants to ask their 2 imperial princes, but sees the attitude of overlord, has to bear. Damn, exactly what happened, desolate is gloomy toward the complexion, before. Has thought that the good many special ways suffered Jiangyi, the result. Surface had not seen, but also was shamed. 9th lunar month waiting on defends traditional moral principles, Your Highness, we first leave here. Jiangyi can affect world lord expels the god. means that he may be very flaming in heaven coming to a stop foot, by his disposition, will then perhaps take an action. We stayed here is too dangerous. Desolate toward is very unwilling, had waited for big half a month here, went ahead. Let alone desolately also in Jiangyi. With the Jiangyi cruel character, desolately does not know that what inhuman suffering must suffer. The guards hold the shoulder of desolate towards forcefully, Your Highness. Blazing heaven to cover the tricky cold front to be equal to offending 10,000 gods thoroughly, 10,000 gods definitely find the way to redeem the tricky cold front, carrying off will let Jiangyi that they are shamed. When the time comes, the princess was naturally saved. We do not need to stay here, I'll give 10,000 gods to process. But she is not only our princesses, is the god second elder granddaughter-in-law. They will not give up her. Desolate toward hesitant over and over, the decision leaves. But he is just about to go out of the room, actually discovered that Su Xian sits there. Aloof. Don't you walk, desolate toward strange, depending on Gu Hua with the Jiang. Love and hate, Jiangyi affirmed that looks on own initiative, stays here. To wait for death? I wait again. In Su Xian's chilly eyes, pupil glitters the fine glow, the both hands and sleeve has been getting hold. What? Has nothing to do with you. Good luck, desolate toward leaves with the guard rapidly. Jiangyi. Your life is really hard. Su Xian clenches teeth to whisper. Came the important person including the god personally, was also given to deal with unexpectedly by him. Here is not suitable stays for a long time, we walk. The powerhouses of imperial family arrive at side her, reminded in a soft voice leaves quickly. Otherwise, Jiangyi really possibly found here. Checks to me, Jiangyi left blazing heaven. Su Xian calculates silently. He far more than left, perhaps has started to come toward here. Checks to me. What significance has? The imperial family powerhouses do not have the means with her, can only tell that the guards go out to know the situation. Shortly, the guard catches up to report. Jiangyi came, went to the Supreme Jin Cheng's restaurant, only led Cho Seung. Walks. Su Xian sets out, commanded loudly. Goes? The guards are startled, has not responded. Looks for Jiangyi to chat. What discussed? Where comes so many idle talk, follows me. When Jiangyi rushes to the first city, Su Xian leaves to rush to the second city. Finally, they in the second city liveliest long street meet. Chapter 916, The Sudden Change, beheads Jiangyi. Jiangyi enters the second city time, the overlord expels the god the news to spread forcefully. Various city area are causing a stir one after another. But the Jiangyi place visited is causing a stir similarly, because people saw. On his neck is hanging purple jade symbol. Purple jade symbol? Jiangyi was recognized, the third-class elder. Blazing heaven pursuit god, to raise the Jiangyi rank, matter is self-evident. Jiangyi won the approval of World Lord is willing to spare nothing to protect Jiangyi. Was too inconceivable, how does he achieve? People in the discussion realized that Jiangyi really must integrate too. Flaming heaven, blazing heaven also really to train this day refine the pill of immortality, masterful power. Possibly 78 years, possibly more than 10 years, when Jiangyi passed the life and death boundary, promote entered the nirvana boundary, can refine saint. Pill truly time, surely becomes important personage who flaminged in heaven. In other words, the status of later when facing Jiangyi, first thinking of blazing the important elder of heaven, other things must arrange in the future. Jiang Yi is very probably tasty with the young Marquis, frequently sees them in the same place. Cannot be tasty, although Jiang Yi is the pill of immortality. Master, but the crazy degree is well known, the young Marquis is poor strange. Shuayan, in the bone passes, is murdering crazily. They, if really can become the friend, which must. Jiang Yi is day, the young Marquis is also day, blazing two big rising stars, who heaven deserves. Jiang Yi can obtain the full power support of Ho residents as well as Zhao. Becomes secure, waits for Jiang Yi to grow to strengthen the strength of Ho. Residents similarly, assistants, Cho Seung competes for the position of Overlord. By the long street is bustling and filled with people, looked into the distance is walking past Jiang Yi. A while ago saw him, felt that he seemed like the lunatic who was drowned. Quickly, now sees him, then felt like the stars of radiant illumination. Do you know the world prison? Jiang Yi revealed intentionally the jade symbol attention, wants to stimulate the azure draw stores following master to come. But he arrived here from the first area, has not discovered the special vision and form. What? Cho Seung worried silent, was considering that at heart again and again impulsive. Actually cannot calculate to impulse, because since Jiang Yi taunt him, 2 months ponder oneself life frequently, the significance. More deeply thinks, more is felt the life of warring states was so senseless. More is to leave, more moves restlessly at heart. Thinks that the expectation of father, he can only bear forcefully. Really. Does not have the courage to go into outside the stone palace, that the father closes up to shout, that young master I must leave home, he feared that the father pats him. Today, Jiang Yi says suddenly must leave, his leaving feeling was also intense. Of world prisons in territory 4 big killer organizations. The Jiang Yi, swift and fierce one-eyed, is taking a fast look around the long street both sides human tides, selects to regard the window of restaurant shop. R2 months, should come, whereat your how what knows? Cho Seung cannot bear the unstated criticism. This boy crawls from great wilderness, falls from the space. Do we flaming heaven to have the relation with the world prison? Blazing heaven to belong to the southwest, but in position in close neighbor territory, therefore many territory influences will also ask the medicine to. Here, in this includes the world prison. They like visiting the tyrant palace, through their relation blazing heaven. The leaf faction needs the special medicinal herb time. Through tyrant palace relation world prison. In the near future, have some people come? This does not know. The large-scale influence generally has owner find the pill of immortality master, only then in running into them, cannot build up, or cannot guarantee elixir quality and success ratio time, will visit to hear. From afar. Have you seen the person in person prison? Has contacted. Is the person of Shao, is. I am has contacted Azure Prison. A person, has contacted the person of Shao. What Azure Prison is responsible for? Azure Prison is responsible for relating with all influence in World 7. Prisons, they associate the range to be broad, so long as there is a use value in their business scope. Does Azure Prison have the branch here? That does not have, they after all are the killer organization, the whereabouts are very mysterious. You asked these to do, where did the world prison annoy you? No, here's the killer to organize, curiously, under wants to consult with them. Experiences, trains my evil person valley. 2 people are saying, a resonant tiger's roar, reverberation, long street. Shook many people to shrink the neck subconsciously. The front crowd chaos, a rapid dispersing channel, has extended to Jiang Yi. Here. Su Xian is riding a variegated fierce tiger, under the protection of Gu Hua. Powerhouse walked toward Jiang Yi. Who she is, Su Xian? The Jiang Yi corners of the mouth reveal to wipe the happy expression. We'll look for her, she was unexpectedly driving. Is Su Xian? Cho Seung shakes the head secretly. Among you should be the intense and deep-seated hatred. The tide of people of Long Street falls back on the both sides rapidly. The people in restaurant store also gathers the entrance window place to look into the distance. Jiang Yi and Su Xian? Haha, was lively. Jiang Yi, did we chat? Su Xian rides the fierce tiger to arrive at beyond 100 meters to stop, raises the head slightly, occupying a commanding position. Looks at front Jiang Yi. The variegated fierce tiger sends out low and deep shouting, wicked observing closely Jiang Yi. The Gu Hua powerhouse 2 steps, the Su Xian strict protection, are ready in full battle array forward. Although in them has 10 Nirvana boundary powerhouses, does not fear Jiang Yi. With Cho Seung, but here was the overlord warring states, perhaps the hidden place had the powerhouse ambush of ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Moreover, the Jiang Yi method is astute, the good causes the clever trick, has to guard. What, Su Xian, the miss wants to discuss, asking me to leave with you? I thought that we arrive at the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion to discuss. Slowly, the 2 imperial princes of your imperial family are still waiting. There. 2 months, must wait insanely. The Jiang Yi opens the mouth. Threatens, first frightened to say again. The imperial family powerhouses knit the brows slightly, although 2 imperial prince talents are ordinary, but the big imperial prince died, 3 imperial princes died, he is the nominal successor. The result came to flaming heaven, was detained the hostage. Shame, shame. However, I want you to talk that, Su Xian, the indifferent expression is suddenly fierce, banning source bead that in a flash, the crumb in the hand closely gripped. Although Su family was extinguished, banned source bead to lose, but she became engaged with the big imperial prince initially, dowry. This sudden action, not as everyone expected, including imperial family powerhouses. How Jiang Yi just wants to threaten her, the belt / bring to the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, Bloom's corner of the eye split vision actually. Keen detection the ray that to Su Xian hand, in the line of sight is also Su Xian, the rapid fierce face. It is not good. An intense danger sweeps across the whole body. Instantaneously, the fine body hair is but actually vertical. Jiang Yi has not hesitated, the stimulation fights show, the activation god. Eyes. This is the subconscious response, is the conditioned reflex, that the previous generation this life precipitates. The response of body, even surpasses the judgment of consciousness. Manages its anything matter, the defense and counterattack. Buzz. The right side god eye of Jiang Yi blooms the fishy smell red blood light. Pierces the mask, gushes out. The glare is radiant, extremely dazzling, making the surrounding street map a set bright red. Glare suddenly / violently to strike, the invincible might is imposing, twists the space, the release frightened, killing prestige. Meanwhile, the whole wide world that in the flesh skeletons fuses fights the Zhou rapid activation. However, the response of Jiang Yi is quickly the solidification of time. The fan light of time with banning the disruption of source speed blooms, the surging Long Street, flaps 10,000 meters, attacked everyone within range. In 10,000 meters everyone anchorage, Jiang Yi also anchorage. Explodes god light / only direct solidification that shoots in halfway, is turning war zhou that wells up also to stop from the skeleton outward. Forcefully. Jiang Yi, you died. Su Xian is whooshing, shooting up to the sky, is ugly looking, the skeleton. Twists, is dashing about wildly, the incarnation, overwhelming power, big tiger. Powerful, killing intent, is cold. The big tiger is 10 meters, the majestic savage, grinding pan-sharp claws are exuding golden radiance, as if can tear all. Short 100 meters, almost suddenly then. The manic thought reverberates in the mind, stubbornly. Chapter 917, Life and Death Time. The Su Xian, more than 10 meters tiger body, almost people stand, the Fang. Appears externally, grinding pan golden sharp claws, was patting to the Jiang Yi head ruthlessly. Bang! The head of Jiang Yi shivers violently, the flesh splash, the body pounds fiercely on the ground. The god eyes spurt the thin light beam as the turnover cuts off nearby Chou Seung around the middle, but the time solidifies, temporarily also. Even/including in the same place. The Jiang Yi head hits the ground layer on layer/heavily, left profile covered with blood, reveals the bone and molar, shocking, neck unnatural, is crooked. However, not broken. Hasn't died? Su Xian's subconsciousness must bite the Jiang Yi head to eat. Directly, the surprised discovery has not actually patted broken. Her appearance is fierce, the mouthful Fang lifts the gigantic sharp claws. Decisively, is striking with force to the head of Jiang Yi wildly. Bang bang bang. Blood splattering, the bone splits, the hard ground was collapsed, the to split open seam. However, fights show, although does not have to stimulate completely, has actually started to proliferate from the interior, blends with the skeleton. Forms the most basic protection. Roar. Su Xian was insane, how to pat does not die. The attack that she launches is sudden, Jiang Yi should not have the strength of backhand to be right. The head is the frailest place, can pat broken in this situation, next claw of no protection. What's the matter? How can like this? The time passes rapidly, the short 6 seconds quick must pass by. Roar. Su Xian sends out the fierce tiger's roar, opens mouth, the blowout piece of white light, unexpectedly is a cold and gloomy bone sword. The bone tang around murderous aura frigidly, is surrounding the empty shadow. A fierce tiger indistinctly, was dividing to the neck of Jiang Yi ruthlessly. Titter. The body to split open, the blood vessel cuts off, the neck vertebra was hit hard. However, shouldered. The god bone of Jiang Yi with the lumbar vertebra, cervical vertebra, and other complete fusions, has started to play the role, the whole wide world. Fights show main liquid similarly to gather in the vertebra spot. The ordinary weapon, cuts unceasingly. Su Xian, cut the wrong place. Actually, if Su Xian is patting again several to the Jiang Yi head, the skull can distort completely, even if cannot break to pieces, the brain fluid probably turns into the liquid. Does not die, can also discard. But she really does not have the fight experience, moreover is anxious, and angry, changed the tactic, wasted the time. Is impossible. Su Xian is startled, the time all passes cleanly, the flowing light of 10,000 meters range dissipates immediately, the time is back on the right track. Everyone within range does not know that had anything, is continuing the beforehand words and action. The people beyond range was feeling strange, the long street was suddenly peaceful, inside person anchorage several seconds. Is impossible. Rave, the acoustic shock long street, the bone sword leaps. Howls revolving, divided again, to the Jiang Yi nape of the neck. Clang. The bone sword is sharp, dividing ruthlessly cuts the nape of the neck, bloody. Water splattering, the cervical vertebra almost breaks off. Meanwhile, the pain in head and neck place, as the restoration of time, attacks the nerve of Jiang Yi whole body in the flash. The pain strongly erupted suddenly, Jiang Yi almost faints sorely. Here calling out also captures the attention of some residence people. Immediately. Was too sudden, many people were absent-minded. Their consciousness previous second also stops in Jiang Yi with the time that talked, how in an instant, has turned into the fierce tiger, lying of Jiang Yi. Head covered with blood on the ground. Yu Hao. Cho Seong also subconsciousness must move, but the waist had been cut open. Without the time to imprison, upper and lower sections immediately. Staggering. The upper part falls towards side, the intestinal tract internal organs. Sprinkle place. Waist downward, pestle there, blood poo puffing out. Cho Seong gawked several, sends out the pitiful yell of startled anger. His upper part lies down on the ground, the vision rocks fiercely, unbelievable. Looks at that half-body. What's wrong? In what? No. Gu Hua's powerhouses awaken, excitedly look changes. Is this reason that Su is determined to come? Does she want to kill Jiang Yi? In this overlord warring states? Hasn't she thought the consequence? No matter two imperial prince lives? No matter they? No matter Gu Hua's situation? Gives me dead. Su Xian does not believe in evil doctrines, is unlinear. She after Jiang Yi meets obviously does not have any idle talk, does not have any indication, person does not know, launched the attack directly, how? Possibly to kill Jiang Yi? She sacrifices all, must go all out with Jiang Yi. How can like this? Pooh. Su Xian compels the blood, spurts to the bone sword. This is builds with the Su family deceased old ancestors' remains, her blood can activate the power and influence of bone sword. The bone sword glare, spurts thinly, kills the prestige writings, along with if there is sound of tiger's roar resembles not to have, thorn ruthlessly to the chest cavity of Jiang Yi. Head not broken, cut the neck had not broken, that punctured the chest. Does not believe unable to kill you. Jiang Yi head covered with blood, the brain fluid was harmed, consciousness. The absent-minded confusion is uncontrolled the body. However, as the time starts to flow, the whole wide world that before stimulated fought Zhou to spread to the whole body rapidly. At a crucial moment within, the bone sword pierces the chest cavity, takes the heart, was protected heart armor, to block forcefully. However the bone sword, along with the old ancestors' power and influence, erupts the strong impact. Is the shake heart. The internal organs twist immediately, blood adverse, current. Meanwhile, the armor starts to inundate the whole body, forms the protection. Gives me dead. Su Xian detonated the bone sword directly, inserts the bone sword in chest. Cavity blasts open instantaneously. Roar. With the sound of tiger's roar, seems like the Su family old ancestors sigh. Violently, inserts blasts out in body inside and reveal outside bone sword. Loudly. Outside bone sword wreaks havoc the Jiang Yi whole body, sends out grating. Thundering with the armor, the same current crazed to slash clashes several hundred meters. Su Xian was raised flies, covered with blood, nearby Cho Seong was attacked. Sprinkles crushes in the internal organs of place immediately, both sections of bodies flew, flesh and blood flying in all directions. Inserts an inside bone sword part, wreaks havoc in the chest cavity, is attacking the blood vessel and skeleton, although there is an armor to protect. Strictly, is the bone sword power and influence is too strong, inside turns into the blood soup immediately. The Jiangyi weak consciousness blood stupor, muttered a language, Li'in. Li'in in bronze tower sad, was put suddenly, is obviously startled, but the pleasant bloody scene lets his complexion big change. Master? Li'in whole body chill, scalp hemp. Takes. Su Xian. Jiangyi to whisper on. The fierce tiger. Weakly, faints thoroughly. Bang. Li'in whole body roaring flame turns wells up, the golden light is torrential, in the shortest time the incarnation phoenix spreads the wings. More than 30 meters, powerful killing prestige surging Long Street. Two claw like the house, covered Jiangyi and Cho Seung greatly respectively. Flutters to soar to the heavens. Roar. Su Xian whole body is tattered, the bloody water crossflow she bears. The severe pain, the wild running out restaurant, sends out toward Li'in. Roars angrily. You dare to injure my master, court's deaf. Li'in whole body glare, twinkle. The roaring flame turns wells up, the vortex turbojet is thin, the dense, and numerous monster swords ups and downs and inside, is shooting up to the sky in an instant, forms 800 monster swords, dense and numerous covering entirely sky. The golden cold light covers the Long Street. Clang clang clang. 800 sharp sword all thunder, rumbling that the curtain of rain blots out the sky. At a crucial moment within, Imperial several old men kill like lightning, Su Xian, who the imprisonment goes crazy forcefully hot-tempered, flashes through. Toward side. Rumble. 800 sharp sword storms strike the Long Street, crushes the restaurant. Collapses extinguishes the floor, triggers the radical explosion. Massive human tides scatter in all directions to run away, panic-stricken. Pitiful yell. Killed them, was about to kill them. Su Xian struggles crazily, hysteric. Roaring. Do you want to kill us? Why didn't greet ahead of time? The Imperial powerhouse appearance is fierce, wishes one could to pat her. Was about to kill him, quick, this was the only opportunity. Su Xian hoarse. And brings howlingly hiss. Walks quickly. The Imperial powerhouses hold down forcefully, she, foot treads. The raging tide shoots up to the sky. Other Imperial guards, holding breath cold air, goes crazy results in rushes. Out. Ended. This insane woman must kill them. 2 Imperial princes? They come here important purpose, takes away 2 Imperial princes. Chapter 918, Big Rebellion. The Li'in angry desire was crazy, wishes one could to rip Su Xian exactly. But claw inside Jiangyi and young Marquis have suffocated, the blood sprinkles following the claw unceasingly downward, he struggled slightly. Turns around to charge into the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Bang. Rumbling. The roaring flame turns wells up, the small bright saint technique ignores the continued release of consumption, forms the deafening sonic boom, speeds along. Speedily. Life-saving. Quick life-saving. Is the young Marquis, is your young Marquises. Quick life-saving. The second city, the powerhouse of ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Detected some people, crude to slash clashes, will come to the interception, heard. Shouting by far, saw was stressed 2 forms in claw by the big bird. This. Is this young Marquis? The powerhouse of ominous spirit period of 5 days soared rapidly, received. Turned into 2 sections the blood person, after careful identification. The determination was Cho Seung. Their whole face is startled, immediately rushes to the Ho residence deep place. In a big hurry quickly, life-saving. Saves others quickly. Elixir. Anxious calls out resounds through Ho residence, alarmed everyone. 8 younger brothers? How was this? Who special does? Zhao Shiwu and the others rushed, the complexion was white immediately. This is my master, Jiang Yi, in a big hurry quickly, life-saving. Li Yin restores the human form, hands in Jiang Yi their hands. Is this Jiang Yi? Had an accident? Zhao Shijing hurries to receive, although the Jiang Yi whole body is covering the armor, but face covered with blood. The neck break, the blood wells up, following the mask outward. I am not clear, was Gu Hua's Su Xian attacked them suddenly? Li Yin is anxious, has not seen the master to injure this. Cheap people. The Zhao people fly into a rage. The ominous spirit period of 5 days goes haywire, is rescuing Cho Seung. And Jiang Yi, of suffocation urgently, sets out the powerhouse rapidly. Captures Gu Hua team. Dares to assassinate to flaming the Heaven third-class elder and Ho residence. Young Marquis in the warring states unexpectedly in the presence of everyone. This is the overlord warring states establishes until now first case without doubt. Waited Zhao Shiyu also to obtain the statue ghost to report ominously. Spirit. From the situation, the time solidified at that time probably. In other words, used the time coffin, banned soar speed. Zhao Shiyu leaves Stone Hall personally, boils the boundless killing. Prestige, shoots up to the sky. You caused trouble. You caused trouble to us. Why didn't discuss with us? Gu Hua's powerhouse drags Su Xian to dash about wildly. Discussed with you? Do one group of cowards, you dare? Was Su Xian grief and indignation, failed? She sacrifices all crazy, was actually failed? Here blazing the territory of heaven, you killed Jiang Yi, 2 imperial princes will die, we will also die, can you draw us to be buried along with the dead? This kills the Jiang Yi opportunity only. So long as Jiang Yi died, how you are buried along with the dead? Gu Hua, there will also only praise our heroics. Weak. Nonsense. Jiang Yi provokes 10,000 gods, 10,000 gods. Naturally can make a move, we wait our being, why you must be so impulsive. Blazing heaven, since does not hesitate to offend 10,000 gods to protect. Jiang Yi, showing his prepared for with that the god resists, 10,000. Gods could not carry off Jiang Yi. Even if they can carry off finally, we did not have the opportunity to kill him personally. Jiang Yi must we kill, who is irreplaceable. Su Xian is angry, points at them to shout abuse, I have acted, matter does not have the room for maneuver, why don't you kill him? Why? You're this crowd of stodgy old things, your crowd of waste. Shut up. Killed him, do 2 imperial princes have the means of livelihood? Jiang Yi died, to flaming heaven did not have the value, most the loss. Face countenance, we put out enough sincerity compensation and apology, okay. Shut up you caused trouble. You must kill us. One crowd of junk of coveting life and fearing death. They ignore along the way the vision of city, is seething with excitement, the endless glare, at the maximum speed fled the overlord warring states. When they rush to the 7th city, the 9th lunar month team is arriving. Here. Gu Hua's team? Does not walk, desolate towards sneering sound. Probably is not right. Worried, has an accident? Did Jiang Yi provoke them? Frightened them? Also is insufficient this appearance. The 9th lunar month powerhouses are looking into the upper air, gazes after Gu Hua powerhouse to delimit from their top of the head, the city gate of charging into warring states surrounding the moment has not stopped. Halts. The guards in peripheral city wall see them from afar, soars rapidly, although does not understand anything, but so unscrupulous rushes out, they must block. Buzz. The city wall also leaps to soar to the heavens, the glare immediately forms the interception barrier. Guhua Powerhouse stops one after another, after controlling Su Xian. Accompanies to say with a smile forward, we have the important matter to with. 10,000 gods discuss, but also please allow to pass. The guards command to grasp the heavy blade, the dignity confront, anybody. Came and went out the warring states, must pass through the city gate. Sorry, newly arrived, does not understand the custom, was we offends. Guhua Powerhouses looked at outside a city, the god team in wilderness, but also without walking away, so long as runs out of the city gate, can pray for rescue from there. But their Guhua palace walls are also ambushing many powerhouses outside. Can stop. Dispersing energy, suppresses spirit mark, leaves from the city gate. The guards command to look that their attitude is good, is no longer vigilant. Is. The powerhouses of Guhua imperial family hint mutually, after dispersing the energy, falls the ground, is maintaining the smile, moves toward the city gate. The guards command also lift the hand to hint the guards and anxious. Simultaneously disperses the protection barrier. The tide of people before city gate disperses rapidly, to noble royal making. Wei channel. The powerhouses of Guhua imperial family are maintaining the calm facial expression as far as possible, but also is nodding the head to the guards. Slightly, is greets. However, when they across city gate, the guards observed closely inside whole face to be angry sensitively, the hair was disorderly. Moreover, the whole body was Su Xian of blood. Halts, Shi Hao? Guards the team leader, to intercept forward. Is injured, no obstructs greatly. Who is she? Su Xian, our Guhua imperial city deceased, big imperial prince fiancé. Who makes into her? Our matters, you do not need to care. Said goodbye, we had another chance to meet. Guhua powerhouses walk quickly several steps, wants to go through the city gate. But at this time, waited Zhao Shiryu to appear in the distant place ominously. Spirit, the blood color roaring flame, turns dreadfully wells up, the heat. Looked at the sky. Slaughtering the blood flame manic is also tyrannical, as if torrential blood. River is galloping, the endless wicked beast, resentful spirit is roaring. Likely. The scene shocks is more terrifying. Zhao Shiryu is dragging the ebullition blood flame, passing over gently, and swiftly expansive sky, directly soars the city gate of distant place. The city is along the way rapid, the innumerable people whole bodies shiver. Most people not yes, what's the matter? Just heard the overlord expel 10,000 gods forcefully, did the ominous spirit period of 5 days get angry? Ominous spirit period of 5 days? The guards command the complexion change. The look sweeps immediately to the following Guhua team. Walks. Guhua powerhouses do not conceal, the release energy wallops outward. Blocks them. The guards command immediately, is the city gate is palatial, how could to suddenly close? Let alone, inside and outside the city. Gate is having massive human tides to come and go out. Halts. Immediately returns the warring states. The guards intercept rapidly. Kills. Guhua powerhouse's appearance is fierce, leading Su Xian to rush ahead crazily, raises as flying the crowded tide of people, at the maximum speed ran out of the city gate. Chapter 919, slaughters the blood flame. In the wilderness dozens li, 0.5 kilometers away, with being dormant heard unusual distant place warring states sound outside the god powerhouse of Team Set. then looked into the distance. There was probably chaotic. Who was rushing out? Ninth lunar month, the person of dynasty? Dominating the palace expels us to be insufficient, wants to leave behind. Ninth lunar month, the dynasty forcefully? Went too far. Ahem, overlord, wait and see. The teams of 10,000 gods stop completely, the powerhouse of half-saint. Boundary arrives at front, is looking at the distant place indifferently. Although they cannot resist with the overlord warring states directly, but if the ninth lunar month team to slash clashes, they can definitely protect. Various wilderness places are also ambushing the ninth lunar month dynasty and powerhouse in Guhua Imperial City. They are responsible for supporting to aid. At this moment here's the city gate place to have the confusion, comes one after another. However, when that group of peoples gradually time in the line of sight, they awaken clearly suddenly, unexpectedly is Guhua's person? But in line of sight dreadful blood flame of rapid enlargement is not the overlord, but is the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Had an accident? In a big hurry quickly. Aids them. The aiding teams of Guhua Imperial City act immediately, reaches 300 people. Activates spirit mark completely, wallop speedily. Do we also aid? Jiao Lingyue arrives in front of the God Dynasty team, the willow eyebrows wrinkle slightly. The overlord warring states were too dissolute, work uncouthly, the attitude is arrogant, absolutely does not have pill to say the royal proper courtesy. You stay here. The half-saint of God hesitates slightly, must aid personally. Cannot let the person so recklessly unseemly behavior of warring states. However, 2 teams that has not waited for Guhua converge, has not waited for the god half-saint to act. Zhao Shiryu stops suddenly in the midair, the both arms creeping motion, the disintegration chains, relieves the seal, 2 eyes turn into the blood color vortex. Instantly, the air/chi of frigid murdering, such as the rivers and streams. Raging tide of emotion, wells up the vault of heaven turbulently crazily. Cloud layer collapse to extinguish, the world is silent. Slaughters the air/chi of slaughtering the blood flame is in sole possession in. To sweep across about 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, extremely in a short time, covered the trim wilderness. Su Xian and the others who dash about wildly, Guhua team that receives, and instructs, the ninth lunar month of just relaxing receives and instructs the team, god powerhouses who the distant place looks into, even was warring. State city gate nearby tide of people, such as was struck by lightning in an instant, consciousness the stabbing pain, the line of sight was absent-minded. Desperate frigid slaughtering desires surge from the innermost soul, sweeps across the whole body rapidly, the impact consciousness. Tens of thousands people of sad and shrill, pitiful yells, eyes blood red, the appearance is fierce. They as if were drawn, the endless slaughtering battlefield, suddenly. Here sky blood red, monster different terrifying. Here land bleeds, the fishy smell, greets the nostrils. The innumerable powerhouses are slaughtering, flesh and blood, flying in all directions, frigid, solemn and stirring. Massive evil spirits are roaring, murderous aura along with the black, is filled with the world. Even some people stared the blood red eye to kill toward them, wild animal. That appearance went crazy, probably. Too suddenly. They fear and despair, they ice cold, fear, then falls into demented. Zhao Shiryu. More than 30 inside and outside, the half-saint powerhouse of God is in an instant sober, sends out dignified bellowing. Dignified auspicious sign inspires, the surging wilderness, carries the air/chi. Of frigid murdering hardly, covered the surrounding god team. Jiao Lingyue and the others awaken one after another, the vision rocks, the whole face is terrified. They sat on the ground unexpectedly, is grasping the fist stubbornly, is stretching the body, some whole bodies were moistened by the sweat. Moreover, even awakened, the consciousness is absent-minded and chaotic. Exudes the thought of slaughtering unceasingly, desperate ice-cold feeling. The god half-saint looks dignified, worthily is the slaughtering blood flame. That the fire of slaughtering evolves, to slaughter to live simply. Although he is the day of spirit mark half-saint, however clear feeling. Pressure. This world actually some rare has the potential of resistance day to the sage. Mark, slaughtering the blood flame, without doubt, is one of them. Zhao Shiryu stands in the sky, facial expression chilling, loses the meteorology of slaughtering the chain suppresses, is the substantive sea tide. Overlapped flapping vault of heaven. He lifts the hand, points at Gu Hua team. That the distant place wails desperately. Bang! Slaughters the blood flame fierce rebellion, they extremely viscous, probably. The magma, the temperature is not high, is actually flooding the sad and shrill wailing sound. Blood flame racing wells up, changes to the evil blood snake forward, the mouthful canine, the eye anger suddenly, they spread the wings, to speed along. Pierced more than 20 li, 0.5 kilometers, advancing uninterruptedly charge into Sat. Down exhausted, Su Xian, who and the others there called out pitifully. Poo poo poo. The blood snake ties down them one after another, opens the big mouth, bites a gate, the fierce creeping motion, crashed in the body following they big mouth. Their whole bodies tie tight, raises the head collectively, sends out frigid wailing. In endless wilderness, just like the sound of ghost calling, terrified. Their whole body shivers, 7 orifices oozing of blood, body blood red, is withstanding devastation that is inconceivable from the skeleton to the soul. Zhao de Shiryu, why capture Representative Gu Hua? The god half-saint knits the brows slightly, moves toward the upper air, is away from confronts. Very much Zhao Shiryu. Diao Lingyue and the others stand one after another, the fright is difficult to decide. Flaming heaven is the neutral influence? How the overlord? Warring states all were this, and other overbearing savage people. Zhao Shiryu said indifferently, Gu Hua Su Xian uses to ban soar speed. Assassinates me to flaming heaven elder, Jiang Yi facing the street, causes my child Cho Seang to break around the middle. The god half-saint knits the brows slightly, the secretly thought sound. Deliberately creates trouble. Died? Diao Lingyue cannot bear ask. Banned soar speed to assassinate Jiang Yi? Completely is disregarding all consequences must perish together with Jiang Yi. Su Xian, this is brave, was demented. Do you want to meddle? Zhao Shiryu has not paid attention, but waves to raise, slaughters the blood flame, to seethe again, changes to everywhere. Chains, strikes the sky crazily. The chain's nose was incisive, dragging the chains to break through 20 li, 0.5 km, ruthlessly the bang to Gu Hua powerhouse, who called out pitifully. Poo poo poo. Gu Hua powerhouse, regardless of the strong and weak, were all pierced the chest cavity, was towed to fly the sky, returned to Zhao Shiryu behind. 300 to 400 people, are that calling out pitifully sad and shrill, was hung in the space. What blood flame fever is their flesh and bones, is burning their soul, even is the consciousness. They are in deep sorrow, probably was inserted in the purgatory of hell. Is withstanding the brutal suffering to suffer to the soul from the body. The powerhouse of God knits the brows again, is quite ruthless. Solemn pill. Said the royalty, trained such a fearful marquis unexpectedly, was really makes people be hard to accept. I want to ask for advice, flaming the heaven ominous spirit period of 5 days. The strength, but the situation is special, the god will not meddle again. The god half-saint shook the head, dispersed the powerful imposing manner. Although they are the sovereign said that the overbearing stance, but the Hadrosaurus difficult pressure local bully, facing flaming heaven shows. They can only compromise. Leaves the southwest as soon as possible. Zhao Shiryu is controlling the chains, is dragging Guhua powerhouses of 300 to 400 pitiful yells, passes through the wilderness, return to the warring states. From most surrounding until third area. Ice-cold murderous aura that Zhao Shiryu fills, and sad and shrill pitiful yell sound, is rapidly silent the lively warring states. Countless people hit trembling, the atmosphere are not daring to breathe. Randomly, panic-stricken gazes after the ominous spirit period of 5 days to return home. Desolate looks at this toward and the others, from at heart fled chill. Here was too dangerous, they must return to the northwest. Chapter 920, The Dual Inductions, the Masters and Disciples' Tribulation. Cho Seung's injury is serious. The violent explosion of bone sword sprinkling the intestinal tract, internal organs torn to shreds, the important heart has not escaped by luck. Continually. What is more serious is his waist break place is not the ordinary wound, but is the energy of Jiangyi God Eye sweeps. Inside contains the air/chi of intense monster fire, is spreading to the whole body along the injury, is devastating the flesh, is burning down the air/chi of life. Consecutively 10 6th rank elixir get down, cannot stand firm the injury. They have to take out the collection quasi-excellent works elixir, takes two. Cho Seung, and sends people to go to flaming heaven, to invite the refine the pill of immortality masters of Zhao faction to come, gets the physical exam. For Cho Seung comprehensively, in order to avoid stays behind the hidden danger. That Jiangyi is harmed is also very serious, after resumes a consciousness. Slightly released, small nirvana technique directly, 10 elixir under. Coordinate continual clothing/taking, stood firm the injury quickly. Gu Hua raised the Sturpgood dog, first is Su Xian, lunatic, who disregards. Jiangyi has not truly expected Su Xian unexpectedly here, under so the situation, launches the surprise attack directly. Recollection, then situation, Gu Hua's powerhouse should know nothing. If not his natural disposition is agile, stimulated the whole wide world to fight Zhou decisively, perhaps had been padded broken. Close call. Year to year hits the eagle, has not thought that was pecked the eye by the eagle. Cho Seung how? Jiangyi haunches the body, to continue to take elixir, revolution great. Dazzling heavenly scripture refining up, is recuperating the injury. The injury of body is not serious, what is serious is the head. Murky, the intermittent severe pain continues blooming. Master, Li'in facial expression is strange, stands near the window, is looking at outside the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. I am all right, don't worry. Jiangyi gets out of bed, prepares to have a look at Cho Seung. I have to plant. Very familiar feeling, Li'in to whisper. What's wrong? Jiangyi then notices Li Yin's expression to be somewhat strange. Probably has anything to summon me. Li'in consciousness absent-minded, the bright light of eye-ground appear and disappear from time to time. Summon? Jiangyi strange visits him. Probably. Li'in muttered the light language, the eye pupil bright light was rapid, then exuded the blood light. Probably what? Does not talk clearly, before dozen minutes, suddenly appeared. Jiangyi is just about the heart to move, thought of anything. Is new clone? Initially in the Dark Kingdom, he had attracted Li'in with Li. Silent/solitary, two people are also such situation. You walk out, arrive in the courtyard. Jiang Yi opens the door. Before Li'in, is worried about Jiang Yi, is always restraining that summon. Diligently, now Jiang Yi awoke, encourages him to leave, the consciousness blew off, probably suddenly. He goes out of the room, was in trance, is looking at the distant place, the blood threads of eyes is also getting more and more heavy. He how? Zhao Shiwu is ordered to defend in the Jiangyi courtyard. Li'in, he forgot itself, probably, forgot the surrounding environment, scared. Going out courtyard. The Jiangyi brow tight wrinkle, asked Zhao Shiwu, Overlord Warring states. More than 10 years ago, has a person surnamed Li. He is not some family's person, but has that family spirit mark, moreover excellent work spirit. Mark. Zhao Shiwu thinks carefully, shakes the head saying, without such odd person. Who you said? Also, can be other surname. What surname does not have? You look at Li'in, has the familiar feeling? Was in the Warring States has. With the excellent work successor who his appearance looked like very much. Also no. Thinks carefully. I lived in the Warring States, long in the Warring States, I was familiar with. Here each family, each influence. What do you actually want to ask? Wasn't the person of Warring States? Is other people of influence? Jiang Yi brings curiously, keeps up with Li'in. Li'in across the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, arrives on the street, was summoned to tow, to proceed. Jiang Yi follows silently, at the same time is observing him losing the degree, is judging with clone distance, at the same time is shaking the one-eyed, swift and fierce observation surrounding tide of people. Since Li'in can feel the summon, third clone should also to feel this induction mutual. Therefore, third clone should also seems like good for nothing toward here too. Walk at this time. Outside the places from ominous spirit period of 5 days, mansion 5. Street, a sturdy man is also absent-minded, like Li'in. His whole body skeleton the resounding, the body wriggles, probably relieved. Some type of seal, the body grew, appearance to be good-looking, finally. Became is just the same as Li'in. Young master, how? People take away in him nearby alley hastily. Probably has anything to summon me. The man consciousness absent-minded. Muttered, worked loose to accompany, must leave. Summon? Accompany look at each other in blank dismay. Male eyes crawling full blood threads, scared going out alley. Accompany is just about to follow, the indifferent sound passes on together. From the alley, controls him. Young master, offended. Accompany acts decisively, knocked down the man. Forcefully, hauled back, the alley. First leaves this. In the shadow of alley deep place broadcasts the sound, is. A withered old person, the head of Azure, draw store. Accompany conducts the back, the man, cross the low wall, leaves rapidly. Until leaves third area, changes over to the ordinary garden in fifth area. Corner position, the man wakes leisurely. You how? The old people of Azure draw store stand near his window. A very sudden feeling, has anything to summon me probably. The male head. Ballooning, is uncomfortable. The old person looks dignified, also? The man try hard to recall, actually shakes the head saying, then anything. Does not remember. A company is exchanging the vision, how can not remember? I go to third city again. The male eye ground cold light twinkle, this. Marvelous feeling is very unusual, must investigate thoroughly. The old person blocks him, do not impulse, first makes clear what reason. I do not go to there, how to make clear. You, if to there again stupor? Do not forget our status, our secrets. You accompany me to go, if I have any unusual, immediately brings to come back. Me. What significance has? First stays here, wants to be clear about what reason. The old person does not give the man the opportunity, leading the aides to leave the room, locks on the other side from outside. The male brow tight wrinkle, thinks carefully thinks, is really anything. Cannot record. Shortly, his whole body bone wriggles, starts to change to the figure. From the appearance, short a half-minute from a handsome cold youngster, turned into a sturdy, middle-aged person. He is looking all around the crude room, the facial expression is indifferent. That feeling was too strange, must leave here, makes clear the reason to third area. The third city, with departure of man, Li'in returned to normal. Left. His side should the following person, discover exceptionally, led him to leave. Long street that Jiang is watching the fun, the secretly thought sound is regrettable. Li'in looks at the surroundings confusedly, I jest? Jiang also wants to lead Li'in to continue to trace, but the people on street are watching him, discusses spiritedly, some also greeted on own initiative. After night, we come out again. Jiang concluded how that clone also is very curious, waited to recover. We'll come out to investigate. Master, how? Li'in remembers Dark Kingdom time also has had similar situation, then on bewildered were many spirit mark. Who first waits for me to investigate thoroughly the goal is, then finds the way to explain to you again. Jiang does not dare to act rashly, must determine that who the opposite party is, what strength, involves anything. Li'in looks at the surroundings, is recalling the marvelous feeling. Jiang has Li'in round trip to catch up. However, they are walking, Jiang suddenly had a marvelous feeling. Absent-minded within, the long street was peaceful, the crowd desalinated. Jiang continues to proceed, the tip of the toe falls to the ground, swings. The eloquation level ripples in the ground. An intense and abundant imposing manner, came from the stratum deep place. Fills the air toward the block, with his body resonance. Jiang stopped slowly, the surrounding building and crowd, vanished. Completely, thorough was peaceful. The ground of underfoot becomes dim fuzzy, has the strength of land to gallop. Indistinctly, the magma tide is turning wells up, the metalliferous vein is flowing. This feeling, this picture, buries in the sensibility mountains and rivers. Probably greatly. Was the mountains and rivers buries itself to regain consciousness greatly? Jiang looked at the ground of underfoot, looked up to the sky. Sky darkness, vast profound, just like boundless black act drop. Their stars, bright radiant, wonderful peerless. Their bright moon hangs spatially, sprinkles the endless moonlight. There has the scorching sun to span, the glare rises suddenly, shines with the bright moon. Jiang knits the brows slightly, what is this induces? Darius buries hugely, buries the mountains and rivers, to bury the world, to bury the stars. Jiang you had troublesome. This is third largest berries, stars. The voice of Pil Sovereign recalled in the Jiang mind. Jiang knit the brows slightly, shut closing one's eyes, was diligently sober. When the consciousness restores, opens the eye again time, the surrounding all also restored. The lively long street, is the lively store. Is directing people who discuss spiritedly to him. Berries, stars. The Jiang brow tight wrinkle, looked all around the surroundings, the vision falls beyond several hundred meters, finally an attic window of restaurant. A white clothing youngster stands there, the abundant god is handsome, the surface such as the beautiful jade, the forehead is entangling the white jade. Belt, the long hair sprinkles like the waterfall. Two pupil vision junction touches, the pupil condenses slightly. Master, how? Li'in felt strange, how master also absent-minded. Jiang Yi deeply stared at a white-clothing youngster in distant place, leading. Li'in to leave, goes back to rest well. Tonight, has the action. Chapter 921, Fate Meet, Peak Showdown. Is he Jiang Yi? The white-clothing youngster gazes after the Jiang Yi back to disappear in the crowd. White robe, snow white, spotless, compliments him, to select the handsome. Stature high. Said that he is handsome, is more like beautiful, plants arrives at. Sufficiently the picturesque graceful, bearing gracefully. The modest young master, considers so. Should be he, less than quite a while time, he unexpectedly vivid coming out. A middle-aged man of whole-body terse air, /chi, stands side the youngster, having a relish is sizing up Jiang Yi of distant place. Blazing heaven to preserve him, does not hesitate to offend 10,000 gods. Unexpectedly. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. The white-clothing youngster is meditating the Jiang Yi name, was recalling. Just in consciousness the mountains and rivers, picture that presents. They come from the southwest sovereign, saying that antique temple. Reason that the secret arrived here, is investigates the northwest sovereign. Saying that 10,000 god high-sounding talk arrest the Jiang Yi real. Reason, intends to meddle the southwest great wilderness event. The second reason, then the observation blazing heaven. Because since old seductress heavy palm has flaminged heaven, flaminging. Heaven starts to be gradually strong in the foreign attitude. Several years ago does not hesitate to offend central Holy Land, receives the Somalian mansion forcefully, is most serious one time. The temple even suspected that his old seductress intends to borrow the Holy Land event, demonstrates to the antique temple. This 10,000 gods arrived personally, was actually ordered to wait for 2 months, in Jiang Yi Rob's 9th lunar month in the royal princess's situation. They suspected that ghost woman must do the matter. Sure enough, flaming heaven expel 10,000 gods finally, is rumbling. Each royalty. However, what the youngster has not thought that met unexpectedly here. Similar. 6 years ago, he won the temple antiquity sacrificial altar sensibility. Heavenly Tao, the accident/surprise, brought in the mysterious inheritance. Can taking advantage of directing strength of the stars, deducts the unsurpassed magic arts. Can show the stars to vanish, livelihood resonance the prestige of disaster. He does not have to disclose outward, has not alarmed anybody, but disguises. The secret consult material nothing happened. Finally, he discovered in the corner a book pavilion secret 1 volume of ancient books, inside records the taboo strength of since old time spreading. Various days 6, Berry, Eternal 6. He destroyed the ancient book, went into hiding the secret. Because this energy is too powerful, involving of this taboo is more special. He only believes himself. 6 years, he was practicing stars it secretly, goes out frequently, the attempt senses other existences of strength of 6 burying. Because of according to the record of historical data, various days 6 berries. As well as eternal 6 can swallow mutually. 6 years later, have achieved nothing. He met unexpectedly here. He should be the mountains and rivers berries greatly, what control is the big Earth Mother Air/Chi of Jiuzhou 13 see the whole world. The white-clothing youngster muttered, in eye pupil cold light twinkle. Since meets, is the direction of fate. The mountains and rivers vary greatly, I must decide. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. More than 300 blood flame chains float in the midair, above are hanging Su, Xian and the others. Dense and numerous, is magnificently more frightened. They called out pitifully, sad and shrill, the pain struggled. In the blood flame has the special courage, vigor, can maintain their life, is burning down the flesh, skeleton and soul, even as the consciousness. They are really live to might as well die. If ghost pitiful yell continuously, under dreadful blood flame complementing. Probably the corner/horn of hell, shocking. Many people gather nearby Ho residents, to surround, discuss spiritedly. They do not remember when matter the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Previous time assumed an awe-inspiring pose is, but slaughtered the blood. Flame ominous name always to spread in the overlord warring states, looks like. Wicked beast that in the warring states were dormant, is deterring all guests. Who passed in and out the warring states. Injury stood firm, but also needs to rest. After at nightfall, Zhao Xuanye goes out of the room, announced the news. The people relax, salutes to Zhao Xuanye in abundance, is expressing gratitude. Zhao Xuanye looks at Jiang Yi, his wound is somewhat special, is you injures? Jiang Yi explained, at that time I detected Su Xian is somewhat unusual. Immediately must kill her, finally by anchorage. When she /clashes, taps my head the time, the military law that I release happened to swept to Cho Seung. This is really an accident/surprise, I am sorry. Zhao Shiwu and the others selected the eyebrow to look at Jiang Yi ruthlessly. Really? Detected that exceptionally can kill people? If by some chance Su Xian not, you have killed her, is in the wrong blazing heaven. Jiang Yi notices their look, said with a smile awkwardly, this is the experience. Zhao Xuanye also asked, what wound do you use? A very special weapon. I heard that puts from your blindness only? Really, are you blind? My eye was injured, the one who releases the energy is the mask. Can I believe you? Naturally can, we later be the whole families. But before you, told me, your immortal pill hermetic art in great wilderness has not brought on the body. Finally, did you hand over to give cable/search? The mansion? Jiang Yi smiles embarrassedly, at that time was not familiar, I feared that you kill me. Zhao Xuanye said lightly, you have to fear? Jiang Yi said, cultivates the behavior to work, in the stance cannot instigate, the mentality more than 10 million are steady. Zhao Xuanye nods, no longer makes the sound, but looks at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi strange looked at each other, I with him. Zhao Xuanye said, wants me to state clearly? Looks at my brain, forgot. Jiang Yi hurries to draw out the jade small dish from bronze inside the tower. Both hands gives Zhao Xuanye, this is the immortal pills, detailed hermetic art, you receive. Forgot? How I felt that you do not want to give. Zhao Xuanye accepts the jade small dish, said, World Lord, for you offended 10,000 gods, you may probably repay World Lord well, do not disappoint her. That is natural, since I flaming the third-class elder of heaven, will try hard to maintain to flaming heaven, maintained World Lord. You, since joined flaming heaven, must have own residence, had own guard. Do I arrange for you? Does not use, I continuously am flaming in heaven. Do you want to live in the period of 5 days mansion? I made the agreement with World Lord, I can move casually, which wants to go. To go, but World Lord has the need time, I must come back. Zhao Xuanye knits the brows slightly, World Lord deliberately created trouble. The third-class elder is the treatment of Yudan saint rank, must keep in. Immortal to live, refine the pill of immortality, studies pill technique. This is from ancient to present custom, how could to suddenly change? Moreover, Jiang Yi killing is too heavy, ambitious, obviously is not the Lord. Of being free from worry, the ignores he deliberately creates trouble outside. Does not know that must provoke many to trouble. Although World Lord shows mercy, you must, for the World Lord consideration, do not cause trouble, frequently pays attention to your status, do not forget the refine the pill of immortality, while the talent do not leave uncultivated. Zhao Xuanya reminded too, leading the people of Zhao faction to leave. Senior. The Jiangyi half-step catches up with Zhao Xuanya. What matter also has? Many thanks, you recommended me to enter flaming heaven, later was one of us. Some matters, some words, we do not need to hide. Said. Somalian mansion injury is very serious, probably needs excellent works. Elixir? His meridians are completely broken, the sea of qi dries up, even the life. Backlashed, Bestis takes excellent works elixir good fortune longevity. Miracle cure. It can recuperate the life, the meeting again spirit strength. Restores the meridians. However, the medicinal herb of good fortune longevity miracle cure is very special, is very in a short time difficult to collect, even can still only be able to collect one, therefore that 5 elders of survival can only use good fortune pill, or as quasi-excellent works elixir Bodhi gold dollar pill, but the drug efficacy is not necessarily able to make them recover. According to your speculation, these medicinal herbs can collect? Zhao Xuanya understood the meaning of Jiangyi. Should. Jiangyi lowers the sound, how? Can. Let it not? If the Somalian mansion restores, definitely retaliation, not only in view of me, may aim at the Zhao faction, we want who strikes the first blow, has the advantage. He truly must retaliate you, but gives him 10 heads, he does not dare to bump. My Zhao faction. Zhao Xuanya, this saying to be not proud. Blazing 5 big factions of heaven is completely independently, and is completely independent, they are only the necessary time are assigned by world Lord, other time probably independence forces such act on free will. They inherit glorious, amasses wealth, by heavy taxation, the huge refine the pill of immortality master community, is controlling the respective hermetic art. Moreover, the outside influence comes to become friends with and seek the medicine, with some faction, does not look for World Lord directly. Jiangyi whispered, he is not definitely good, but can he go to other factions? For example, Li faction prevents accidents before they happen, I am doing this for you. Zhao Xuanya is really speechless, solves for oneself obviously troublesome. Must say, that considers for others. Jiangyi smiles, senior, well under consideration. If you being able to get down hand, can ask me to help appropriately, I am glad very much. Zhao Xuanya, helpless shaking the head, leading the person to leave. Jiangyi was shouting the sound to Zhao Xuanya, back, considered. Whole families. Prevents accidents before they happen, who strikes the first blow has the advantage. Whom does he want to toss about? Zhao Shiwu and the others look in the distant place straight frowns, was just saved from death, doesn't rest? This is the vigor is too full, damaged the person to become addicted. Chapter 922, Fate Meet, Peak Showdown. Late at night before dawn. The lively warring states returned to normal, Jiangyi led Li Yin to leave the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. The long street is lonely, few person activity. Jiang Yi and Li Yin pass through intersections, has left the 3rd city. They walk is very slow, occasionally stops observes everywhere, appears in the waiting goal. Is that Jiang Yi? On the roof of distant place, a build sturdy man saw very much. Accidentally, surprisingly, 2 forms that on the spacious long street walks. Is his must go? The men felt strange. Tonight slides to seek for the truth secretly, bumped Into Jiangyi unexpectedly, moreover, probably is stealthy. He hesitant little. While, first was with the past. However, when distance to 20 li, 0.5 kilometers, that absent-minded marvelous feeling suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Li Yin had also detected, he came. Jiangyi stops the footsteps, then looks all around the chilly long street. Suddenly the acceleration, leading Li Yin to proceed to clash. In the shadow, the mysterious man gets back one's composure rapidly, the brow wrinkle is tighter. What's the matter? Is this marvelous feeling related with Jiangyi? That person of his side. This was really accidental. After the mysterious man determines for no one, quietly with the past. The Jiangyi speed is getting more and more fast, across many city area, left. The warring states, directly soared the wilderness. I want to take a look at you too, but actually do. The mysterious man put jade bead toward the mouth, after follows rapidly. Jiangyi and Li Yin, the speed is getting more and more fast, advances freely. And quickly in the wilderness. The mysterious man is sticking to the subtlest of wilderness, is going into. Hiding the form, constantly changes the position, is maintaining with Jiangyi. 2 people distance. Jiangyi across 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, wilderness, rushed in the lush jungle. Yugo advanced, adjust the condition, eats some elixir to wait. Jiangyi takes in the bronze tower. Li Yin, stood near the tranquil lake. Time 1 minute, /share 1 second of passing. Reckless Bofin the ripple, is glittering the clear wave light, the surrounding forest is luxuriant. The occasional beast roar bird cry, adds the dim light of night to be tranquil. After a half hour. Jiangyi said, since with, be not hiding. In the mountainside of distant place, the mysterious person is standing. Silently, has not made noise, no action. After Jiangyi stops, he is pulling closer the distance, cautiously, but that marvelous feeling has not appeared again. He stands in the high place, by the crotch scattered slit, looks, that the distant place stands in Jiangyi, of lakeside alone. Moreover, that person vanished. The feeling also vanished. In other words, his so-called familiarity, likely side that person with Jiang. He has the relations. However, which went? Surroundings radically no one. The men want to come, knows that exactly had anything, why can cause that? Beyond control feeling, but that is Jiangyi. He follows orders, investigates Jiangyi with pan relations, must keep secret. What to do? His natural disposition is courageous, but actually cannot make up mind now. His name was Li Yin. You? Also surnamed Li. The Jiangyi sound in the forest is reverberating peacefully, the consciousness is having the induction with the mountains and rivers jungle, is investigating the position of goal carefully. The mysterious person knits the brows slightly, ambush was deeper. Jiangyi determined the target location, from his about 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, in the mountainside of distant place, his swift and fierce one-eyed face is there. I understand you. Also must understand compared with yourself. You knew nothing about your once memory. Spirit mark that you have to adopting your person is completely same. You feel familiar. The marvelous feeling in the third city today, seemed like summoned. The Jiangyi sound reverberates in the dark woods, anxiously is not slow, the character is clear. The mysterious person changes countenance, is away from the leaf slit, closely. Is staring at the form of lakeside. His what knows? He has not seen me obviously, does not know that who I am. Jiangyi continues saying, do you want to know your life experience? Do you want to know your spirit mark secret? Comes out. Here others, you should not also investigates, past/lived. I direct here you, wants to meet, new. The mysterious person is aloof. These secrets are truly puzzling him, but there is Jiang Yi, he does not dare to act rashly. Jiang Yi at heart secret vigilant, this person very powerful strength in meditation. Related to own status secret, can bear unexpectedly. Is the natural disposition is over suspicious, is other reason? I have seen you. Is yourself walks, do I direct from the mountainside you? Jiang Yi produces the resonance with the land, prepares to begin at any time. No matter what, today must determine his status. The mysterious person is also vigilant, does he know me in this? Was obviously. Careful, how does he discover? Since discovered, that does meet? Changed the appearance figure in any case. The curiosity of mysterious man has pressed the vigilance, holds jade bead too. Go down the rocky mountain, is stepping on the thick withered leaf, moved toward Jiang Yi. Jade bead is the space coffin, can, when encounters the danger, or nowhere may. Conceals time, can bite the jade, the distortion space, can shift more than 500 meters forcefully most. Regarding his killer, more than 500 meters shifts, reverse any dangerous situation sufficiently, then escape the birthday. The men have not approached, stopped beyond several hundred meters, is away from the sturdy big tree, confronts with Jiang Yi. What do you know? You are surnamedly. What did you call? Jiang Yi wants to see clearly the appearance of opposite party, but he is only revealing the half-body profile. What did this person experience? Very powerful vigilance. Does not seem like the young master of some influence, seem like the killer. Wait. Killers? The Jiang Yi heart moves. He now is sensitive to this word. I was once surnamedly, afterward changed. Mysterious man half-hidden body. Is vigilant. I make you come, under wants to deepen understood, your surface is not willing. To see unexpectedly, is this your sincerity? You first said that you know anything. Were you rampant be used to it? Can everyone depend on you? When I bring to light the matter completely, you looked again, the mood does decide to make an appearance? You were too serious yourself, was not too serious others. Is you make me come. If not willing saying that said goodbye. The men felt too risky, not suitable with the Jiang Yi direct contact. Wait. Did you change surname Xiao? Jiang Yi attempted to shout the sound. So long is determined that is not the world prison, other are easy to do. However, the leaving form stops immediately, turns around to face Jiang Yi suddenly. His what knows? The Jiang Yi eye pupil concentrates, observes closely the form that say/way. Revealed completely stubbornly. Taking advantage of the motley moonlight, he saw clearly that person of appearance. Unlikely Een, is completely short and strong, the appearance is thick. Moreover, the age seems like the middle age. Could not find the least bit Een shadow. Did you also change the appearance? Jiang Yi observes, closely, the man. Stubbornly. Men surpassed vigilantly curiously, you know were a much less. Jiang Yi inquired again, did you change surname Xiao? Has nothing to do with you. The men turn around to leave. You can change the appearance, because big grave secret technique? Jiang Yi feared that anything comes anything, more does not want to involve. With the world prison, more bumps into one after another. Is this fate? The man halted, turns the head to look at Jiang Yi. You relate with my anything. First said your name. The Jiang Yi, surging emotions fluctuate, world prison. What especially is really the world prison? This clone, to fall to the world prison unexpectedly, to awaken to the negative pole flame? I once was laid to seal/confer, the present is Xiao Huarong. The male similar. Surging emotions fluctuate, is unable to be calm. They had not met before completely, the Jiangyi actually opens the mouth said. His all, but can also recognize the big grave secret technique. But doesn't Jiangyi come from coastal great wilderness? How does he know the big grave secret technique of the world prison? Why do you come to here? Jiangyi felt thornily, even as not willing to come. Out Li Yinfeng, because to the negative pole flame and big grave secret technique can definitely restrain Li Yin. Checks you. Li to seal / confer spoke frankly. What checks my? Jiangyi thump was at heart more troublesome. Suddenly. Comes, checks him, biggest possibility because of Pan. I had said matter that I should not say, you? Why knows that my secret, how? Many do you know? Do you want to see Li Yin? Where is he at? In my, you dares to go in? Jiangyi bumps the bronze tower and neckband. Please come out him. Li Fengyao jade bead, the time is vigilant. Chapter 923, Fate Meet, Peak Showdown. The curtain of night is deep, the mountain forest is lonely. Two people under the motley moonlight are away from the forest to confront. Anxiously, various bosom thoughts are pondering fast. You wait a bit. Jiangyi made the decision finally, the consciousness reached bronze, to remind. Li Yin. I must let out you. Did you prepare? Master, do I want to fight whom? Li Yin felt strange. I told you also useless, after you go out, we'll lose the consciousness. How do I hit? You lose the consciousness, he will also lose the consciousness, what you? Spell is the spirit mark strong and weak, what spell does the will and sinks? The fight experience in bone. Jiangyi observes closely Li to seal / confer, directed from bronze inside the tower Li Yin. Li to seal / confer noticed that Li Yin earliest possible time was shocked, this person seems like with him, almost a mold carves. Li Yin actually felt strange, who this person is? Absolutely does not have the impression. But, Li Yin or Li to seal / confer, rapidly are absent-minded. They breathe loudly, the pair of eyes hyperemia, the expression starts fiercely. The evil black mark spreads from the body, crawling full whole body, impact. Gate. Two people after confronting several seconds, the pitiful yell sound that simultaneously sends out the pain, kneels down layer on layer / heavily. Also fell in space jade bead, who the preparation of momentarily mouth. Shifted by Li Fenghan. Two people hold a pitiful yell, is in deep sorrow. The speed that sudden that too because meets, face to face, therefore loses. Directly is extremely swift and violent, the brought pain is more serious. Compared with Li Yin meetly silent / solitary, intense too many were too. Initially many. Their pair of eyes hyperemia, are ugly looking, the body is twisting. Suddenly, their sound stopped suddenly, raised the head, savage observing. Closely each other. Probably, two going crazy wicked beasts. Li Yin takes the lead to erupt, the incarnation phoenix spreads the wings, to cry to howl, the sound moves the nighttime sky. The whole body golden light is fierce, the monster hot ebullition, is proliferating the dense and numerous vortex, in each vortex being correct. Sharp sword is fluctuating. Fearful vicious tendencies, and kill the prestige, to fill the air, to strike the field. Qianyang sword mark with the beast, spirit mark, perfect joint entity. Bang! Torrential gold / metal flame, along with the sword tide of howling, the bang of blotting out the sky approached frontly to seal / confer. Li to seal / confer shouts fiercely, the whole body black flame, turns wells up. About launches the generous pair of wings, inspires to strike violently. actually welcomed the torrential roaring flame to kill. The black flame is strange, brace the piercing cold air unexpectedly. The pair of wings is huge, about launches 89 meters. Moreover, the cold air is fierce, indestructible, they wield violently, resist the monster hot sword. Tide, protects the whole body completely. Both hands lift up high, gush out, two black flame vortex, revolves at the extremely astonishing speed, is grabbing torrential monster fire inside energy. Aniline black. Whatever the roaring flame wells up the angry volume crazily, monster sword. Sharp boiling hot, cannot injure to his slightest. He flutters to slash clashes crazily, is barbarically overbearing, under the chaotic consciousness stimulation, goes crazy the piercing raging tide, killed in front of Liin. Liin obvious being caught off guard, because in the chaotic consciousness had recognized that the full power eruption of Supreme Double Saint Mark can definitely suppress the goal. Li Fengzhuang opens the raging tide, appears before him, in this moment, the black flame vortex of both hands, revolving dispersed speedily suddenly. Presented two golden crystals. It seems like the golden light twinkle, glittering and translucent carving. Just like the short sword, the surroundings is also surrounding the empty shadow of Phoenix unexpectedly. However, it is sending out the piercing cold air, the chill, slashing cold. Bang bang. Li to seal, / confer came, is pushing crystal hitting ruthlessly in Liin chest. The crystal disintegration, the piercing cold air sweeps across Liin whole body. The golden roaring flame that Liin boils extinguishes unexpectedly rapidly. The spirit strength that the whole body flows was suppressed, might living be lived frozen. Li to seal / confer pair of wings strikes crazily, probably two sturdy black flame-cold blades, divided ruthlessly on Liin. Liin was frozen, the spirit strength was suppressed, in this flash, does not have the strength to hit back. Liin whole body, the resounding, along with everywhere fragment, called out pitifully is flying to the sky. The body receives the statue that hits hard, probably, almost must break to pieces. If Li Fengzhuang the wild animal, the chaotic consciousness is stimulating the soul, the pain is crazier. Liin stands firm distressedly, spreads the wings, to cry to howl, similarly. Was realized, to stimulate is going crazy demented, forgets the pain, forgot. Dead, is considering only the release energy, must kill front similar. The bloodline's ebullition, the sea of chi turns wells up, the spirit strength passes forcefully, boils again the strong not dead monster fire, changes to the turbulent sea of fire, blotting out the sky submerges toward below. The monster fire is blazing, the glare is fierce. In wells up to barbaric, turning fiercely, monster beast that condenses the overwhelming power one after another, from fierce tiger to lion, from bird of prey to monster insect, huge quantity, power and influence rumble, bombardment of advancing uninterruptedly. However, the strange situation appears again. Li to seal, / confer flutters to soar to the heavens, the pair of wings cold air is piercing, the domineering is resisting the roaring flame attack, his both hands lift up high, the black flame vortex is revolving at an incredible rate. He is completely disregarding the beast tide of galloping, easily accomplished. Soars to the heavens explodes shoots. The place visited, the wicked beast avalanche, the monster fire is gloomy. Probably all monster hot aniline blacks, were plundered forcefully, gather in the vortex of his both hands. In an instant, Li to seal / confer kills the near again, the vortex stops. Suddenly, two black crystals explode again shoot. If the potential, the startling thunderclap, penetrates Liin, freezes Liin. Liin does not have the resistance. The high temperature that the whole body twists, cannot shoulder the black crystal. The proud monster fire was suppressed completely. Li Tasil/Confer turns over wildly, the generous pair of wings chops to cut. Li Yin rumbles to fly again him. This time, he has not stopped, but pursues to kill. The ice-cold black flame that is flooding the golden light changes to the tombstone outline turbulently, hit on Li Yin. The tombstone is jet black, solemn and respectful dignified, the golden light. Like the character, inscribes the Li Yin two characters. Air/Chi of strange chill/Yin cold, surging world, appalling. Li Yin just worked loose the cold ice, finally the black tombstone hits the whole body, quickly infiltrates to the body. Afterward, the whole body energy abates rapidly, was pressed in the sea of chi forcefully, the flesh twists, the skeleton resounding, even the phoenix monster body starts to return to the human form. Loses the monster body, loses the flame, Li Yin drops from the clouds. Numerous pounding on the ground. Weak that his whole body could not say, must fall into the deep sleep. Probably, must be buried while still alive. The mysterious tombstone stood probably in his body. His body became the tomb, buried itself. The Jiangyi stand the distant place, looks at this indifferently. This is expected the scene. It is not Li Yin is not strong, but was Li Fengzhen duplicated Xiao spirit. Mark 2 negative pole flame. This is one type is quite special, extremely alternative flame. In some sense, it is not the flame, but is the difficult adversary of flame. To the negative pole flame, can immunity world most flame, what is more fearful, it can also from attacking its flame, derives this type of flame, the source strength, then evolves to restrain its side cold air/chi. But the anode lives in. If to the negative pole flame awakens in the excellent works rank, except for few ceremonial fires, it almost can completely recklessly devastation. But today, to the negative pole flame might be called invincible existence. In the flame system. This is inheritance, spirit mark of Xiao, this was also the once Western prison. Heaven dominates a reason of territory place. The Jiangyi previous generation is also relying on with the alliance of West. Prison heaven stands firm rapidly. Except for two negative pole flame, they overbearing inherits the secret technique, big grave secret technique. This set of military law can the mystery is to dig up a grave for other sets. Up a stone monument. The hit body like turns into the tomb suddenly, the meridians completely breaks, the sea of chi annihilation, the soul dissipates, the flesh dries up. Overbearing and cruel. Chapter 924, Fate Meet, Peak Showdown. After Li Tasil/Confer falls to the ground, sends out wild shouting, the pair of eyes hyperemia, is ugly looking, overruns toward Li Yin. His big grave secret technique controlled Li Yin, has not actually destroyed. Directly, because in his consciousness has intensely holds to read, even is. The order, must eat Li Yin while still alive, ate Li Yin completely. Li Yin struggles fiercely, actually discovered own whole body ice cold, the sea of chi soul weight, etc. went black. Death fear and desperate, no use. Li Tasil/Confer threw fiercely, bit to Li Yin neck, broke the bone. Li Yin consciousness, crazily, was enraged thoroughly. A subtle Saint Prestige attacks in the whole body, shook the big grave secret. Technique forcefully, was stood in the body, tombstone. When Jiangyi initially drinking to heart's content holy blood, gave him some. Quenches the body to refine the body, is reborn. At this moment was threatened intensely, that power and influence that the holy blood precipitates erupts violently. Although does not have to work loose the overbearing big grave secret technique thoroughly, but becomes less crowded. At this moment, Li Yin Rave uses 9 yang reincarnation techniques. comprehensively. The flaming glare blooms in the whole body, along with thunders violently. Loudly explosion. It is not dead inherits, 9 Yang reincarnation techniques. His whole body seems like from exploding general, the roaring flame turns. Wells up, the flesh and blood flying in all directions, raises the astonishing space to fluctuate. Li to seal/confer is unexpected, was submerged by the explosion of instantaneous release, calls out pitifully to flutter, covered with blood. Reveals the dense white bones. 9 Yang reincarnation techniques, the mystery is withdrawing and regeneration. Li Yin re-enters the peak, flutters to cry to hell, in a short time condenses. 800 not to extinguish the monster sword again. Under the spirit mark intense control, they hit speedily, the power and influence continues to rise dramatically, until superimposing 800 times. Clang. 800 do not extinguish the monster sword, to condense comprehensively, changes into a body, is 30 meters. Sword air/chi bone-chilling cold, surrounds just like the hurricane. The roaring flame rebellion, takes the form of not dying fierce bird to surround. Perfect magnificence, pinnacle domineering. The endless ray, illuminates the expansive sky. Li to seal/confer mouthful spurts the blood, the whole body leaps to the negative pole flame, is surrounding the numerous golden light, condenses the tombstone outline. Did not kill to Li silent/solitary, but buried itself. This is the alternative evolution of big grave secret technique, can use that. To control whole body, all might, oneself all energies, are condensing. In the whole body surface suddenly, forms to the strong seal. Bang. Sharp sword suddenly slash violently to strike, the bang only to seal/confer, had not actually broken out him, but rumbled ruthlessly. Li Yin shouts crazily, displays the strongest style again, is instantly lively. Flutters to cry to howl, the glare rises suddenly, spans the expansive sky. Just like the scorching sun. Fluctuates from his sea of chi violently blooms, sweeps across the whole body. Comes from spirit essence, is attacking spirit mark. A golden great sword soars to the heavens revolving, is 50 meters, the golden light is boundless, the sword refers to the heaven. The mountain forest energies of surrounding 10,000 meters scope start. The continuous gathering, has the potential and rivers and streams land to be able, the air/chi of forest, probably endless starlight, dense and numerous. Gatherings. Cuts. Li Yin is frantic, therefore is wielding a brush the full power. Releases the great sword intensely. The great sword thunders, is seething with excitement, the fierce golden light. Is surrounding the rivers and streams forest image, toward Li Fengzhan. Li to seal/confer appearance is also fierce, strengthful. The surrounding space banged a loud sound, to the negative pole flame. Comprehensive complete release, just like the black wave of rushing, surges. Several hundred meters. The air/chi of moon is enormous and powerful, chill/ing cold ice cold. The surrounding area, the forest land within 10,000 meters must freeze. Rapidly, thoroughly destroys the vitality. To the negative pole flame not only can, when was attacked by the roaring flame, plunders the source strength, the evolution extremely cold air/chi. Their ordinary cultivation in continuous absorbing flame strength, in the air/chi of sea of chi precipitation moon. The flame source strength that usually derives is more powerful, precipitation. The air/chi of moon is more terrifying. Thought back on the past, Shao Qing Yun, from precipitating to in air/chi, might be called the origins of 2 meter, at the beginning of the primal chaos. Beginning. Pu passes. A black small fish, the black flame of turning welling up vividly, seemingly Fine exquisite, is actually the source of Moon in Li to seal/confer Sea of Qi. Precipitates, has the powerful power and influence of frozen mountains and rivers. 50 meters, great sword glare is fierce, the monster fire turns wells up, is surrounding the air/Qi of mountains and river stars, delimits the expansive sky, suddenly/violently Geely has sealed. The small fish soars, the cold air rises suddenly, shows the potential of Kuanping, the vast power and influence of similar vastness erupts instantaneously. With explodes violently, the cold wave wreaks havoc, the roaring flame. Rebellion, the mountains and river stars pinnacle avalanche. A surrounding area several kilometers range was destroyed completely. Kills. Li'in Manic, the speed rises suddenly, carries the energy of turning wells up. To wreak havoc hardly, the domineering kills the near. And in an instant. Integrated 3 points. Is relying on Sea of Qi unique spirit essence, making 3 clone energies. Completely same, is difficult to distinguish the truth. Li to seal/confer consciousness. The confusion now, is more difficult to judge. Raises violently, to the negative pole flame, directly, probably the tide. Attacks fiercely forward, submerges 3 Li'in. Tittered. 2 clone to freeze at the scene, actually under Li'in control, the direct detonation, the release the tide, disturbs Li to seal/confer violently. Forcefully. Li'in true body hard anti-cold air, in hand did not extinguish the monster. Sword to cut ruthlessly to Li to seal/confer nape of the neck. At a crucial moment within, Li to seal/confer lowers the head fiercely, the sharp sword cuts the scalp, pastes the skull to delimit. Li'in soars rapidly, 800 sharp swords appear at the maximum speed, blotting out the sky submergedly to seal/confer. By the control of consciousness. After 800 sharp swords rush in the cold wave, stirs violently randomly. However the cold air of negative pole flame is too heavy, froze the sharp sword forcefully. Explodes. Li'inti Hells, the incarnation phoenix, the roaring flame turns. Again wells up, spreads the wings 30 meters, he to the end dives, detonates. The sharp sword that just froze decisively. Rumble. 800 sharp sword, comprehensive collapse to extinguish, lead to the sword air/Qi. Raging tide, wreaks havoc vortex that to the negative pole flame forms. Breaks forcefully, reveals completely insidely to seal/confer. Li'in flutters, but, the sharp claws sprinkles the big piece shadow. Grasping ruthlessly approached Li to seal/confer. Li to seal/confer raised the head suddenly, the underfoot ground rebellion. 18 moon tombstones, disperse more than 3,000 meters loudly, forms buries the domain greatly, imprisons Li'in who flushed forcefully. Li'in felt that space rapid viscous, the speed was affected. The body, soul, and spirit strength, start to be controlled marvelously, might start the self. Seal. Li to seal/confer both hands dance, toes is burying the domain strength, too. Gather greatly rapidly, probably the rivers and streams tide, submerges toward. Li'in. Must bury thoroughly. Li'in struggles fiercely, is crazily more anxious, ignores the consumption. Completely, displayed for the second time, vividly instantly. Fluctuates from the Sea of Qi violently blooms, sweeps across the whole body. Comes from spirit essence, is attacking spirit mark. The golden great sword soars to the heavens revolving, is 50 meters, the golden light is boundless, the sword refers to the heaven. Buries the domain to be confused greatly rapidly, the turbulent energy must. Unexpectedly toward the great sword volume in the past. Although big grave secret technique famous epicenter territory, but instantly. Lively is also the town/subdues clan secret technique of Gu Hua's first clan. Powerful force. And Li Yin released the monster fire decisively, is attacking the great sword, was equivalent to 2 great sage marks, to support mutually, strengthened the strength of control, immediately made the lively might turn time instantly. Li to seal/confer just about to controls the energy in domain forcefully, that side Li Yin great sword power and influence rises suddenly, probably the hurricane plunders, to bury the strength of extinguishing forcefully. Chaotic, soul-stirring. Li Yin spreads the wings, to cry to howl in the upper air, the fierce form just like the scorching sun, 50 meters great sword refers to the heavens slantingly. Surrounds is not extinguishing the monster fire, the Qianyang sword air/qi. Forcefully plundering energy. But Li to seal/confer stimulates to movement crazily, is burying the domain. Greatly, is striving for the control with Li Yin. A moment later, 2 people expression simultaneously one ruthless. Li to seal/confer is reverse and good, the act of control buried the energy. Greatly toward the great sword gathering in the past, must forcefully. Burying great sword. But Li Yin releases the great sword directly, toward Li Fingpi. A radical explosion releases in the domain. Li to seal/confer by sword-tied annihilation, covered with blood, but he turned in the monster fire that welled up to condense the moon-black crystal. From the surroundings rapidly, released the past, toward Li Yin. Li Yin receives, to bury the energy impact greatly, the body soul and spirit. Strength is attacked, moves aside, was penetrated by the black crystal front. Surface, the whole body freezes rapidly. Mutually wounded. Li Yin seals the injury to be serious, does not have the meaning of slightly. Stopping undergoing crazy, toward each other through. Li to seal/confer spirit mark, lets the negative pole flame that to the territory innumerable powerhouses are panic at the news. Martial fogging is the big grave secret technique, rarely runs into the rival. Li Yin belongs to double spirit mark, but also is extremely strong spirit mark, but the monster fire was suppressed, making him very difficult to have the advantage in the confusion. Did he come? Jiangyi is observing with rapt attention time, the daytime marvelous feeling. Appears again. He gets hold of the fist, turned around to look to the crown of distant place. Chapter 925, Fate Meet, Peak Showdown. Under the bright moonlight, a white clothing floating youngster stands in the top of the tree. If the surface the beautiful jade, 2 eyes seem like the stars to be bright. Yu Jingzhan, helping me watch Li Yin, if there is a danger, rescues promptly. Jiangyi puts Yu Jingzhan, welcomed the white clothing youngster in distant place to rush over. They lost the reason? Yu Jingzhan looks to kill crazy Li Yin, knits the brows slightly. However, the powerful imposing manner that Li Yin show, extraordinary martial law, making Yu Jingzhan secretly intense. He has contacted with Li Yin in bronze inside the tower, is the powerhouse of supreme double excellent works, was too strong. By his 6th rank spirit mark ability, only if goes all out, otherwise is very difficult to meddle the fight of such rank. But Jiangyi invited him, he has not flinched, must wholeheartedly. More than 10 inside and outside, Jiangyi stands in the crown, the white clothing youngster with distant place separate spatially relative. Although is very strange, that moment of but looking in the eyes, felt the inexplicable familiarity, saw combustion war intent from each other eye ground. Their consciousness slightly absent-minded. As if surrounding world is desalinating, gradual disappearance. As if the entire world only had them, the pulsation of land, may hear clearly. The stars change, may touch subtly. The strength of mysterious nature in silent flowing, the profound void. Undercurrent is dormant to surge. They gradually seem aloof in the world, is aloof in this world. At this moment, they seem to the strength of respective inheritance, had the brand new sensibility, seemed like had a deeper contact with the mountains and rivers stars. They stared each other, our passing, probably were very long, short flickered. Probably, two people restored the pure brightness simultaneously. Below leaf Zhu Tian asks for advice, the mountains and rivers to bury to young Master Jiang greatly. The men are away from are very far, lifts the hand to point at Jiang Yi. Mysterious aura blooms instantly, the surging mountains and rivers jungle. Sweeps across the space act drop. Who strikes the first blow has the advantage. In an instant, the stars fluctuate, the wonderful light rebellion, blots out the sky to submerge Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was separated from mountains and rivers jungle instantaneously. Placed oneself in the vast starry sky. Trillion stars twinkles, the radiant charming, vast galaxy gallops, if. Beautiful picture scroll. Bang. Rumbling. A lot of stars leap suddenly, is separated from the galaxy, runs amok. Speedily. They are all kinds, the energy is enormous and powerful, is dragging the fierce glare, the bang of advancing uninterruptedly to Jiang Yi. This is a spiritual god extinguishes the world powerful power and influence. Is the common people the energy that is hard to attain? Dark. Ice cold. Void big rebellion. But in front of continually the stars of enlargement, Jiang Yi tiny looks like the ants, the leeway that probably even revolts against does not have. Jiang Yi studies the mountains and rivers to bury greatly, naturally was clear. That this offensive fearfulness, this is the military law secret technique. Weight, etc. under the normal boundary absolutely the powerful power and influence. That is hard to resist. Only can bury the resistance with the mountains and rivers greatly. But, he places oneself the starry sky now, isolated the relation with mountains and rivers, is unable to use the inheritance. Therefore, Jiang Yi not slightly hesitant, calls the inducing resuscitation decisively. The whole body bloodline's rapid ebullition, the vermilion bird soul cried to hell intensely, he did not have the incarnation vermilion bird, actually. Showed the prestige of vermilion bird, particularly the spine of lumbar vertebra place, shown the might of God eyes. The God eyes distortion, the power and influence surges, the mask makes concessions in an instant, the blood color glare erupts loudly. A series of responses in microseconds. The ray dazzling power and influence bone-chilling cold blood color light beam. Explodes shoots the starry sky, the crushing darkness, the distortion deep. Space. Although Jiang Yi is the human form, the power and influence that may fill. Changes to the dignified vermilion bird in the surroundings, flutters the long and loud cry, the acoustic shock starry sky. A huge boundless blue star's front surface was pierced, immediately leads to the disaster raging tide of avalanche, since the interior evolves, to exterior. Attacks, the rapid surging vast starry sky, as if the myriad things life must annihilate before him. The Jiang Yi rave, the vermilion bird cried to hell, the god eyes spurted to be thin the energy light beam, as the rotation of head swept away the starry sky wildly, connected the disintegration, 5 big stars, ripped open. This piece of galaxy forcefully, picture scroll. Buzz. The surrounding scene inverts instantaneously, re-enters the forest. Well? The white clothing youngster is astonished, killed unexpectedly like this? He is what beast mark. Jiang Yi returns to the real world in an instant, retaliating unrestrained / no trace of politeness. The mountains and rivers rumble, a surrounding area 30 li, 0.5 kilometers, land. Fluctuates violently, the mountain transfers, the rivers and streams change course, a heaven moves the mountains and rivers powerful power and influence. Enormous and powerful forest. Jiangyi and Leaf Zhutian shifts to dozens inside and outside rapidly, was separated from Li'an battlefield. Before mountains and rivers transfer, our Jiangyi has conceived simply the power and influence, never expected that really displays today. Moreover, during is dark, has probably a consciousness and energy is stimulating to movement him so to display. What deity is this fights? Yu Jingzhan turns around with amazement. Unbelievable looks at the radical change the mountains and rivers. Jiangyi soars, fights intent like the fire. The surroundings all are the mountain jungle, the lake river tide. This is his battlefield, this is his domain. His, as if mountains and rivers incarnation, soars to soar to the heavens, is towing the air, chi, of invisible, actually vast violent mountains and rivers. Such as tsunami numerous, toward rumbling that Leaf Zhutian advances uninterruptedly in the past. Leaf Zhutian, tall Juyun, the day, both hands spread out. A bright moon appears. From fuzziness to clear, from indistinctness to reality, huge boundless, the probably real bright moon was received and instructed from the endless deep space by him. The silver light like the water, casts light upon the world, the cold air. Bone-chilling cold, frozen mountains and rivers. Leaf Zhutian, both hands push to strike, the bright moon spurts to be thin in an instant the limitless silvery brilliance, similarly just like rivers, and streams tsunami, continuous, the front surface is hitting Jiangyi the potential of mountains and rivers. Rumble. A terrifying rebellion sweeps across the mountains and rivers centered on them, flaps the world. The mountain avalanche, the forest annihilation, the endless strong winds. Wreak havoc dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. The scene shocks peerlessly. Jiangyi rushes in the stratum rapidly, the consciousness ups and downs, the energy induces, he forms the resonance with Mother of Land. This time quickly was obviously more decisive than before. He as if received the law aim of Mother of Land, accurate law surrounding area. 30 Doronets mountains and rivers. The heavy/thick stratum, the tenacious mineral load and lush vegetation, the ground lake underground river course, and in-depth magma, integrates the control completely. Jiangyi ignores the pain, the domineering disrupts the both arms, by the fresh flesh bone, the blood sacrifice mountains and rivers awakens the law. Aim. The mountains and rivers vary greatly, comprehensive eruption. Leaf Zhutian noticed that Jiangyi hidden enters the stratum, knows that must release the pinnacle energy. He serious dignified, the whole body is hot. Blooded surges, anticipated the energy that intensely asked for advice, the mountains and rivers to vary greatly, having a look at Jiangyi, to evolve to display what kind of degree. Therefore, he consciousness with the deep space blends, receives and instructs. The vast law aim, then disruption both hands, whatever the blood sprays. Unifies blood incantation rune/symbol array in the sky. A starry sky scene of length and breadth appears rapidly, has the galaxy to gallop, stars, has the bright moon in the sky, silver light like water, but in other opposite, is the scorching sun of ascension. Primal chaos 2 meters, yin-yang relative. Stars vanish, the disaster raging tide that the livelihood crashes, in arrival. That this moment, blots out the sky. Represents the vault of heaven, represents the land, 2 disaster tides up and down to striking, terrifying rebellion surging mountains and rivers. Continuous. This is not the resistance of energy, but is a collision of taboo principle. The invincible might resistance that one type is unable to explain, the area of influence inconceivable. Suddenly, the energy rebellion, the strong winds wreak havoc, the crazy volume. Land attacks the sky. A surrounding area, dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, mountain changes to the dust, the river. Tide dries up rapidly, the jungle silent annihilation, the fog of upper air is defeated and dispersed, completely invisible. Li to seal, / confer Li-een, who the distant place is slaughtering were flown by. Brutal razing, was under the huge impact, but consciousness no influence on them crazily, fierce collision, same place. Eugene fought deeply, is actually shocked, was this Jiangyi strength? Is this fight of day? Has obviously exceeded the limit that he has been able to imagine. Chapter 926, Young Fatty. The chaotic source, strange Guangfan wells up, the energy wreaks havoc, the world is dark. Jiangyi Antai lives weakly, starts the small nirvana technique, quickly regains the condition, is staring at Leaf Zhu Tian of upper air. Leaf Zhu Tian also with own secret technique, restored in peak condition, is overlooking following Jiangyi. Two people are very accidental, surprised. In the impression of Jiangyi, various days 6 berry to represent 6 diverse sectors, in the respective domain is strongest existences, even resists. Mutually, is still evenly matched, but, he actually felt the disparity. The direct collision, the strength of evolution, has the disparity. But in Leaf Zhu Tian the speculation, the stars represents burying a pinnacle. To extinguish the strength, exceeds the mountains and rivers, to bury, world to bury greatly, moreover he came from the temple, the growth. Environment, is the physique soul, should exceed the barbaric growth, Jiangyi. The strength that but Jiangyi shows, surprising him, he has not formed the overwhelming disparity unexpectedly. Two people confront shortly, stimulates intense war intent. Alternatively, has the invisible actually strong consciousness, is stimulating to movement them to continue to fight. Solar black shining. Leaf Zhu Tian suddenly presented the giant scorching sun behind, is like the bright moon, from the fuzziness to clear, from the dimness to the reality, the glare continues to rise suddenly, shines the world, is scattering the boundless darkness. As if at night enters the daytime suddenly. The solar ray temperature is extremely high, to just too young, as if must turn into the wilderness, the endless mountains and rivers. But this powerful power and influence even penetrated the barrier of bronze. Tower, passed to third directly, affected inside the clever bird of cultivation. Solar totem, probably or controlled being separated bronze tower. Moreover, the clever bird awakens, has the marvelous feeling that the type must worship. The solar rebellion, strength of the black shining erupts, the terrifying black hole that probably runs amok speedily, destroys frontal, annexes, and destroys the surrounding all. Jiangyi is just about to reverse various mountains and rivers, the reassignment comes to prevent. But, the consciousness moved suddenly slightly. Returns the nimble and resourceful vast space. Until now indistinct fuzzy, as if remote boundless, likely close at hand dense. Fog, suddenly clear. The dense fog deep place as if extended the invisible tentacle. Jiangyi lifts the hand, gently touching. Real feeling that one type is unable to explain, warm and heavy, thick, vast. And profound. When the Jiangyi attempt gets hold, really gripped West a shareholder. Unexpectedly. At this moment, the Jiangyi consciousness restores the pure brightness. Suddenly, in the hand were many a marvelous mark, he without hesitation soars forward single-handed. In an instant, the land ruins thunder fiercely. Not only this mountain forest is not this mountain area, was more like several tens of thousands of li, 0.5 km, and hundreds of thousands li, 0.5 kilometers, stratum, to have the weak turbulence. It seems like roaring of mother of land. Bear Hun is fierce, as vigorous as pinnacle, powerful power and influence, as if must crash Jiang. Erupts from the palm suddenly, welled up the world crazily, the front surface hits to that black hole. At this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly has the intense and direct sudden enlightenment. Darius Days 6 Very truly is each domain pinnacle energy, moreover, does not divide the strong and weak. Although the stars seemingly are higher than the mountains and rivers, to bury greatly, but cultivates the pinnacle even, is still borrowing to direct the strength, is the strength of evolution, but the mountains and rivers exist, can sense directly, can use comprehensively. Practices the pinnacle, the Jiuzhou 13 Cs are his backing. Bang. Two powerful energy resistances, cause the terrifying raging tide turbulence. Possibly is 6 to bury the stimulation between strengths, the strength that they show today is above the great strength of imagination. Obviously is among them the showdown, is more like two energy self development and resistances. They fight intent to be soaring, they one's blood bubbles up to the brim. They were more excited. Can such fight stimulate their depth to sense the respective inheritance? Unexpectedly? War. Jiang Yi and Li Tian shouted, the pupil glittering, the energy burst toward each other killed. However, they consciousness to move slightly, notice the distant place to have many forms to approach to hear. Should be they collides intensely, brought to the attention. Also possibly was Li to seal/confer, Li Tian person pursues. A two people brow wrinkle, the secretly thought sound regrettably, dispersed. The secret technique slightly decisively, falls back on the ruins. Has another chance to meet. Jiang Yi turns around to dash about wildly toward Li Yin there, must take Li. To seal/confer forcefully, the belt/bring goes back to give Li Yin to fuse. However, when he rushes to the battlefield, their sudden, stellar scintillation, Li Tian spans the space to come here. Li Tian both hands paddle, a finger/refers, 9 big stars revolve. Forward speedily, surrounds toward them, must shift forcefully. This matter has nothing to do with you. The Jiang Yi right eye opens and closes, the god light/only spatters in all directions, air/chi of bloodlines is seething with excitement, the strength of vermilion bird, explodes, shoots the space, the instantaneous disintegration. 2 big stars, broke that transfer. Meanwhile, a chains runs out of the bronze tower, entangled speedily to Li Yin and Yu Jingzhan. First meeting, keeps to read to you thinks, the person, I carried off leaf. Zhu Tian controls the broken stars, to arrive loudly, the endless starlight. Distortion space, shifts Li Yin forcefully, they. At a crucial moment within, Li Yin, who the black chains ties down killed. Covered with blood, Yu Jingzhan also welcomed on own initiative to the chains. Crash bang the resounding, the black chains ties down 2 people, took off/escaped from the starlight forcefully, took back the bronze tower. Hee, your little thing are actually many. Today is new each other, another day I will pay a visit personally. Leaf Tian soars to leave, but has not rested away Li, to seal/confer, but reverses the starry sky, shifts him to more than 10 inside and outside. Then surrounding space flood black, forms the black hole, embezzled him, left the jungle. The Jiang Yi facial expression is somewhat dignified, since this should be. Makes a debut, strongest opponent. Leaf Tian. Jiang Yi is meditating the name of youngster, rapid leaves here. Shortly, the simultaneous/uniform elders of Azure Draw Store arrive at the found covered with bloodly to seal/confer, the complexion becomes very ugly. The distant place, Leaf Shu Tian leaves the black hole, walks in the wilderness. The man who before accompanied dropped from the clouds, facial expression cold. Visits him, why you act alone, there what happened? Discovery interesting person. We go back, Leaf Shu Tian had not said much. Puts on the white overcoat, moved toward the overlord warring states of distant place. To the resistances of secret techniques, initiate the world principle, the subtle turbulence. Dark green profound as well as other mainland and sea areas, has the person of similar energy, presented the inductions in varying degrees. From is too remote, the feeling is very weak, almost can neglect. However, from their profound rain forest 100,000 miles away, some people actually felt good strange feeling. A look is mediocre, the stature plump man, sits by the bamboo basket fire of high-piled firewood, knits, the brows, the induction. The young fatty felt a while, will set out to look into the distance, actually. Discovery that feeling vanished. Was my misconception? Oh. Always indulges in flights of fancy recently. The young fatty curls the lip, to continue to turn the bamboo basket fire of high-piled firewood, high-quality meat. At this time, a jet-black fierce tiger appeared in the thick patch of grass. After observing closely, the young fatty bends down slightly, gathered the pair of wings, revealed the sharp fang. The young fatty detected that the fierce tiger actually shrugged, has not moved. Roar. The fierce tigers stick out suddenly, the claw strikes with force the ground, throws toward the young fatty, the big mouth bit ruthlessly. Fang closed, actually at the scene disintegration. The fierce tigers the sound pitiful yell, startled draws back more than 10 steps, unbelievable looks at the head of young fatty. Such hard? The fierce tiger forehead opens the third eye, the black air/chi turns wells up, the evil light erupts, rumbled toward the young fatty in the past. The young fatty lifts the hand, casually, holds the evil light. The evil light has not penetrated the palm, instead was being pressed. Forcefully the transition, sweeps away the jungle, beheads the fierce tiger. The fierce tiger headless body lies on the ground layer on layer/heavily, did not have the aura. The forest was more peaceful, the innumerable powerful beast of prey are dormant in the trembling, is at heart sad. Who rescues them? This unlucky star lived in more than half a year here, daily pursues them to eat the meat to eat. Kills and cannot kill. Died to live. Living to be stronger. You cannot trade again fiercely. Young fatty, helpless, shaking the head, the whole face is depressed. If Jiang Yi here, should be startled. Because this young fatty, was he in the hot spring fairyland of Dark Kingdom. That protected exquisite heart at risk of life, Jia cultivated the behavior. Unexpectedly initially. Chapter 927, Secret that various days 6 berry. Jiang Yi returns to the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion time, is in the morning. Master, how many do you 6 berry to various days also understand? Jiang Yi sits in the stone pavilion in courtyard, recalls seeing that in the night is fighting, at that time with the subtle induction that the big earth mother was mad. Pale sovereign silent little while, resounded the sound in the Jiang Yi mind. Various days 6 berry, is the destruction strength of universal system self. Breeding. Front 3 big berry, to be the system destruction of the world essence. Respectively is the stars in depth land, the middle level space and outer layer. Behind 3 Big Berry, to be the life destruction that the world evolves. Respectively is the suppression of samsara and various deity demon of perishing and myriad things of all living things. In earlier period, because possibly the comprehension of master is different. Environment different weight / etc. Objective causes, the difference of temporary existence strong and weak. However to the later period, after 6 Big Berry to extinguish the principle. To achieve the pinnacle, could not tell which is better. Various days, do 6 Berry is 6 different people, respectively? Jiangyi knows. That the master definitely knows anything. Right. 6 people, 6 Berry, to extinguish the inheritance. The Jiangyi light. Language, the facial expression is complex. Originally in the world also 5 have the person of inheritance energy with him. Such energy as powerful as terrifying, even surpassed the spirit mark. Influence category, is doomed they to dominate in the future above all living things. The mountains and rivers vary greatly. The world varies greatly. The livelihood varies, the stars to vary greatly. All living things vary greatly. The samsara varies greatly. The suppression of various deity demon. Their appearances will definitely make the world setup have the new impact. This impact also possibly affects as God dynasty again world rises. Jiangyi appears suddenly the intense impulsion, wants to fight with these powerhouses, wants to resist with these terrorist forces. Pil Sovereign continues saying, various days 6 Berry the basic reason that presence was the world feels the intense threat, the burying strength of then multiplying. Although is burying, however, the late development direction will present 2 extremes. An extreme is they want to stimulate the destruction strength of the world. Resists that intense threat, is equivalent counterattacks at risk of life. The second extreme is the true self-destruction. Avoids that threat with suicide, then condenses in the endless ruins new student/life. Therefore wants the real resistance disaster, various days 6 Berry to join up. Finally, needs the unification idea, otherwise strong energy, if in a state of disunity will not have the significance. Union? Is looks like great wilderness to imprison a day that type? Can be such. Okay? Also cannot? Person who was designated by the world, named day electing child. They are the world deduce, is more suitable to accept this ability in the aspect that corresponds, more suitable carrying/sustaining mission. However. But what? Such person how, no matter starts the time background, disposition, how, the strength strong and weak, because afterward will obtain the great power, but was extremely proud. The world's most starts the self-deduction selected target time, but felt that such person meets the condition, but day electing children after obtaining strength, will have the respective idea because of various external reasons. For example, is the reassignment energy deals with the powerful enemy. Jointly, the direct destruction world breeds the new student/life. These ideas are the world are unable to control. Master, what do you want to say? 6 Day electing child coordination with each other that wants various days. 6 to Berry? That is not possible, even if the superficial coordination is under the threat. Truly time should still have the difference. Therefore, presented a brutal fact. 6 Day electing children start only to wallow in the respective energy, the research and growth of wholeheartedly, in the later period likely because of the different reasons, will however obtain a secret you can swallow mutually. Swallows? The Jiangyi brow big wrinkle, understood leaf, Zhu Tian, the goal. Suddenly. With Li Yin's difference. Among your 6 Day electing children can after Defeating each other, plunders the energy of opposite party forcefully. Jiang Yi recalls the night marvelous feeling, no wonder the big Earth Mother. Air/Qi will help him on own initiative, originally detects the initiative. Counterattack of threat. In that moment, he is more like the weapon with Leaf Shu Tian, was controlled by 2 destruction strengths is counterattacking. Various days 6 berry, compared with my expected being stronger, is abstruser. Before Jiang Yi, thinks simply as the mountains and rivers berries greatly is. The destruction mountains and rivers, triggers the strength, or is evolves the destruction mystery, the release energy. But tonight, he can borrow the strength from the big Earth Mother Air/Qi. Unexpectedly. But Leaf Shu Tian, dazzling evolution way, gives his enormous touching. He placed in the main energy the vermilion bird inheritance before, neglected. The mountains and rivers, to bury greatly. It seems like, must study much. Alternatively, buries the mountains and rivers with the vermilion bird. Inheritance greatly unites? Greatly reason that the mountains and rivers, bury designate him, besides the way of his rebirth beyond place bottom breeding, likely also has the relations with his other secrets. Jiang Yi is lost in thought. The vermilion bird inheritance and mountains and rivers vary greatly, without doubt is he now the strongest strength and secret. If the independent cultivation involves the energy, develops very much difficultly, after all he must study pill technique. Can mix the same place these 2 strengths? As the matter stands, can during the cultivation, mutual evolution, promote each other. Pill sovereign also falls into silent burying of stars extinguished the inheritance to appear, other should also to appear. Except that various days 6 bury, eternal 6. 12 inheritance strengths, 12 principal evolutions. This world has started to awaken, means that the real threat will soon arrive. Perhaps he must accompany Jiang Yi again, greeted the end catastrophe. Why does not know, pill sovereign this time felt before oneself do not have. Probably, such conflicted intensely. Although is very difficult to face, is not willing to experience again. Desperately, but has taken easy. The fate designated, the mission arrives, he has evaded, not to be possible to evade, can only forward. Old friend, you observes is long enough, hasn't accepted the reality? The soul of pill sovereign read in the Jiang Yi body spreads leisurely, has not alarmed Jiang Yi, but infiltrates the sea of Qi, is summoning the quiet remnant blade. Various days 6 buried and regains consciousness. The soul in remnant blade. Read the vigorous dignity, was lower and deeper than before. Yes, various days 6 bury, at present in dark green, profound has only discovered 2, means that also had regains consciousness. Various days 6 bury, would following eternal 6, they should also awaken. Did you make the decision? His potential is very big, however his hobbling too. Because hobbles, can be fearless. Because he had died one time, does not allow to be defeated again. Can you bring to light to him? Can he withstand? Arrived stops can. His present main objective takes revenge, is to remold 10,000 th, God dynasty. If really can succeed, can condense the dark green. Profound destiny, opens the dark green profound ancestor place the mystery. Dark green profound ancestor, the soul of remnant blade red is. Meditating the name of that memory deep place. You and I, 30,000 years later, meet again in this, should be the dark in guidance. No matter your I have many to be unwilling, conflict and pace back and forth. Should make the decision. The time are not much. The soul in remnant blade red silent long time a sigh, belonged to. Tranquilly. Various god dusk, ends catastrophe. The blue sky, blessed us. Pale sovereign spooky light language, belongs to tranquilly. Chapter 928, I am your master. Master, I how? Li'in regains consciousness, weak sitting in the third summit, the whole body is scarred, head, confusion, stabbing pain. He is uncomfortable, probably sends out weakly from the bone, spreads the pain. From the soul. I do not want to disclose with you early, after does not know said that will present what consequence. The consciousness of Jiangyi in the third wooded mountains condenses the fuzzy empty shadow. He looks at painful weak Li'in, is somewhat hesitant. I want to know. Told me. Li'in is on the rise, and I crawling full blood. Threads. Is ready. This secret concerns in your real status, as well as what existence you are. I do not understand your meaning. Li'in hears muddled, what is I am what? Existence? I am a person, living person. I meet your time for the first time in Holy Land, you still remembers. Jiangyi starts to give Li'in to tell process and appearance of Li Huyin. Spirit mark they meet, and guess of Phoenix, told Gu Huali silent/solitary. Situation, as well as meet and fusion in Dark Kingdom. Finally talked about the man who tonight runs into Li to seal/confer. Therefore my one type sounds very inconceivable speculation. Several years ago, there is a some influence, or is somebody, put down 35. Clone in the dark green, profound mainland secret. These clone to follow to certain St. Mark's side on own initiative. Duplicates their spirit mark, duplicates their characters, duplicates their manners, then integrates side that person, cultivates martial law, who he cultivates. Normal condition, dark green profound mainland 1 million li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers, your few 35 people, distance in several 100,000 li, 0.5 km in respective world and life growth. Will not meet, will not arouse suspicion, will not be discovered the secret. Then waits for some day, the master has the summon, you can departure of. Secret, return to his side, integrates his body, your year of duplications. Martial law of spirit mark cultivation, the complete feedback gives him. However, if two clone to meet, because of the unexpected situation, will lose. The consciousness temporarily, went crazy to go crazy, the wild animal fought. With all might generally, a victory will swallow a failure, and obtained. Martial law of his spirit mark and cultivation. Before you suddenly were many Qianyang sword mark, as well as certain special. Martial law are the same, because you fused Gu Huasli silent/solitary in the Dark Kingdom. Tonight you lose control again is because clone to meet with third. Just, this clone spirit mark is very special, is to the negative pole flame. Getting a light from another light is spirit mark has the natural restraint. Ability. Act drop secret technique that he cultivates, can suppress certain bloodline strengths, for example, beast spirit mark. Therefore, although he is only spirit mark, you are two spirit mark, but suppressed you. Li'in dumbfounded, looks at front fuzzy master, for a very long time is out of sorts. Do I, clone? I, vessel? Meant I? Am I living for others? Is the master making up the story? How I possibly am not I? How I possibly am only a vessel? Jiangyi looks at the Li'in absent-minded expression, shakes the head. Secretly. Whose body this matter falls on, is very difficult to accept. Own all experiences, all efforts, offer for the final sacrifice. All emotions, the so-called lover, seems like a dream finally. If during clone meets time will lose the consciousness, slaughters crazily. Then true body arrives, clone also possibly to lose the consciousness. Suddenly, will not have the strength of resistance, will walk on own. Initiative, will offer itself. Regarding clone, all will stop suddenly, all is. Equivalent vanishes into thin air. Long time. Long time. Li'in quickly grasps the meaning of something, to awaken, the whole body. Exuded the chill in the air penetrating to the bone, in the vision of. Rocking flowed off the frightened tears of blood uncontrolled, master, this. Real? This, although is only my guess, but should be very near to the truth. I even suspected other mainland and sea areas will have such clone. Since Jiangyi decided that reveals to Li'in, no longer conceals. Li'in feels dejected, dull sitting in summit. The lip moves occasionally. Several wanted to say anything, actually anything said. Your true body, since can private arrangement such bureau, plunder the world. Saint Mark and martial law, should say from some sovereign, but I could not. Guess correctly temporarily is which sovereign said. In the Jiangyi previous generation memory has not met such evil secret. Technique, including that 8 emperors. Therefore, who the most possible situation was obtained some ancient inheritance strength suddenly, possibly with some spirit mark sudden variation. Master, I have living necessity? Li'in muttered the light language. Naturally must live, but must live well. I told you secret, did not want you. To be dispirited, is to make you make some preparations. You are assigned by you, not by day. Even if the destiny has decided that the master accompanies you to go against. Heavens will align, fights to the end. But. Does not have any, but, you have me. You know that my status, I can protect. You, I can also protect you. From now on, so long as you always keep side me. Any exceptionally, I can discover ahead of time. As for that so-called true body, who no matter he is, has what background, if. Looks for you, first crosses the master. Li'in looks at the Jiangyi firm facial expression, flows the corridor warm. Current at heart, the eye status is moist, master, the mission that you. Shoulder is very heavy, for me, offends and sovereign, saying that value? Jiangyi shows the light smile, I am your master, this enough. Li'in lip wriggles, the moist eye socket falls the tears, he stands up, is. Kneeling down to Jiangyi layer on layer, / heavily, deep language, master. Don't this. I am accepting your day, has accepted all your. Okay living, for. Yourself, for permits pill. You have not said that must go to Supreme Jean. Qing to marry her, she is still waiting for you. Li'in sets out, wipes the corner of the eye tears. You rest well, prepare to hunt and kill Li to seal / confer. If you can obtain. His spirit mark, may crash in day very much, particularly 2 negative pole. Flame, can let you even more powerful, sweeps away all obstacles. You did not say that he does restrain me? Do you want to help me control him? I was not clear whether your integration process has what secret to provide. Against contingencies, is acted by yourself, hunts and kills him directly. How should I do? When the time comes did not have the consciousness, should be. Very difficult to use the tactic. Do not forget here also to have the Guhua 2 imperial princes. Does he have something to use? Huangfu family's small bright saint technique is the imperial gift. He has the imperial 2 imperial princes, should have complete set martial law. If you choose in the daytime fight, can the exercise speed advantage counterbalance the restraint degree of his 2 negative pole flame to your monster fire? Jiangyi leaves the garden, prepares the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion in the dungeon, to visit 2 imperial princes, but walked shortly. Suddenly detected the marvelous feeling. Very intense. Very familiar. Jiang Yi knit the brows slightly, looks to the Ho residence, deep place. Did he come? Did he arrive at the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion unexpectedly? Directly? At this time, outside Cho Seung's garden, gathered completely the person. Zhao Shijing and others all arrived, many Ho residents' important personages. Also encircle here, moreover, changed, completely in the past arrogant. Indifferent, revealed slightly the facial expression of respect. Who is he? Jiang Yi arrived here following the feeling, looks at outside the door the middle-aged man of whole body, terse air, /chi. Honored guest. Zhao Shiwu lowers the sound. What honored guest? Great person. Can you speak the logical expression? The Southwest Sovereign, said that antique temple. Chapter 929, Leaf Shu Tian. Did they do? The Jiang Yi brow slightly wrinkle, then returns to normal. Does the familiar induction in the room, in other words, Leaf Shu Tian come from the antique temple? In the previous generation memory, the antique temple is the extremely hard to deal with influence, the mysterious degree and inheritance years may be called dark green, profound. If the palace like other influences is not broad, the personnel are huge, it is one towers the giant temple above 9 days, moreover exists from the antique time after the ups and downs, never crashes. It witnessed the dark green profound historical change, is preserving the true history. It is sealing the innumerable secret techniques, is inheriting the mysterious main road. Zhao Shiwu said, the successor in antique temple, visited Cho Seung. This was yesterday's matter, did they know quickly? They happened to have nearby matter way this probably, heard the news, made a detour. Do you understand this successor? Might he called anything not to know? The antique temple is very mystical, is very close, they rarely accept visiting a bystander, rarely goes out to make an appearance. Even dominates the palace, can only nose inside several old fogies, let alone are established dozens years of ominous spirit period of 5 days government. Offices. They are speaking, the door shoves open, Cho Seung accompanied a white clothing youngster to walk. The abundant god is handsome, surface such as beautiful jade. Elegant bearing, mild-mannered and cultivated. Leaf Shu Tian. He sees outside Jiang Yi, frank joke, this is to flaming new elder, Jiang Yi of heaven? Jiang Yi shows the light smile, fortunate meeting, young master Leaf Shu Tian. Well? Ho residence, people surprised looks at Jiang Yi. Leaf Shu Tian? How Jiang Yi will know his name? Cho Seung also felt strange, even he first time is saw this temple's successor. Leaf Shu Tian said with a smile lightly, I am ordered to go out these days. Here's many were the ginger young mastery deeds. Starts to think that you challenged Gu Hua, afterward knows you have the contact with certain royalty. Ginger young mastery is really well prepared, amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. I come the thick patch of grass, but as unwilling mediocrely, can only mess about. Like young master Leaf Shu Tian, the birth then did not stand in the altitude that we looked, enviable. I envy ginger young master E, without the fetter, has not hobbled, to one's heart's content north and south, pleased love and hate. Made be laughed by the day young master. Heard that young mastery spirit mark does transform from the excellent works. Today? Has no intention to offend, but the excellent works exuviate cloud. Over the past and present to be rare, none goes against heaven's will the chance to be unavailable. Young Master E, is really cares by the heaven. Very ashamed, truly is transforms. Day is day, no matter awakens earlier, transforms later, is day, what to come? Is ashamed? I also heard, young mastery in the north fights Gu Hua de imperial prince. One's effort cuts to kill the celestial to fight the body. Day that so. Obviously, young mastery transforms, really has the extraordinary place. At that time, the battlefield was chaotic, lucky. Compared with day that awakens normally, I am some disparities. Knowing a person by his reputation, not as good as meeting him face to face. Young mastery is so unexpectedly modest. Does not know whether my leaf. Zhu Tian is honored, can compare notes several moves with young mastery? If the Yi child is interested, I am willing to accompany. That another day? Two people thinking highly every single word or phrase, stir up inside and outside the garden everyone unable to feel the mind. Is there the small talk? Probably Leaf Zhu Tian, the status, does not need with the Jiangyi small talk. Was Jiangyi unexpectedly low-key? Beforehand that fearless rampant? Since the young marquis is well, my non, thank you for your hospitality. Leaf Zhu Tian nods to Cho Seung slightly, says goodbye to leave. Cho Seung, they deliver to the entrance Leaf Zhu Tian personally. The spoiled child Clear/Pain C actually has waited here. I heard that the person in temple came, presents the life of royal father. Especially, comes to greet. Clear/Pain Songming is smiling frank, welcomed quickly, curious is taking a look at this strange temple successor. Leaf Zhu Tian greeted simply. Young prince, fortunate meeting, below Leaf Zhu Tian. Clear/Pain Songming invited warmly. Young master Leaf has not come the warring. States, must allow me completely to perform the duties of a host. Leaf Zhu Tian is impolite, my thank you for your hospitality several days? Young master Leaf can accept this invite, is being honored of my Clear/Pain. See, please? The Clear/Pain C smile is beautiful, this thinks that the temple successor will be very arrogant, may reject, has not thought that. Accepted unexpectedly refreshedly. Please. Haha, please. Clear/Pain Songming invited Leaf Zhu Tian to leave, hinted guard first to detour to leave secretly, hurried back to the tyrant palace notice royal father as soon as possible, prepared for greeting. Now how they are having a headache contact with the antique temple, this Leaf Zhu Tian was to the time. Jiangyi gazes after Leaf Zhu Tian to leave, the vision condenses slightly, he is intentionally makes an appearance to the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, is intentionally accepts the Clear/Pain C to invite, is intentionally. It seems like Leaf Zhu Tian wanted to fight to spar with him in the Overlord warring states. Cho Seung notices the Jiangyi complexion, aren't you convinced? No matter you are thinking anything, do not provoke the person in temple. He is different from the tricky cold front. Diao Lungfeng came from far away, does not dare hurriedly, the antique temple. Actually to be southwest the Lord, the entire southwest influence must look at their complexions. Moreover, the powerhouses in antique temple are very mysterious, martial law of cultivation is also very special, powerful. Cho Seung reminded Jiangyi very much seriously. Flaming Heaven is willing to offend 10,000 gods for Jiangyi, biggest. Taking advantage backs on the antique temple, if Jiangyi annoys the person in antique temple, no one can preserve him. Others don't provoke me, I don't provoke others. Jiangyi stays behind words. Return to Ho residence. What is the person does not violate you? Others are the temple's successor, is all right to violate you? Zhao Shiwu shakes the head. This fellow under tidies up. Was tidied up, knew the in Ho residence dungeon. Here, two imperial princes live is also familiar with? Jiangyi stands in front of the iron fence, faint smile and sees the pale two imperial princes. Villains hold sway. Two imperial prince cold snort/hum. He guessed, was put under house arrest outside garden before. Besides the personal freedom, other aspects can also accept. However, yesterday, Su Xianan assassination enraged the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion thoroughly. He was also towed here. The solemn imperial prince, he degenerates into the captive in the foreign land unexpectedly, is really the humiliation. You are not willing to see me, I are not willing with your many idle talk. Our straightforward comes, gives me the small bright saint technique. Has a dream. Your present situation does not have the qualifications to make you so rampant. Hands over the thing, I keep means of livelihood to you. Do not bluster, I am the royal nominal successor, you do not dare to kill me. The ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion does not dare to kill me. Blazing heaven not to dare to kill me. Do you know the flame imaginary bird? Do not waste the argument, I am impossible to give you anything. Flame imaginary bird is special existence of half spirit half monster, they do not have one self-fixed shape, needs through swallowing other monster beasts. Evolves. I said that do not waste the argument. Here happen to have one. Jiangyi has a look about, said in a low voice, you guess, if I arranged him to eat you, turned into your appearance, can be very interesting? Two emperor's sons, expression slowly stiff on face. Jiangyi he said with a smile, my this bird, clever essence. I believe that. By his ability, should be able to complete 2 imperial princes, can take over control of the throne, became the new person sovereign of Guhua dynasty. 2 imperial princes are staring at Jiangyi, the breath is gradually rapid. But awakens quickly, what our imperial family did you work as? So long as is a little slightly unusual, will arouse vigilance, when the time comes. Has not waited for 2 imperial princes saying that Jiangyi has caught, when the time comes, the entire north knows, the new person sovereign of Guhua dynasty, unexpectedly was a bird changes, ha. Splendid? Guhua's face. But also wants? Chapter 930, the anger is never put out. 2 imperial princes set out angrily, you are really a from head to tail bastard. Jiangyi regrettable shaking the head, very pitifully, when the time comes. North this, and even the world will discuss Guhua. But you had died, cannot see that Guhua magnificent. 2 imperial princes are looking angrily at Jiangyi, chokes with rage at heart angrily. The imperial prince of own solemn imperial family, the successor of royalty, must be threatened by the roving bandit unexpectedly. Jiangyi puts out a hand, hands over? Do not bluster, you do not dare. I am not do not dare, but does not want to do as far as possible. Your bird? Doesn't believe me? Jiangyi looked about, incurred the bronze inside the tower's clever bird. The clever bird seems like only the black crow now, the whole body blooms the flaming golden light, the ray is forming layer upon layer the light halo. Sacred incomparable. Probably sun. Shouted that me does? Is busy. It was just went out this morning, made great strides forward, 9th heavenly layer officially. The solar totem was stimulated, the ancient golden crow energy regains consciousness, starts to fuse with its depth. Changes individual, demonstrates the demonstration to this 2 imperial princes. Has no free time. Do not rub gently. Troublesome. The clever bird turns into Dongxi appearance rapidly, then turns into the lion, the great eagle and flamingo, then changes the golden crow. Okay? I must. Close up. Jiangyi takes back the bronze tower. It sees the complexion strange too. Imperial princes, saw clearly? Two imperial princes struggled a little while, pulls a long face saying, I. Duplicate/restores carve. Comprehensive? Comprehensive. That takes. Two imperial princes take the small bright saint technique that duplicate/restores carves, through. Jiangyi takes to walk, gives bronze inside the tower. Li Yin reminded him to cultivate as soon as possible. Li Yin receives permits pill and life experience dual stimulation, is intense to the hope of strength, attains the small bright saint technique too. Start to glance through fourth heavily. Bronze inside the tower did not have the specially intense ray, but after clever bird fusion golden crow, looks like a natural scorching sun, provided the excellent cultivation environment. Jiangyi has the jade symbol of third-class elder, returns to flaming heaven. In the vast jungle looks around, found the remote silent corner, starts the depth research, mountains and rivers, to vary greatly. For a better sensibility, he also invited just breakthrough Yi Anren. Yi Anren has obtained the direction of 5 elements God tree, is deducting own microcosm, regarding the strength of mountains and rivers, the wonder of the world, has the unique opinion particularly. Among them can discuss mutually, mutual assistance, thorough research. Elder brother. Do you really want to revenge? Read secure, to accompany you. Jingzhan to stand in the summit of azure show, looks the sky is hanging. Scorching sun. The jade dimple is tender and delicate, the beautiful pupil. Like the water, I see still pities. I live to revenge, so long as can kill that flock of domestic animal, my. Anything is willing to do, anything can give up. In Yu Jingzhan chest cavity. Turns an anger not moment tranquility, that wells up. Before always suspects that Jiangyi can find the personal enemy for him, was capable of resisting with his enemy. But now, he not only has not worried, instead is confident. Jiangyi is the day of Saint Mark, blazing to refine the pill of immortality. Master of heaven. Jiangyi woman, is day of spirit Mark. The Jiangyi disciple, is the supreme double Saint Mark. The pet that raises, can show the strength of Sunday. He couple days ago in cultivation, but also ran into a rampant man in the mountain forest, unexpectedly is also day of spirit Mark. He saw before the ordinary Saint Mark will envy, here is hiding so many day. Unexpectedly. He deeply shocks the secret that Jiangyi is hiding, can feel the Jiangyi ambition. I do not block you, I will not leave, I wait for you here. Read the peaceful, beautiful pupil, to be gradually dim. The elder brother is her only family member, she cannot throw down elder brother to live on dishonorably to Holy Land. If the elder brother can take revenge, she is willing to accompany the elder brother, makes a fresh start together to Holy Land. But if the elder brother died, she lives as also being not meaningful. She must bring elder brother's skeleton, returns to 100,000 mountains, was buried along with the dead, for the family member of dying. In the ordinary dwelling in city corner. Li to seal/confer, is Xiao Huarong, regains consciousness in early morning. The headache wants to crack, the whole body is uncomfortable. Probably got sick greatly, is passing weakly from the bone. Why will you arrive there? Were you fighting with whom at that time? The skinny old man stands near rushing, is gloomy the face. Li Fengru, the painfully swollen head, is haunching the body, recalled yesterday's experience diligently. But, except for him with the scene that Jiangyi meets, in the future anything will not remember. Speech. What secret do you have to hide the truth from me? Why will run in the Knight, why can injure this? Although you joined Shao, but Pan matter concerns ancestor to lose the imperial edict is significant. If you do not have the ability to process, I have the right to send back you. I can deal with, but, Li to seal/confer makes an effort to rub the head. May be unable to recall later the matter, even if several fragmentary pictures. The old person said a word is very impolite, Shao is high to your appraisal. Trained the supreme excellent works also to consume lots of energy you. Finally, you disappointed me. Li to seal/confer was also angry, I ground cold light twinkle, my this, you are very not usually clear. I came under the influence. That told me, what received to effect. Jiang Yi how? Talk clearly. You come to hear first day, I arranged the custom. With you, first observes, then judged, final action. Especially does not have. The special reason, do not contact Jiang Yi rashly. Li to seal/confer struggled the little while, Jiang Yi knows probably my life experience, knows my many secrets, he knows me probably. Who is used to the problem to you? Talks clearly the words, do not stumble along. I do not talk clearly, I are very muddled. Li to seal/confer is annoyed. Because the warring state's position was special, the world prison was discreet. On the choice candidate, finally designated him, this was a trust, was gives him to display the opportunity. But, without thinking, just arrived here to come across this bad and strange matter. It seems like you are very not really suitable to be responsible for this matter. I will report the world prison truthfully, asking them to send others to be responsible for an addition. I can be good. Sudden. I have the judgment. The old person actually no longer pays attention, left the room directly. Damn. Li to seal/confer agitated hammered the sides of the bed. How may? Regardless of him diligently, unable to remember then situation. However, his some words remember very clearly. Jiang Yi knows him to be surnamed Li, but also knows that he changed surname. Shao. Jiang Yi knows that his spirit mark secret, knows his status. These may be very related with Jiang Yi's side, that vanishing mysterious man. But that mysterious person is just the same as him unexpectedly. Jiang Yi. Li to seal/confer gets hold of the fist, no matter how world prison there arranges, he must stay here to investigate Jiang Yi. Pan anything is unimportant. He must know oneself who that mysterious person is. He must investigate thoroughly his status. Chapter 931, Back Murderous Intention. After at nightfall, dominates the palace, to send people to invite Jiang Yi and Cho Seung to feast to the tyrant palace. The reason is to entertain lavishly the antique temple's successor, Leaf Zhu Tian. Simultaneously invited also had Dark Green Spirit, Ho residents and Thunder Spirit, Ho residents of warring states. However, the response that they get was Jiang Yi has returned blazing heaven, Cho Se Ung needed the training, turned down the invitation. The relations between young princes and young marquises are not, quite probably, harmonious. Leaf Zhu Tian was knowing with clear/pain Songming the communication guest is guiding the topic unintentionally. Was the overlord warring states' future protectors, relating was how unimportant, more importantly can the time of needing work as one. What the young prince said is, I also respect the ominous spirit period of 5 days very much. Slaughtered the blood flame, to pass the life and death boundary. The reality was the past and present is rare, the person who any can create the miracle, was worth respecting in my opinion. I am worried about Cho Seung very much. Leaf Zhu reveals for several points to worry intentionally, the manner. Tone is just right. Leaf brother what this word. Cho Seung is day of spirit mark, in the strict sense should be easier than to pass the life and death boundary excellent works spirit mark. However, his spirit mark is poor strange Shuayan, slaughtering the blood flame. Is hot-tempered than the dangerous blood flame that is easy to lose. Cho Seung grows now, consistently maintains the reason, persistent. Strengthen, has not presented obvious backlash, is mainly because the ominous spirit period of 5 days is experienced, can instruct him. They spoke, the juniors in dark green spirit, Ho residents came to greet, the clear/pain, see enthusiasm introduced to Leaf Zhu. After the understanding, 2 people continue to proceed, the clear/pain see. Said, the experience guide of ominous spirit period of 5 days truly helped. Cho Seung's busy. Elixir that Zhao provides ice marrow blood lotus pill, he. Almost every month is one, suppresses killing of blood flame, to read. Auxiliary. Leaf by the heavenly Tao, before the life and death boundary, he was. Shoulders. However the life and death boundary measures mysteriously not. Tests to anybody, particularly hot-tempered, spirit mark is unique, is very easy to lose, moves toward the destruction. Clear/pain Songming is savoring silently Leaf Zhu, the profound meaning. Spoke thoughtlessly to echo saying, Cho Seung's poor strange Shuayan is not only stronger compared with the slaughtering blood flame strength of ominous spirit period of 5 days, killing will also be heavier, if entered the life and death boundary, is truly dangerous. Leaf by the heavenly Tao, therefore I am worried about Cho Seung. He wanted to pass the life and death boundary, even if there is the elixir of experience. And Zhao, of ominous spirit period of 5 days, was still very difficult to guarantee absolutely safe. Clear/pain Songming asked, what method Leaf did brother have to help Cho Se? Pass steadily? That does not have, but the feeling was a pity. Leaf Zhu stopped slightly, guides ingeniously, luckily here was the overlord. Warring states, no one dares to plot to murder Cho Seung, if who arranged the life and death boundary, prescribes medicine to him before him, that may trouble. That is insufficient, but actually. If who harmed Cho Seung, not only the ominous spirit period of 5 days meets the violent to walk, will flaming heaven to investigate rigorously. Somalian mansion? You have said today that he was harmed by Jiang Yi, now the situation is bad. He, even if the evil, still harms Jiang Yi, does not dare to bump Cho Seung. Must guard. I heard that Li Fire Holy Land is grasping unique elixir, can allow the person to enter the life and death boundary ahead of time. Perhaps if Jiang Yi also arranges, took elixir, perhaps on danger. Cho Seung's situation is frilier than Jiang Yi, if also took elixir, will be dangerous. Leaf Zhu said, I favor Cho Seung very much, appreciates Jiang Yi very much, thinks tonight the banquet meats reminded them to be careful, but they have not come unexpectedly. Is saying mean, listens to have a mind. The brow of clear/pain see wrinkles slightly, has a strange feeling at heart. Is this was caring? Is reminding? Was my misconception? How I felt that Leaf Zhu is reminding me to use that elixir to plot to murder Jiang Yi and Cho Seung. Leaf Zhu asked, Jiang Yi 9th heavenly layer? He just broke through couple days ago. Must remind him to pay attention to the security. The Somalian mansion affirms that now the complaint is quite deep, is very easy to impulse, if makes what not sane matter, perhaps Jiang Yi will be in danger. Before Somalian mansion, wishes one could to kill Jiang Yi, now despises him. Moreover, as far as I know, the Zhao faction starts the secret to metal, the obstruction blazing heaven for the Somalian Mansion collection medicinal herb. This must remind Jiang Yi to pay attention safely. I was also anticipating. Compares notes with him. Li Shu Tian said a word to remind, looked that somewhat was unusual to the look of Clear/Pain C. Clear/Pain Songming bumped the vision with Li Shu Tian, the heart moved. Again. Meant I the misconception? Li Shu Tian is suggesting him to ruin Jiang Yi and Cho Seung, now excellent time. Does not need them to begin completely personally, so long as stimulates the Somalian Mansion slightly. The Somalian Mansion possibly removes Jiang Yi and Cho Seung for them. But, why Li Shu Tian must remind his, do two people have a grudge? The Clear/Pain C was really strange. After the evening banquet ended, Clear/Pain Songming sits in the dim room alone, the profound eye-ground flashes. The corridor cold light occasionally removes Jiang Yi and Cho Seung. After this thought appears, starts to be able hardly be removed in the mind. He had to think of this opportunity before, but has not thought toward here. Because blazing in heaven is the refine the pill of immortality masters. Although there is a competition, but rarely presents bad plotting to murder. Outside Sky, Xinghua, and Overlord warring states also only permitted the competition. Jiang Yi and Cho Seung, the power and power union, will affirm in the future. Threatens the tyrant palace. Cho Seung wanted to pass the life and death boundary, was truly dangerous. But there is an experience of ominous spirit period of 5 days with the coordination of Zhao Dong. His chance of success was very actually big. However, Jiang Yi has demonstrated the extraordinary potential now. In the future, the achievement is limitless. More importantly, he actually obtained World Lord thinking highly. I cannot make Chu Jia move from the tyrant palace, at least cannot, when I make patriarch. But, do I really want to plot to murder them? This should not calculate to plot to murder, I only need to stimulate the Somalian Mansion ingeniously, other did not need me. Moreover, but guides them to enter the life and death boundary ahead of time. If they are really fierce, can succeed, if not good, that could not complain. About others. Clear/Pain Songming muttered, probably is analyzing, seemed like persuading itself. In the darkness, his innermost feelings are struggling. After all, the event was too bad, if exposes. No. Possibly how to expose? Why must say the exposition? I stimulate the Somalian Mansion, making a move is not I, does not have the least bit to relate with me. In the Clear/Pain C mind seems two sounds to recall. Worries very much, actually moves restlessly very much. Ominous spirit period of 5 days, mansion schemes the overlord position the ambition, it is well known. Chu does not have day spirit mark, can only the passive waiting, hope for Cho Seung's failure. This time, perhaps is the opportunity that can counterattack only on own initiative, but will not involve our Chu. Clear/Pain Songming makes an effort to grasp the fist, after struggling long time, in the profound eye ground the fine glow flashes, has something hesitant. Even this courage does not have, what qualifications do I have to lead Chu Jia? To expand? Why Li Shu Tian can guide me? This thought braves again, but cast off by the Clear/Pain C quickly, because is uninterested with him. Jiang Yi is flaming heaven to close up. Cho Seung was stimulated, May. Close-up sprint 9th heavenly layer in the near future. Time. Clear/Pain Songming sets out, stands in the dim room, made the final decision. Chapter 932, Back Murderous Intention. The Somalian Mansion regained consciousness for 3 days, but has not been separated from the grief and indignation mood. He agreed, angry and pain, is unlinear. Had guessed correctly. Obviously, Jiang Yi enters blazing heaven is harms his. Why fell into a trap? He once was the South-revered lord, is Pil saint of noble character and high prestige the lords of royalty must respect, was. Since grasping Jiang Yi. Adoptive father, Jiang Yi ties down him like the nightmare. Meets each time, shamed being a mass of cuts and bruises, injured dripping with blood. Finally ran up to blazing heaven, did everything possible to give to spoil by Jiang Yi. Not only he abandoned 12 elders who lead the death and waste of death. The Somalian mansion pain is weak, felt that the full anger must burn him. While still alive. Cannot endure. Cannot be so again passive. Cannot whatever again Jiang Yi suffers him selfishly. He must counterattack, he must counterattack. He must make Jiang Yi know his cable/search mansion, not only refine the pill of immortality master of meeting, refine the pill of immortality. He must make Jiang Yi pay the proper price for oneself actions. Rope elder, you awoke. Young Prince Clear/Pain Songming arrives at the room. In Somalian mansion, the whole face regret and worry. The young prince comes to sit. The Somalian mansion view hangs down, the sound is hoarse. Oh, the Clear/Pain seaside, sits the bedside, said, matter had happened, you leave are too sad, heals from a wound well, later no longer. Provoked that lunatic then. The young prince, I wants to consult a matter. Does world lord, how handle Jiang Yi? The Somalian mansion lies on the bed, makes an effort to get hold of the fist. Regained consciousness already for 3 days, few individuals visited, he wants to know outside situation, but the guard started to speak but hesitated, to the present how he did not know Jiang Yi. However, he has to plant very not good premonition. Clear/Pain Songming regrettable say/way, Jiang Yi is the 3rd-class elder. Coughs. The Somalian mansion chest cavity fluctuates, the fierce cough, just about to the control, the blood splashes from the gap between teeth forcefully. Unexpectedly. Why? He destroyed my underground execution ground, but also nearly killed me. Why doesn't World Lord handle him? Underground conflagration pond, although was destroyed, but does not have the positive evidence to prove that is the Jiang Yi behavior. But injury that you receive, was you lost control in the final analysis at that time, are not related with others, at least did not have the direct relations. Therefore, is very regrettable. Although we know that is related with Jiang Yi, but does not have the evidence to Jiang Yi to determine guilt. Why can also give the Jiang Yi promotion rank? The Somalian mansion HUHU. Breathing heavily, understands finally the guards are not willing to say. You first calm, oh, really sorry, was I talked too much, I will come. Another day again. The Clear/Pain C must set out to leave intentionally. Do not walk. Told me. Why? The Somalian mansion struggles to support. Actually weak falling on the bed, is a rending cough. Outside guard to clashes, hints the Clear/Pain C to hurry. They are not willing, saying that feared irritates the Somalian mansion on the bed, this young prince is so how innocent. You go out, get lost to me. The Somalian mansion eyes blush, weak shouting. But goes out. The guards are not willing to be exciting, he can only hint the way that the Clear/Pain C attention spoke with the look. Rope elder, you first control the control mood, Clear/Pain Songming does. Intentionally the care supports by the arm the Somalian mansion to sit. The young prince, tells me who you know, told me. Somalian mansion, pale like paper, body uncontrolled, shivering gently. I do not talk clearly on what reason, but World Lord becomes friends with Jiang Yi, probably. What do you mean? Rope Elder should know that 10,000 God tricky cold fronts requested. World Lord does hand over the Jiang Yi matter? I know. A while ago, the large numbers of powerhouses of God arrived here, 9th lunar month dynasty and Guhua Imperial City, Supreme Jinqing, came. Their goals are self-evident, is to carry off Jiang Yi. Although they do not dare to rob forcefully, is so the lineup makes World Lord attach great importance to sufficiently. In all person eyes, Jiang Yi must certainly carry off. Let alone at that time. Also had your matter. But, after World Lord Jiang Yi carries off, not only raised the elder rank of Jiang Yi, but also detains the tricky cold front forcefully, ordered us to dominate the palace, expel 10,000 gods, finally the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion slaughtered, the team of Guhua Imperial City, cruelly. The Somalian mansion observes closely, the clear/pain see stubbornly, the shock. Suspected. Clear/pain Songming said hastily, that I said are real, without half a word. Lie. The Somalian mansion split lip opens and closes slightly, for a long time. Asked one, why? Clear/pain Songming shakes the head saying, this must ask World Lord. How we really do not make clear her to think, unexpectedly to preserve Jiang Yi, does not hesitate to offend 10,000 gods. What am I? What is my cable/search mansion? The Somalian mansion suddenly has a weak sense of desperation. He was once South Lord, arrived blazing heaven, to form the new faction. Completely competently. But he receives the shame, was persecuted, World Lord not only has not cared. Cultivates his death opponent unexpectedly? Inflaming the heaven eye, in the World Lord eye, his cable/search mansion. Can't compare a lunatic unexpectedly? He abandons Holy Land, gives up the reputation/honorary, rushes to here for what? Clear/pain Songming sincere saying, Rope Elder, I come to see you today, once. To urge your several, again with the Jiang Yi fight. He does not know obtained World Lord thinking highly of now with what method. The position and treatment, to promote sharply, but your situation is this. Fights again, I feared that you flaminged heaven unable to stay. Put. Hee, don't fight? Hee, haha. Don't the Somalian mansion mirthless smile, fight? If he can swallow this tone, can let off Jiang Yi, to let flaming heaven everyone to know that his cable/search mansion is the fruit cake that can let the person to devastate? How will his cable/search mansion have a face in the future is flaming heaven to base? Your meridians broke to pieces, your accompanying elder also abandoned, later. Is very difficult to restore the peak. But Jiang Yi obtains World Lord. Thinking highly, also with Cho Seung being intimate with Zhao Jia, Dong Jia possibly stands in him, trains him behind. I estimated that most 10 years, he can stand in your head thoroughly, Cho Se. Possibly became the new overlord of overlord warring states. You with his disparity, will be getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, you give up as early as possible. I suggested, you best find an opportunity to apologize to Jiang Yi, said you. More than 10 years ago, offends heavenly master sect to catch his father is not truly right. The words that although the clear/pain see spoke seem like comforting, but the words and expressions are to stimulate the Somalian mansion. Regarding the present Somalian mansion, these words look like the silver needle jabbing into chest one after another, simply, tattered and torn. Dripping with blood. Clear/pain Songming the face color that pays attention to the Somalian mansion. Soon to twist, Jiangyi just broke through ninth heavenly layer couple days ago, has not guessed that the wrong words should be because swallowed the saint flame of your execution ground preservation. This will also definitely make his strength increase, the spirit mark strengthen, in the near future. Will be easier to pass the life and death boundary. Cho Seung was stimulated by Jiangyi, starts to arrange to close up. I estimated soon, Wa promote to enter ninth heavenly layer. By that time, he must arrange the life and death boundary. If Jiangyi and Cho Seung both pass the life and death boundary, in Wei Lai road obstructs their only barriers, was half-saint boundary. Their potential were too terrifying. But the life had arrived at the peak. If elixir cannot take promptly, perhaps once peak can be your dreams. Life and death boundary? The Somalian mansion was really touched by Clear/Pain Songming. Did Jiangyi enter ninth heavenly layer? Also, especially with the saint flame day fire that he does collect? Cho Seung must enter ninth heavenly layer, arrangement life and death boundary? The Somalian mansion felt intense threat, seems like the invisible heavy blade fell on his neck, possibly cut him momentarily. The goal that the expression of Clear/Pain Songming very satisfied. Cable/search mansion, this also means was achieved. However, to guarantee absolutely safe, he before also held just before leaving ruthlessly his blade. Dong has excellent works, elixir, good fortune, longevity, miracle cure, can restore your meridians, recuperate your life, but they are not willing to hand over. Therefore World Lord ordered to flaming various heaven factions, jointly the arrangement medicinal herb, refined one for you. However, I just obtained the news, Zhao might meddle the arrangement of medicinal herb with the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. You best prepare at heart, is really not good, do not demand, take certainly the excellent works, Bodhi Gold Dollar Pill, the feeling better life lost. Chapter hashtag number 934 number 933, the say/way of that person also governs the body of that person. Somalian mansion weak, collapsing on bed. Also not restores from the planned anger, receives such news, he consciousness. Dizzily, at present one black, fainted unexpectedly. When he regains consciousness again, is the evening. He was calm, felt the greatest crisis. Clear/Pain Songming said right, if the Jiangyi breakthrough and Cho Seung breakthrough, the power and power union, are getting stronger and stronger. Favoring of World Lord to Jiangyi, is doomed Jiangyi to flaming heaven to obtain a higher position, to suppresses him high sufficiently stubbornly. With the Jiangyi character, will definitely devastate him when the time comes. Ruthlessly, lets his experiencing suffering humiliation. Jiangyi, he must remove, once who strikes the first blow has the advantage. Cho Seung? Zhao must prevent him to restore unexpectedly, this obviously with the Jiangyi thorough union. What to do? How should I remove Jiangyi? Runs up to side him directly, from exploding? It is not good. Even if I die, cannot be so dead. It seems too incompetent. Jiangyi, that inexpensive life, cannot be joined to him to lose one's life. Somalian mansion, static, lying down on the bed, from the evening to the night. Has been pondering the means. Finally, the miraculous glow of Somalian mansion in the night flashes, thinks words. That Clear/Pain Songming spoke. 9th heavenly layer? Life and death boundary? In their Li Fire holy land happen to have elixir, the monster burns blood pill. Spirit. This elixir specifically aims at soul boundary 9th heavenly layer, the particularity that uses the 9th heavenly layer boundary, the stimulation Bloodline's potential has the relation with the life and death boundary. Forcefully. Then, by burning down, the overbearing effect initiates crazy and pain hot. Tempered, then makes great strides forward the life and death boundary. Forcefully. Because the life and death boundary is sensitive and special, this barbaric way goes, without doubt, courts destruction. Uses the monster to burn blood pill spirit. This called to reply in kind. The Somalian mansion ground is glittering the cold light. She does not kill them directly, but guides them with elixir, therefore cannot check his body. Moreover, the monster burns blood pill to enter the body to gather the heart spirit rapidly, until consumption completely, therefore suspected even, does not have the direct evidence to show, is the monster burns the blood pill. Behavior spirit. Like Jiang such, although knows that as he does not have the evidence. Before World Lord has not punished Jiang, now cannot punish him. After the Somalian mansion decides, immediately arranges the person to ask the clear/pain C to come back. What matter did the rope elder look for my late, clear/pain Songming rushes to hear in the night. I need the young prince to help me collect a medicinal herb. Blazing the medicinal herb in heaven to have everything expected to find, the rope elder can look to the medicine garden, why can ask me to come? What I want is the scarlet blood dragon sunflower. The Somalian mansion lowers the sound. This is the monster, burns the important medicine. Introduction in blood elixir side spirit, is elixir can have the primary cause of relation with the life and death boundary. Specially what does this type of medicinal herb have, clear/pain Songming? Asked something already known. I want to refine several elixir. What elixir? Monster burns blood pill spirit. This is. I will burn the blood pills formula and hermetic art the monster spirit gives you. As far as possible you hide refining up elixir. Rope elder, but also please talk clearly, what effect this does elixir have? Your anything does not need to ask, try not to alarm anybody. In return, I will give my immortal pill hermetic art Jiang gives you. Clear/pain Songming isn't pretend surprised, actually blossoms at heart. Happily. Worthily once revering Lord, is good, not only helps me remove the opponent, but must give me elixir. Deal? This? If not want, I find others in addition. Clear/pain C hesitant a while, the nod said intentionally, I go back to discuss with the royal father, after dawn gives you to reply. Scarlet blood dragon sunflower is rare, you did not stipulate when must collect. However, I take 5 monsters to burn blood pill spirit, the quicker the better. Why want so many? I give your immortal pill to be you to keep secret, anything do not ask. Since the Somalian mansion decided that must process Jiang must achieve absolutely safe. Arranges 2 to Cho Seung, arranges 3 to Jiang making them throw into the life and death boundary, the opportunity that burning, saves while still alive, continually does not have. The clear/pain C returns to the tyrant palace, met with the overlord. Introduced his plan. The overlords reproved certainly angrily. In they dominated the palace are the master of overlord warring states. Flaming the heaven blade shield, combined blade the grasping blade person. The aspects catch attention, one line moved represents the warring states too. Represent is flaming in heaven. If the matter exposes, what effects, was the warring states as well as blazing. The face countenance of heaven. Inflaming the critical moment of heaven at situated in keenest struggle. World Lord is unable to tolerate such matter to happen absolutely. Although Jiang works excessively, but that is the personal behavior. Eventually, but also has the intense and deep-seated hatred with the Somalian mansion. What is more important is the Jiangyi reputation was very bad. But they are different. The clear/pain Sipu passes kneels down. Father, this is the chance of a lifetime. Mrs. This time, wanted to suppress Jiangyi and Cho Seung again. Is difficult. The overlords angrily rebuke, shuts up to me. Before the speech works, first. Thinks your status. Father, I understand your worry, but we do not need to meddle. When the time comes traces, can only check Somalian mansion there. And clear/pain Songming the expression flashes the corridor to be ruthless. Jiang E is well known with the gratitude and grudges of Somalian mansion. Before we know that is the Jiangyi behavior, but without the evidence, World Lord has not handled Jiangyi, this time did not have the evidence, World Lord unable to process the Somalian mansion, otherwise being hard obedience. Weak. Muddled. You only know that World Lord is the samsara rebirth, but does not know that what person she once was. Since blazing heaven establishes throughout remains neutral, one time, flaming heaven to show the powerful. Ambition only, launched the impact on the sovereign say/way, then World Lord. The overlords are agitated, almost cannot say the secret, actually stops. Promptly. Clear/pain, Songming knits the brows slightly, but these have nothing to do with him. He continues to the overlord urges. Jiangyi was stimulated by elixir, rushes in the life and death boundary forcefully, deciding is a narrow escape. Cho Seung is poor strange Shuiyin, without any preparations enters the life and death boundary, must die without doubt. So long as they died, does not have any value, moreover matter, if noisy big. Definitely will become the scandal, after World Lord calms down, can only block off the flow of news, settles a quarrel and make peace with the parties involved. If the ominous spirit period of 5 days makes a big row angrily, rushes. Hardly blazing heaven, will enrage World Lord inevitably, when the time comes. We happen to taking this opportunity, suppress the ominous spirit period of 5 days, mansion thoroughly. You over 30 years old, why have thought that the matter is so simple? You understand World Lord, do you understand the ominous spirit period of 5 days? You know Jiangyi Cho Seung, if we're killed while still alive, the warring state's interior, flaming heaven, what can be response? Father. Go away. Tonight declines the Somalian mansion. Father. Get lost. Gives me to decline the Somalian mansion immediately. Clear/pain Songming makes an effort to grasp the fist, sets out difficultly. After the overlord is saluting, withdrew from the room. The overlords pull a long face to sit in the study room, complexion gloomy. Ugliness. But after the long time peace, a shadow stood in the overlord quietly behind. Prince, has the instruction? The overlord voice is very low, relates the world prison to me, the secret. Seeks for 3 scarlet blood dragon sunflowers, presses the matter as far as possible in territory, is scattered the collection place, do not bring to any attention. So long as their time completed, I am willing to deepen step relations with them. Understood. The shadow retreats quietly. The overlord set out, leave the room, avoids the attention of clansmen and guard, came to the palace secret room. Here is exhibiting the important treasure of palace. And has 2 scarlet blood dragon sunflowers. The overlords receive, cautiously, left the secret room. He when hears the clear/pain C introduction, has made the decision, must remove Jiangyi and Cho Seung with the hand of Somalian mansion. However, the clear/pain C was too young, unexpectedly immortal pill who accepted the Somalian mansion. This made everyone know that was they dominates the palace secret to support the Somalian mansion. Therefore, he reproved the Clear/Pain C intentionally, then the secret arranged, but must not pay attention, delivered to Somalian mansion, there the thing quietly. The Somalian mansion cannot determine that is who is coordinating him. As the matter stands, matter dominated the palace to have no relations with them. He only needed to wait for the result to be okay. Chapter 934, True Flaming Heaven. Young prince, this is hurriedly, can go, Leaf Shu Tian, blocks the angry Clear/Pain C. Leaf hadn't brother, rested late? The Clear/Pain C returns to normal. Quickly the mood, makes the smile. What I study is the bright moon starry sky, usually as the evening cultivates. Just amassed wealth, by heavy taxation the moonlight rashly, felt here. Probably. Small friction between father and son, all right. I have entrusted Leaf the brother, reminded Jiang Yi for me, did not. No. I happen to must flaming heaven tonight, will pass on for Leaf the brother. Clear/Pain sounding expression very non-nature. Also, please pass on to one for me again. If he wants, I hope that can compare. Notes martial law with him, if not want, I must leave several days later. I passed certainly on truthfully, Clear/Pain sounding deals with two absent. Mindedly, said goodbye to leave. Leaf Shu Tian looks at his back, the back counts on the fingers after behind. Fingertip gently, the corners of the mouth, bring back wipe the happy expression. Dares to hide, I thought how long you can hide. The decline of Clear/Pain C, making the So mansion angry. No matter but the Somalian mansion opens what condition, how to strive, cannot detain the Clear/Pain C. The Somalian mansion lies on the bed, is trying to find the solution. Diligently. To refine the monster to burn blood pill spirit, needs the scarlet blood dragon sunflower. But, the scarlet blood dragon sunflower is not only rare, the use is also few. Therefore, so long as he seeks for the scarlet blood dragon sunflower wantonly, is equal to openly announcing that he must refine the monster to burn blood pill spirit. When the time comes first will alarm world lord. Therefore this matter needs the secret due, whom but can look for. 2 days later. The Somalian mansion just awoke, suddenly the discovery bedside were many. Brocade box. This is. The Somalian mansion turns on the brocade box to look, inside is putting him. Unexpectedly, being worried, scarlet blood dragon sunflower? Is. The Somalian mansion is a deep one, immediately thinks indistinctly some possibility, ignites the hope at heart rapidly. Today too, will soon after have third, fourth, fifth. So long as there is a scarlet blood dragon sunflower, was easy to do. Shortly, a week-old person shoves open the room, does enlightened ruler, you look for me? Restored how? The Somalian mansion receives the brocade box, difficult. Haunching body. Can restore to 6 achievements is the narrow escape. Old person, mirthless. Smile. He is survival, one of the 5 elders, besides the Somalian mansion, the boundary is highest, pill technique is strongest. He knew that does not have the opportunity to wait till excellent works elixir. Good fortune longevity miracle cure, civilian close salute that used. World Lord to send, elixir of quasi-excellent works rank Bodhi gold dollar. Pill. As for other 4 elders, can only take ordinary, good fortune pill. He can restore to 60% reluctantly, other 4 can restore 30% to be even. Lucky. The recuperation, prepares the refine the pill of immortality well. Refine the pill of immortality? I feared unable in 6 months, the refine the Pill of immortality. This elixir needs my trustworthy person practice, moreover in the bystander eyes, cannot the person ever find the pill of immortality practice. After the Somalian mansion explained the situation, Wu Chang on face appeared to wipe fiercely, gave me so long as can kill Jiang Yi, after I even cannot. The refine the pill of immortality, was ready for any sacrifice. Gives you 10 days of time to recuperate. While convenient, lets out the monster butterfly that you raised, found Jiang Yi. He hid probably is flaming in some heaven place. Gave me, my monster butterfly. Can certainly dig him. Blazing in the virgin forest of heaven extremely deep place. Yi Anren with the aid of the surrounding mountains and rivers jungle, deducts. Full of vitality microcosm, coordinating the Jiangyi sensibility mountains and rivers, to vary greatly. Although microcosm is only the outline, but regarding Jiangyi of soul boundary, is enough. Jiangyi stood in the epoch-making, high antiquity, probably, the air/chi of chaos fills the air/chi of yellow and black precipitated, the forest. Cover plant just bred, the land river just took shape. This subtle feeling, can make ye very good sensibility land evolve, the mystery of mountains and rivers change. Especially the Yi Anren control microcosm, transfers the mountain, to twist. The mountains and rivers the method, as well as 5 lines of the world. Destruction annihilation process, is stimulating Jiangyi regarding the sensibility that the mountains and rivers vary greatly. Understood the essence, can be better to deduce. Understood the mystery, can a better control. But certain attainments of Jiangyi in sensibility process, will discuss with Yi Anren, helping the Yi Anren better control 5 lines, deduces, mountains and rivers this world foundation. 2 people help the cooperation mutually, perishes completely and inside. Regarding each other, them is the best assistance. However, by 7th day time. Did you feel? Yi Anren floats in the air, front 5 lines of young trees are blooming the hazy ray. Jiangyi has not heard shouting of Yi Anren, is immersing to ponder. When he discusses with Yi Anren, suddenly thought of the inheritance of Remnant Blade. Remnant Blade 3rd is the offering sacrifice to heaven type. Under the life and death hopeless situation, the laughing in the face of death. Time, the combustion life, the combustion potential, the combustion. Borrows the strength to the heaven. Can borrow many strength, can show many prestige energy, all depending on your bearing capacity, as well as under specific scene crazy, and holds, to read. This set of martial law price is big, is equivalent trades the life by the life. But if, improves the offering sacrifice to heaven type displaying way. Coordinating the mountains and rivers, to vary greatly? To unify, he cannot need the combustion life, can vary to release the offering sacrifice to heaven type with the aid of mountains and rivers. Greatly. He does not need to destroy the mountains and rivers directly, only needs to draw support from offering sacrifice to heaven type reassignment. Mountains and rivers, burying the air/chi of disaster. Matches simply certainly. I felt. Yi Anren closes the eye, through 5 lines of trees, senses is flaming. Heaven. Beforehand time, she guessed that blazing heaven possibly with 5 lines of law, coordinates the space energy, formed independent space. Reason that with outside world with the chains link, is more like in the spiritual energy of absorbing outside world and ensure blazing the normal evolution of heaven. But, she is pleased having 5 lines of trees, evolves the microcosm. Repeatedly, coordinates the Jiangyi sensibility time, even more feeling this blazing heaven to be somewhat strange. Until today, that feeling was clear, was intense. This is an independent microcosm. Completely independent multiplication. Completely independent 5 lines of energies. Here energy is strong, here space is stable. Here. Seems like an ancient 5 lines of the world. Yi Anren muttered the light language. Jiang Yi immerses in own sensibility, is evolving the way of fusion silently. Is founding brand new, and might giant martial law. Long time. Yi Anren opens the bright eyes, the whole body exudes an unusual heat flow. I understood. Here is really a 5 lines of the world. Remembers that 5 elements God Tree had said. 100,000 years ago, he trained a divine dragon, sent out the antiquity god. Courtyard. 30,000 years ago, he trained a human, sent out the antiquity god courtyard. Divine dragon failed, returned to the antiquity god courtyard, died in front of the god tree. Human failed, died in battle in some dangerous event. However, divine dragon that human, finally is powerful, definitely evolved to belong to their independent world. That two world not an antiquity god courtyard, means, they stayed in the real world. Blazing heaven, is? Yi Anren is staring at the vast forest cluster of mountains, 5 elements God Tree once said. 30,000 years ago that catastrophe nearly destroyed it, the powerful enemy who the successor who can infer that human faces is terrifying. He meets head on, there is a possibility to bring 5 lines of the world to rush over. But 100,000 years ago that divine dragon was returned to by the god tree, but also died there. Therefore, blazing heaven is the world that divine dragon leaves behind. Yi Anren thinks more likely. If so, flaming in heaven is ancient 5 lines of trees, blazing the heaven. Deep place to bury the divine dragon vestige. If so, she can definitely absorb here energy to nourish her 5 lines of trees, even fuses it, takes over control of it. Chapter 935, The World of Big Dragon. You go with me, stays here? Yi Anren wants to determine place that 5 lines of trees take root, also blazing the source of heaven. Do you want to do? Jiang Yi regains consciousness from the ponder. I request a card matter. After Yi Anren 5 lines of trees integrate the body, enters the lush forest. I accompany you. The Jiang Yi half-step follows, although here vast territory. With a sparse population, old fogey, but who perhaps where possibly lives in a hidden world, if she could not explain that oneself status troubled. 100,000 years ago, 5 elements god tree had bred 5 lines of seeds, gave a flood dragon in sacred lake, helping his incarnation divine dragon. Divine dragon left eternal holy mountain, tried hard some time outside. Finally returned to the antiquity god courtyard, died side the god tree. However, what he goes back is only the body, has not brought back to 5 lines of the world that it creates. I suspected that he stayed outside oneself 5 lines of the world, this so called flaming in heaven, is that world. Can you control here? Jiang Yi was excited. With the root common origin, elder brother younger sister, is a whole family. Has not thought that blazing heaven, unexpectedly such pleasantly surprised. Harvest. Dozens years later, can flaming in heaven safely integrates the body, brings under to run all over the sky? How many pill sovereign gawked in the consciousness of Jiang Yi, the ancestors turned to teach others, did this whole life change to confiscate family's property? Really is the thievish character does not change. A while ago added shame to Yang King, cannot make mistakes again, cannot turn again others future overlords, finally at the first opportunity, will flaming heaven to move out continually. If that 5 lines of trees remain, I should be able, the absorbed energy, as to be able to control, must look that the situation decides again. They get out of trouble 5 days of time in the hills jungle, finally. Discovered the source of 5 lines of energies. They stand in the jungle, is looking at distant place that piece just like the monstrous waves, gallop, vast mountain group. Their most deep place blazing the place that heaven world lord closes up. Jiangyi shakes the head, should expect. Should there. Yi Anren can feel their vastly such as the 5 lines of energies of see clearly, the 5 lines of tree blooming eloquation level rays. In her body, cast light upon her, like transparent general. Is 5 lines of trees, is. Only then arrives there, can determine truly. However, I can absorb their 5 lines of strengths, attempts to awaken it. If is really 5 lines of trees, might leave behind the soul of divine dragon. To read. Yi Anren closes the eye, raises the head slightly, the launched body blooms too. Rush the radiant ray. Is fluttering from the body on behalf of jade bead of 5 lines of strengths. The rapid enlargement, revolving, forms the violent vortex speedily. 5 lines of energies between world were towed, advancing uninterruptedly. Gallops to here. The energy is rich, the probably invisible tide has inundated the jungle, has curled the mountain, even presents rumble the sound. Careful, do not bring to the attention of guards. Jiangyi arrives at the front summit, is looking into inside and outside. 100 the mammoth vast mountain group. They're blazing the central forbidden area of heaven, has deep valley that world. Lord closes up, has palatially blazing a day of main hall, has tens of thousands of guarding. 5 lines of spirit beads consciousness interlinked with Yi Anren, is amassing wealth by heavy taxation the world energy, forms the rich dense fog. Submerged this stretch of forest land. Afterward, Yi Anren controls 5 lines of spirit beads to disperse, ranges. Ursanchi miles. The earth spirit bead and gold/metal Lingzhu, the fire spirit bead, submerge. The stratum. Wooden spirit bead float in forest, the water spirit bead rushes in front. Galloping the river tide. Continues to amass wealth by heavy taxation the energy, simultaneously. Attempts to produce the resonance with the 5 lines of energies of this world. Time 1 minute/share 1 second passes by. Yi Anren is feeling the change of 5 lines of spirit beads carefully, is feeling the marvelous fluctuation of this world. Finally, the Yi Anren consciousness world is suddenly turbulent, probably the tsunami. Is dreadful, brings suffocates the oppression, looks like the land to be turbulent, raises the endless confusion. A share of vast God new rushed in her consciousness forcefully. Sure enough, is a big dragon. Hugeness, beyond description. It as if can crash the heaven, seems like the world. Even in the consciousness, still fills up this consciousness sufficiently the world. Yi Anren felt suffocation, felt tiny, as if must perish in own consciousness. World. The big dragon is seething with excitement 5 lines of rays, is overlooking. Front ants, Yi Anren. I am the 5 elements God tree 3rd successor, Yi Anren. Yi Anren is suppressing the constriction, indicates the status on own initiative, in order to avoid causes the misunderstanding. Why do you come to here? The big dragon made the sound, but just put out the first character, that vast boundless loud sound shakes the Yi Anren soul to be absent-minded, the short several characters, nearly stun her. I have no intention to offend, but after entering to hear, surprise here. Secret. I remember that 5 elements God tree has said that before Shenlong. 100,000 that it trains went back, died in its front. I speculated, here should be a 5 lines of the world that divine dragon leaves behind, possibly left behind the soul to read. Therefore took the liberty to induce, disturbs you. I am that divine dragon. The big dragon has not concealed. It once was a flood dragon, wasted the time in the sacred lake, obtained. Looking upon with favor that the god set up luck, can change into the big dragon, ripped open the god courtyard to ban, tracking down the world was mysterious. What it obtains is the god sets up breeding the first 5 lines of seeds that is also the god sets up the biggest expectation. It inherits the will that the god is setting up, tracks down the dream that the god is setting up. It is not the fame and fortune, pays no attention to the human affairs. Hovers. The vast world is observing the ancient world, is evolving the completely new 5 lines of the world. However, it failed finally. Like world such that the god sets up, obviously is the full of vitality world. Is actually spiritless, cannot naturally breed the flesh life, cannot evolve. The say/way of samsara, cannot create the stars. It is gratitude and anticipation, hopes that can have the magnificent achievement, looking upon with favor of feedback 5 elements God tree. Until it understands, finally own really helpless time, that type despairs and pain, as well as to the guilt that the god sets up, thoroughly destroyed it. It leaves behind the world that oneself created, returned to side the god tree, in guilty apologies, is slowly decayed. Before it just before leaving, left behind own soul to read, is protecting this world that silently exhausted the lifetime energy to evolve. 5 lines do not die, the soul read does not extinguish. Until now, already 100,000 years. Yi Anren said, before divine dragon left in the past, kept here 5 lines of trees? 5 lines of trees stayed behind, had fused with this world thoroughly. The Yi Anren Frank said, my 5 lines of trees just started to grow, need the energy, can I obtain your help? The big dragon is spying on the Yi Anren situation, is determining her status. Your my 5 lines of trees truly are with the root common origin. Your 5 lines of trees are long my 5 lines to set up for 100,000 years. You are also long, I tend to long live, whether I do politely call you for the elder brother? Yi Anren attempts to pull closer the relations. The big dragon does not have the sentiment said indifferently, hasn't 5 elements God tree reminded you? Abandons the emotion, pursues the divine. Nature is the true meaning of 5 lines of evolutions. Around 5 elements God tree 2 inheritance, end in failure, cannot breed the flesh life. I am 3rd, is last that it can breed. It gives my guidance is the free growth, all as one desires. Free growth, all. Big dragon meditates as one desires. Yi Anren felt that the big dragon truly does not have the sentiment, then selected bright way directly, your I inherit the will that the god sets up. Tracks down true meaning that the world evolves, but I am the final hope. Therefore, has the request that takes the liberty very much safely. Whether you can open wide the consciousness for me, allowing me to understand that you evolved the entire process of 5 lines of the world initially. Share certain experiences that you leave behind to me. I want personally to experience, after your true body leaves, 100,000 years of this 5 lines of the world free evolutions. The big dragon truly does not have the sentiment, consideration that is correct or not, therefore very natural say/way, I leave behind the soul to read, after the feeling loses master control, how this world will evolve. Can evolve to what degree? Yi Anren expressed gratitude hastily. She is evolving the initial stage of 5 lines of the world now, understands. An evolution of 5 lines of the world, are many a understanding and sensibility, can in the initial period as far as possible few gives her world. To leave the hidden danger. When the big dragon brings Yi Anren to sense 5 lines of the world evolve. The entire process, the Somalian mansion after 13 days of long waiting. finally waited till 3 scarlet blood dragon sunflowers. However, Wu Elder injury is serious, starts refines the monster, to burn blood. Pale Spirit the time, actually first failed. Wu Elder does not dare to act unreasonably, the training 2 days, after. Adjusting the good condition, start to refine. Second comes smoothly. Third fourth, is very smooth. However, Wu Elder is weak, the spirit force control initially, was therefore defeated in fifth, far inferior again. Then, the anticipation 5 monsters burn blood Pale Spirit, finally only succeeded 3. Only rejoicing is, they have not caused others to pay attention. Now where is Jiangyi at? The Somalian mansion, suppressed the pain to be weak, haunched the body. Before is flaming the leaning out of the way place of heaven, a while ago. Shifted the central region, from the place about 200 li, 0.5 kilometers, that world. Lord closes up. However. What? He took to bring in Yi Amran, probably. Together waste. Just right too, making that to the unmarried couple together. Desperate, goes to together. Cho Seong there? He 5 days ago, just entered 9th heavenly layer. Ends Jiangyi waste they. I arrive at the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, to process him. Chapter 936, Successors. I feel that for these days was not right, how did you run my to come? World. Lord stopped up in the jungle scurried about Jiangyi. Your life and death boundary? Jiangyi must cast off her vigorously, was stopped up unexpectedly. My life and death boundary 2 years. The world Lord Doubt is sizing up Jiang. Does this fellow want to do covertly? Life and death boundary of your 21-year-old entering? Whom you deceive. Jiangyi felt no wonder her boundary drifts from place to place. On this day under only allows you to create the miracle? You. Saint King Spirit Mark? Are you curious my Spirit Mark? I am also very curious your Spirit Mark. Did we introduce mutually? Okay, we keep our secret, respectively. Said goodbye, you continue to rest. Wait. You felt that I am very good to deceive? Do you do here, you maid? Anything? I how? Jiangyi isn't pretend innocent. Yourself are very clear. I am bored, walks casually. I 1 not close to the place that you close up. 2 have not peeped you, haven't 3 harmed you, how I? You feign to me again, I'd buckle your 3 years. I said World Lord, we are not ripe, maintain a respect, maintains a distance. Maintains a secret, not very? Can you unable to pass with me? Unrequited love. You do not make do, can I come out? You had not seen that I run, can I not pursue you? If you really do not want to say that I check. I check to say with yourself, the process result may be different. World Lord is very vigilant, this fellow can provoke blazing heaven heart. The subtle response unexpectedly, must investigate thoroughly. Good, I am honest, matter is this. I did not become us to flaming the heaven. 3rd class elder, brought a friend to come to show off, secretly. I look that blazing the heaven energy to be very rich, makes my friend use on. Making a decision without authorization casually. Then? World Lord really took this fellow, reducing big problems into little problems superficial eloquence. I led her to flaming the heaven energy richest place. Then? So is simple. What do you see me to run? Didn't I lead the person to come in secretly? I feared that you process her. Where is she at? You take constant care of many affairs of state, works hard laboriously, this small matter I process well. Relax, this leads her to leave. I check. Wait, I lead you to go. Jiangyi brings World Lord to go to the place that Yi Anren closed up. Yi Anren immerses in the rich dense fog, with dispersing the 5 lines of spirit beads of various places forms the resonance, surrounding area 30 li. 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers falls into the dim fluctuation. Who is she? World Lord actually felt that in the sea of Qi the spirit. Strength received the subtle hauling. Fiancé. Does your lunatic really have the woman to like? Radish, green vegetables have a love, respectively. What spirit mark is she? 5 lines of day. World Lord suddenly thought. Jiangyi entered the Overlord Warring States. Time mounted the stage to plan Cho Seung, probably brings a woman and fox. She casual one here, had not cared at that time. Is this that woman? Unexpectedly day spirit mark, 5 lines of spirit mark. Did she such outstanding woman, how have a liking for people like you? Am I outstanding? You outstanding are outstanding, but doesn't your spirit a little issue, fear? The influence next generation? Jiangyi sips to purse the lips, controls the mood, if all right, you first go. Back, my brings to leave safely. I am all right. You have the matter. I am all right. You are really idling being all right, processes the Somalian mansion, the person of his conduct, remains as damaging. I do not attach great importance to face saving. 3 years ago to receive. Him, all makes the world to know, now suddenly rumbles to go out him, how? Making others see me? You, if not process, I do process for you? You dare. Dares to wanton mischief again, I rumble to go out you. Others don't provoke me, I don't provoke others, he it provokes me again, I am not lenient. He just regains consciousness now, has not restored. Waits to arrange the medicinal herb, refining up the good fortune longevity miracle cure, I deliver. Personally to him, reminded him well, convenient. Processes as soon as possible, I feared that old thing which day could not. Look on the bright side of thing, runs over to hug me from exploding. Jiangyi looks the mountain forest that the front dense fog covers, asked. Suddenly, World Lord, you understood that blazing the secret of heaven? I naturally understood. You know why her absorbed energy can alarm you? I have not guessed that wrong. Words, she alarms is not you, is place that you cultivation. How do you know? World Lord is vigilant. Because I understood that blazing heaven. You come for several months, you can understand anything. I did not understand that you flaming heaven this organization, but I understood that blazing heaven this space. Talks clearly. This world is a big dragon opens 100,000 years ago, the big dragon controls. 5 lines of strengths, evolved this world, finally left. But Yi Anren obtained the 5 lines of inheritance of Big Dragon. She is exchanging with this world now, is deriving the energy of this world. Jiangyi is saying as if for real, stimulates World Lord, in order to avoid. She is subject to changing moods, to make any unexpected matter. The World Lord brow big wrinkle, closely is staring in the dense fog, partly visible Yi Anren. Shock at heart, by far many suspicion. Because blazing heaven heart, truly is the terrifying big dragon outline. 5. Giant vortex that the heart deep place hangs, is truly representing 5 lines of energies. This is also biggest secret that only then all previous World Lord knows. Jiangyi definitely does not know. Reason that the opens the mouth comes, is it possible that did Yi Anren actually obtain the inheritance? The inheritance of Big Dragon, 5 lines of inheritance. To say, Yi Anren is equal to the successor in this world? The World Lord brow wrinkle is tighter, eye ground fine glow, bright twinkle. Serious cold, actually exudes the intermittent heat flow at heart. Isn't this chance that she waits for agonizingly? although as not does, actually saved the innumerable troubles. She goes to resolutely before 3,000, brings to remember completely, and inheritance samsara returns, is to inquire about the secret of heart, wants in. The control heart, that vast boundless terrifying energy. The biggest pursuit of her previous life this life, is guides inside energy. Thorough control to flaming heaven this space, uses inside energy, trains more. Stronger refine the pill of immortality masters. The most big target of her new student/life this world, completes previous generation not mission completely, brings to flaming heaven to become the true sovereign to say. She is shouldering the mission, the pressure is serious, has not thought. Bumped into this space unexpectedly, inheritance. This also means, Yi Anren can the energy of reassignment heart, be able to help her flaming heaven truly strong, even can the real sense is separated from the real world momentarily, wavers in void. Jiang Yi carefully observes the complexion that world lord is fluctuating in. Clearly. Is this woman very probably excited? Turned into the threat, Yi Anren? To control Yi Anren forcefully? This complexion is not quite attractive. Big dragon inheritance. 5 lines of the world lord more is more excited. Hopes was too sudden, was too pleasantly surprised. Initially preserved Jiang Yi forcefully, is really a correct decision. This boy, simply is her lucky star. World Lord observes closely, Jiang Yi, suddenly. Jiang Yi brow slightly wrinkle, on the alert she makes me kiss. World Lord excited must unable to control itself. World Lord, calm. Jiang Yi rubs to retrocede 2 steps, lifts presses. Hand/subordinate, does with me, deep breath. Chapter 937, Regain Consciousness. Chaos Source Fire. When World Lord is excited, Jiang Yi is anxious, in Yi Anren immerses in sensibility. No one has noticed, 2 attractive lithe butterflies are dancing lightly in the profound moist mountain forest, approaches to hear. They are the nebula imaginary butterflies. One type, strangely and extremely dangerous butterfly. Its danger does not lie in the attack, but lies in the hidden. It has extremely strong defensive power, almost cannot kill, it can also hide oneself energy perfectly. Human or the monster beast, are very difficult to detect that its energy flow looks like ordinary, cannot the ordinary butterfly. Moreover, they can also with the consciousness perfect link of master. What that they see, the master can see anything. Which the masters control them, they will go. World Lord? Wu Elder ambushes in the distant place, consciousness is interlinked with the nebula imaginary butterfly, unexpectedly discovered that Jiang Yi treats with World Lord in the same place. What to do can this? Cannot defend World Lord, prescribes medicine to Jiang Yi and Yi Anren. Moreover, World Lord boundary, probably in life and death boundary. The monster burns the blood pill's drug efficacy to be overbearing spirit, not only can affect soul boundary, 9th heavenly layer. This special boundary is also influential to the life and death boundary. If by some chance killed World Lord, flaming heaven, definitely to rip them. Exactly, no matter when the time comes had the evidence. First waits. Wu Elder controls the nebula imaginary butterfly to retreat quietly, after World Lord leaves, acts. But, waited to wait, World Lord unexpectedly with Jiang Yi in the same place. I want to chat with Yi Anren alone. World Lord impatient, must know the detailed situation with Yi Anren. Chatted, exempted alone. My family miss is very pure, do not have a bad effect on by you. I am your World Lord. You are World Lord, right? But your conduct has the issue. Jiang Yi, you, when I don't dare to tidy up you? You now are the life and death boundary, like pregnancy, should not be. Excited, is easy to move the pregnancy nozzle. You really under-punch. What do you want with discuss safely? Has nothing to do with you. She is naturally is related with me. Your? Snort. The self-confidence of where coming. If she really looked like. Obtained the big dragon inheritance that you said that the future achievement will be inconceivable, you felt that depended on your aptitude, could be. Joined to her? With cannot be joined, is not you decides. In brief, do not want to gang up. With her, she is listens to my several to urge. Also has the opportunity while the present. Many, hugs, comes several. In the future, you may approach her opportunity not. To have continually. World Lord is light, waits for ye Amren to know heart energy vast, knows. That her ultimate objective, definitely discards all, full power coordinates. Her. No. So long as blazing heaven, to make great strides forward the sovereign saying. That she is symmetric with the Yi Amren sisters, sharing blazing heaven. Jiang Yi hears to shake the head, suspects the age of this woman more, the speech stance at all not like over 20 years old, but with. Right. Similar to no return Holy Lord. If the age does not have the issue, is the spirit has the issue. Jiang Yi chatted very at will with World Lord, worry that very Wu elder. Actually waited. Because the monster burnt blood pill to be ground to the powder by him spirit. Sprinkled on the butterfly. The time towed for a long time, possibly volatilized cleanly. World Lord is observing the cultivation of Yi Amren with Jiang Yi probably, do. They want to look? I may not have the time to delay. Wu Elder clenches teeth, controls the nebula imaginary butterfly to approach. Because lithe, nimble and resourceful, does not have any fluctuation of energy. Has not brought to the attention of Jiang Yi World Lord. World Lord, offended, is yourself must come. Wu Elder, when decides to plan Jiang Yi, has been ready that went. As for the following matter, gives the enlightened ruler to process. A nebula imaginary butterfly flies, dances in the air in the woods of cover. After avoiding Jiang Yi them, vanishes in the energy-dense fog, fell nearby Yi Amren, quietly. Then. The wing vibrates, sprinkles leaps in the above medicinal powder, as the energy turns wells up, with the breath of Yi Amren, entered the body. The drug efficacy is colorless, does not have the obvious feeling. This is the monster burns the blood pill's strange place spirit. The medicinal powder infiltration blood, accumulates rapidly in the heart. Place. Another nebula imaginary butterfly also flies, falls to the Jiang Yi top of the head leaf on, that side avoidance World Lord as far as possible, then the vibration wing quietly, sprinkles the medicinal powder that slightly cannot be checked. Jiang Yi actually notices to fly the butterfly, but has not cared. A lot of dust enter the body with the breath, sinks the heart following the blood vessel. Although the butterfly intends to avoid World Lord, but the medicinal powder is lithe, optional sprinkling, there are to flutter few her there. In dense fog. Yi Amren is following the big dragon guidance, is sensing the evolutionary process of 5 lines of the world. The big dragon walks probably in the time river, guiding Yi Amren to feel its world is reminding certain hidden dangers, and unique change of developing process. Yi Amren immerses in inside, as if creates the world the spiritual God, is overlooking the change of the world, the marvelous feeling, brings the extraordinary sensibility. However, she simply has not thought, has Jiang Yi. To defend is also attacked unexpectedly, but around her 5 lines of domains have not caused the slight fluctuation. Unknowingly, her heartbeat accelerates, boiling hot dry and hot, has probably the group raging fire to burn an inside. Yi Amren awakens quickly, evacuates forcefully from the consciousness into the nautical mile, but is too late. The drug efficacy outbreak, the beat. Violent acceleration of heart, the large-scale ballooning contraction, that feels like the heart to explode. General. The Yi Amren pain called out pitifully, blood boiling hot, bringing the whole body to burn probably. She transfers 5 lines of energies vigorously, evolves the cool aura, cannot suppress completely, gushes out from the heart to the heat wave. If the flood bursts a dike, irresistible. Moreover, the drug efficacy brings feels like burning, essence and crazy squeezing potential. You more are coordinating to release energy, more is similar to aggravates the situation. If awakened the bloodlines, the suppression of this potential is crazier, is just like Jiang Yi. Woo-woo. Jiang Yi bites the jaw stubbornly, in the gap between teeth is giving a tongue lashing the strange pain, the sound. His eyes blood red, the whole body blue vein. Anger suddenly suppresses the heat wave that the whole body is moving restlessly, vigorously. However, the bloodline's energy was stimulated continually, is attacking the vermilion bird soul, is attacking the invincible might of right eye and vertebra. The drug efficacy is strengthened layer upon layer. Jiang Yi cannot bear again, raises to roar, the whole body roaring flame soars to the heavens, the anger to get up, turns fiercely, wells up, the high temperature twists, changes to the magnificent vermilion bird, spreads the wings to cry, to howl, the sound breaks the wilderness. The right eye glare, spurts thinly, melts the mask, condenses the destruction. Light beam, explodes, shoots the vault of heaven, hits several tens of thousands of meters upper air, blazing the heaven space barrier. The spine energy is turbulent, the gold/metal, bright blood, continues to turn. Wells up, his whole body, the chaotic sound, changed to the vermilion bird. Monster body, flutters to soar to the heavens. Although World Lord absorbed few medicinal powder, but later period of life and death boundary, is the boundary fluctuates fiercely, the body most sensitive, dangerous time, drug efficacy stimulation slightly, causes her blood ebullition. Tyrant fierce air wave shake hills, the flying sand and rocks, the strong winds wreak havoc, the sturdy forest eradicates. The jet black energy soars to the heavens, the surges turbulently, changes to a heavy great cauldron unexpectedly, spans the vault of heaven, the pressure 8 sides. The great cauldron is palatial, the airwave is dreadful, inside turns is welling up, the energy of nihility, shakes the space, confuses the world. Energy, as if must swallow this stretch of the world. Bang! 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 The Jiang Yi pain, raises the dreadful roaring flame, the pitiful yell of Yi Amren, triggers surrounding 5 lines of source, bead blasting open, eruption of World Lord, then as if must shake various heaven, swallows to accept the myriad things. Surrounding area several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, hills were alarmed, lots of guards look into here. Became. Wu Elder takes back the nebula imaginary butterfly, retreats quietly. The drug efficacy manifested suddenly, his expected is more violent. Jiang Yi and Yi Amren, quick must be enforced to the life and death boundary, then died. A tragic death after the fierce confusion. As for World Lord, the medicinal powder that she absorbs should not be many. In the forbidden area has many ancestors, should be able to save her. Here finished, we tidy up Cho Seung. Wu Elder receives the butterfly, leaves rapidly. He has nothing to dread now, in the mind only then a thought that completes the task, revenge. World Lord? The little old man of dense fog space comes, after noticing that Great Cauldron rushes to the scene. Looks at 3 energy tides, a brow slightly wrinkle, waves to imprison this mountains and rivers, transfers. Forcefully, returns to the deep valley. Chapter 938, regains consciousness, chaos source fire. The Jiangyi pain called out pitifully, whole body boiling hot, might fire the ashes. The courage vigor in the ebullition, the potential is squeezing, he is hot-tempered and weak, is crazily weaker, he seems overdrawing the energy of bloodlines. Yi Anren does not have the so-called bloodlines, but she is fused with 5 lines of trees. The big eruption of inner world is attacking 5 lines of trees, stimulates 5 lines of tree crazy release energies, sweeps across the whole body. Shortly after, Yi Anren startled realize own boundary to start to become less crowded. Before is the soul boundary 9th heavenly layer peak, at this moment might break through the barrier. Breakthrough? She again toward the first half step, was the life and death boundary. She has not been ready. Moreover, this hot-tempered situation rushes in the life and death boundary. Without doubt brings about own destruction. I was poisoned, probably. World Lord sits cross-legged in the deep valley. Restores forcefully soberly, but the whole body is very painful. Her spirit mark is the cauldron furnace. At this moment, the whole body looks like by forcefully, the cauldron furnace of ignition, is using her blood, is burning her skeleton soul. The life and death boundary, the boundary always goes up and down abruptly. Later, strength suddenly weak, but the change is fierce. Now was stimulated, boundary immediately big eruption promotion. She could reach the limit, probably momentarily, then from exploding. Who gives under you poison? The man old before his time, unclear situation. Has not acted rashly, is observing calmly. Here blazing heaven, who dares to intoxicate here? Moreover acts to World Lord directly. Tries to find the solution quickly. The World Lord pain is also angry. The life and death boundary, besides the strength change, a special situation, is the mood easy major rises, moreover testy changed, /easy sad. You were the life and death boundary later, cannot take elixir, cannot have the external force interference. You must look helplessly, the old lady, does burn while still alive? Under your description your feeling isn't obvious? First calm. You have not spat blood the fester, does not have the soul to lose, but the energy is losing control, does not seem like being poisoned. Is more serious than the poison. The old men, try to find the solution. Quickly. I am thinking. Does your face half dead indifferent appearance, try to find the solution. Probably again? When Yi Anren breaks through the boundary in the pain forcefully, makes great strides forward the life and death boundary time, the little old man understood in them finally what poison. Does monster burn blood pill spirit? The little old man's complexion is gloomy, this is the retaliation of Somalian mansion. Did old thing retaliate on me? World Lord is annoyed. The mood, the drastic fluctuation, the whole body energy is seething with excitement immediately. Again, is attacking the black, great cauldron of upper air. The great cauldron rumble thunders, heavy dignified. Astral air, /chi, torrentially, swallows the day, to accept. Do not be excited, controls the mood. The little old man looks dignified, does not have the means. Blazing heaven, to have the monster to burn the blood pills hermetic art. Spirit, the main purpose goes all out to the powerhouses of soul boundary. 9th heavenly layer this special boundary. In encountering the situation of life and death crisis, can burn the blood pill combustion potential with the monster spirit, burning down, makes great Strides forward the life and death boundary, forcefully, and crazy. Promotion strengthen life and death boundary, fights with all might with the enemy, finally directly from exploding. Because elixir at first research goal is goes, research basic is the particularity of life and death boundary. Moreover, the medicine introduction. Are extremely overbearing scarlet blood dragon sunflower, so long as used. Basically is the non-solution. If must say that what means that can only be the miracle. Normally, should be discrete ninth heavenly layer to the breakthrough of life. And death boundary, very steady, will then find the place to close up, calm. Is not irritable, maintains the stability of boundary as far as possible. After may take the monster burns blood pill spirit, is equivalent barbarically. Makes great strides forward the life and death boundary, the violent in the confusion walks, crazily, to go. Therefore wants to save, can only suppress this hot-tempered momentum. Forcefully, calms down, exhausts until the drug efficacy, completely. But the life and death boundary was too special, no one can stand firm in this case. Yi Anren is very painful, the energy of 5 lines of trees continues to turn. Wells up, with her flesh state of mind winding, must fuse thoroughly together. This truly is the transformation that the life and death boundary should present, but she has not been ready. Such fusion forcefully coordinates the intense rebellion of life and death. Boundary is very likely to destroy her, even was controlled by 5 lines of trees thoroughly, oneself become the nourishment. At this time, the roaring flame of Jiangyi whole body flaming combustion erupted violently. His soul boundary high rank 3 breakthroughs were very special, established. The skeleton flesh and spirit mark powerful foundation, there is a very strong bloodline's potential, therefore, under the temporary stimulation, he followed closely Yi Anren to make great strides forward the life and death boundary. Bang! The roaring flame ebullition at the rebellion is nearly fierce. High temperature burning down space, golden light shining, if scorching sun. The Jiangyi thorough incarnation vermilion bird, the god eye's energy explodes. Shoots the expansive sky, the prestige of surging world vermilion bird. Vermilion bird? Little old man and world lord, with one voice, excitedly look changes. They are unbelievable, incomparable shock. Is that the vermilion bird? Plume feather and tail feathers, figure, as well as that power and influence. Clear with them remembers that in the vermilion bird is completely same. Misconception? World Lord is agitated, the strength is increased again crazily, the body wanted the scrap, generally. Her pain kneels on the ground, the 7 orifices oozing of blood, the sound becomes hoarse. The Jiangyi incarnation vermilion bird assaults the sky, because the bloodlines are special, spirit mark is more special, under the stimulation of drug efficacy, his strength breaks through crazily, surpasses the body limit. Must tear into shreds momentarily. The sad and shrill pitiful yell resounds through the sky. Pill sovereigns were under the impact, wants to remind Jiangyi, the sound actually submerges in the Jiangyi chaotic consciousness tide. Jiangyi must control vigorously, but heart ebullition, whole body boiling. Hot, is burning the potential, is burning the life, is burning his all. Powerful energy that the combustion brings, is wreaking havoc the whole body. Skeleton. Yi Anren heard the pitiful yell of Jiangyi, opened the pain to the dim eyes. Slightly, her whole body was passed by the glare photo, probably transparent. Spurted to be thin the powerful energy. Feeds in. The heart them, world lord weak wailing. What? The man olds before his time are still staring at Jiangyi stubbornly. Vermilion bird? Jiangyi is spirit mark, the vermilion bird? 1,000 years later, the dark green profound mainland awakened again. Vermilion bird, spirit mark. Is this coincidence? Millenniums ago, what does that vermilion bird have to relate? Quick. World Lord struggles, actually bang the sound lay on the ground, the body of distortion, seeped out the blood, horrible to look. The heart blazing the secret of heaven, how could to allow the bystander to enter? The little old man reminded seriously. Rubbish, later explained that quick. It is not good. I order you. It is not good. Old thing, I order you. World Lord sad and shrill pitiful yell, blood crack. Blowout. The man olds before his time struggle over and over, curls up Yi Anren and World Lord, controls the sky painful surges Jiang Yi, crashed in deep hole. The deep hole deep place is arranging 9 space barriers, each gathers on several hundred the kilometer. They one breaks through layer upon layer, one passes through layer upon layer. Finally appears in a mysterious space. Here is quite vast, probably does not have the boundary. Here glare dazzling, the person of photo cannot open the eye. A big dragon occupies in the mysterious world, or was the big dragon coils around this world? It is not real, actually really compares is more terrifying. Because its chaos energy condenses unexpectedly, is symbolizing chaos source. That blazing heaven. 5 vortex like the star, disperse in the big dragon void each position. Greatly, continuous is seething with excitement, the terrifying energy raging. Tide, is attacking the space barrier, flaps layer upon layer, goes directly to beyond 9, toward entire blazing heaven release energy. Here blazing the heaven biggest forbidden area, only then all previous world. Lord can come, knows the true secret. Overlord and the others, think that here deep sleep powerful antiquity was. Beastly, is protecting is flaming heaven. Yi Anren just came, the soul of big dragon red then had the relation with her forcefully. Here blazing the source of heaven, is the core of this world. Here, the soul of big dragon reed looks like the thought of this world, it raised layer upon layer the soul prestige, infiltrated in a Yi Anren chaotic consciousness forcefully. The Yi Anren chaotic consciousness is slightly clear, the big dragon empty. Shadow from the fuzziness, to clear, fills up the consciousness, see rapidly. Although Yi Anren the pain, actually gradually sobers. Relaxes. Puts with ease. I take over control of your consciousness, comforts your mood, stands firm the courage vigor. The soul of big dragon red, to reverberate rumble the sound in her mind. Seemed rock the earth, shakes the consciousness world. Saves him. Saves him. Must save him. Yi Anren suppresses the pain that must burn down, handed over the body. Control. The big dragon's soul, red, the control consciousness, affected the soul, toes. Chaos source strength that it is rushing to swamp into the body of Yi Anren. Toward heart gathering. The chaos source strength, evolves the world outline, breeds the sources of all living things, 10,000 spirit, myriad things, is divided into many types, measures mysteriously not, is extraordinarily more terrorist. Although the chaos source strength of big dragon is not the 10,000. Spirit source strength of real sense, is only the 5 lines of source. Strength after 5 lines of sublimation, has the extraordinary evolution. Strength as before. In pouring into the body, after gathering the heart, rapidly triggers the transformation strength, then continuous dispersion, to whole body blood. Vessel. Is equivalent to the washed blood and sublimation bloodlines. Pursued the monster to burn blood pill easily spirit. In the face of the vast energy of evolution world, so-called elixir, collapses at the first blow. However, when the big dragon saves Yi Anren, quietly in the jade egg of bronze tower, actually induces outside vast such as the chaos strength of sea. Chapter 939, Regains Consciousness, Chaos Source Fire. The jade egg vibrates, the ray of blooming rises suddenly, rushes fiercely, as if torrential roaring flame submerged Bronze Tower's first. The Bronze Tower actually regained consciousness. Works loose. Jiangyi shoots up to the sky, continually enlargement. Ancient and vast and sacred vicissitudes, the power and influence sweeps across the space in an instant, raises the numerous ripple. The glare ebullition is violently dreadful, just like the roaring flame. Resembles Milky Way, to hang upside down. The jade egg leaps in bronze inside the tower, the ray formed the vast vortex. Violently, plunders the energy toward outside. The ray that the Bronze Tower boils was affected, formed the vortex, continually enlargement, dozens meters. And several hundred meters, previous kilometer. The ray is radiant, mammoth. Looks from afar, probably the universe pagoda, ups and downs in the universe. The big dragon like head shifts to the Bronze Tower greatly, seeps inside. Forcefully, observed closely, that fluctuate jade egg. In the jade egg delicate villain moved, is extending the both arms, swings the snake tail, the eye is vibrating slightly, might regain consciousness. Meanwhile, the war halberd and crystal shield and Bronze Tower's third vibrate. Suddenly, they rise straight from the ground from the peaceful mountain forest, just like the earth-shaking sound, resounds through third, was widely known that Bronze Tower high and low 9, awakens the innumerable dust-laden secrets. Had an accident? Yang disgust from contemplating awakens forcefully, looks up. 100 meters war halberd hangs the vault of heaven, just like holding up. Space warfare soldier, since is enormous and powerful, the endless courage. Vigor. The courage vigor turns wells up, incessant, various secretive scenes, the confusion is continuously fuzzier. The air/chi and dead souls air/chi of endless murdering, sweep across the hills. Let him desperate, pain and ice cold. As if toward the demarcation line of life and death, communicated the nether world hell. Another side, the crystal shield across the sky, fills the serious, boundless. Huge power and influence, presses the hills to crack, the Bronze Tower rocks. Unceasingly. The endless fan light unceasingly, deducts the full of vitality image. Enormously and powerful, the mountain range fluctuates, the river gallops, the endless life multiplies to live there. With fighting halberd, the air/chi of dead souls is entirely different. The 10th mainland that as if once perished, is reappearing at this moment. Yang discuss. Quickly. Li Yin awakens, shoots up to the sky, the incarnation phoenix, sprinkles the blood crazily, throws toward the crystal shield. Jiangyi initially the thing gave them the time, repeatedly has reminded, if detected that the almighty troops has exceptionally, feeds with the blood. Immediately. Shows itself, obtains the almighty troops to approve, then the fusion, derives the inheritance forcefully. Yang discuss is unbelievable, was really this antiquity almighty troops? How? Jiangyi is willing to give him this type of thing. However, fights heavy/thick courage vigor that the halberd raises, as well as just like the hell-frigid picture, deeply stimulated him. Yang discuss soars immediately, the direct shattering both arms, sway the blood, must with fighting the halberd fuses. War lance in Jiangbin the body also regains consciousness forcefully, a secret of invincible might, along with spurting the thin roaring flame, boils. Third, remote shines with other two almighty troopses. But comes under the influence of jade egg, fights the spearhead of lance to erupt the astonishing ray, as if vast backdrop unfolded here, shows to puncture the vault of heaven, to cut the prestige energy of shackles. Beyond at the same time, hundreds of thousands of li, 0.5 kilometers, the Luofu Mountain range, Zhou and Han-ao, were induced similarly. Stars great soared dark vast hills, the endless starry sky spans the vault of heaven just like the picture scroll, the mysterious galaxy gallops, big stars are partly visible. Dragon doubting has the endless blade air, /chi, changes to the peerless big dragon, the dignified sound resounds through the world, the torrential air wave shakes the hills, with the stars' world resonance. Han-ao and Zhou are shocking the power and influence of almighty troops, actually knows that the bitter period of 5 days the chance came. Finally, 2 people stimulated release blood, blend with the almighty troops. Blazing heaven heart. Sudden accident, not only lets the little old man and world lord is accidental/surprised, the big dragon feels the surprise. However, the big dragon detected that the specialness of Jade Egg, released the chaos source strength on own initiative. After all before it, this Jade Egg how, regardless to absorb, such as lake in vastness. Quick, the blood of Yi Amren returns to normal gradually, the energy of moving restlessly also returns to the sea of Qi, 5 lines of seedlings were also peaceful. The big dragon withdraws the consciousness, invades the consciousness of Jiang Yi and World Lord forcefully, takes over control of their consciousness, the introduction chaos source strength, washes the blood, sublimates the bloodlines. They gradually from are painful are extricating. However, body of extreme consumption, stupor and weak. The man olds before his time look at actively the big dragon, shakes the head repeatedly. From ancient to present, this big dragon continuously, whom but never has to be able from there to obtain any chaos source strength, no. One sees it to move. They most are come here to cultivate, absorb some pure fire origin force. But today, the big dragon moved unexpectedly, moreover, saved them without hesitation. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Cho Seung's closing up is very successful, now is soul boundary 9th heavenly layer, but before 9th heavenly layer is the life and death boundary. The important boundary, particularly regarding poor strange Shuiyan is important. Therefore the ominous spirit period of 5 days leads Cho Seung to the stone palace that he closes up, according to his past experience, explained the matters needing attention to Cho Seung, gave Cho Seung to mix the solution. To arrange elixir personally. Wu Elder fully realizes the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion the danger, therefore is careful, very discreetly, after controlling the nebula. Monster Butterfly is searching high and low, located the stone palace. Position. The butterfly dances lightly, falls outside the palace in the thick patch of grass. Although here proliferates the statue ghost, but has not noticed the common butterfly. Until the ominous spirit period of 5 days temporarily leaves, the butterfly finds certainly the opportunity, dancing lightly, sliding goes in. Following the gate slit of stone palace. The statue ghost who in the stone palace approaches the palace gate leaps the glimmer suddenly, probably the silk thread cut to the butterfly, must destroy it directly. Stone Dianzhong the place, cannot accommodate any intruder, even if an insect. The butterfly was hit, falls layer on layer, heavily on the ground. The eyes of statue ghost open and close, observes closely the ground feigning death the butterfly slightly. Hasn't evaporated unexpectedly? Although it attacks casually, is controlling the energy, does not want to alarm the young master, but sufficiently annihilation this small insect. But, the butterfly lies on the ground, well. Meanwhile, an ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion outside alley, Wu Elder complexion is pallid. Was I discovered? Sneak attack where comes? Is that statue? The statue ghost leaps the glimmer again, the enhancement, hits slightly to the butterfly. The butterfly shivers all over the body, actually safe and sound. The statue ghost strengthens the energy again, probably said that thunder. Guangban rumbled to approach the butterfly. The butterfly leaps suddenly, after violent surges, withdraws Stone Hall. The statue ghost eyeground exudes the red light, raises the hair, to have sharp roaring. The butterfly definitely has the issue. Stone Hall sways, the window shivers all over, the outside, scattered statue ghosts regain consciousness completely, send out howl fiercely, sticks out. Suddenly one after another, encircles the butterfly. In outside alley, Wu Elder stands a cold sweat, consciousness is interlinked with the butterfly, is controlling running away vigorously. Did the statue live? What monsters is this? The butterfly by the petite body, the surges in the chaotic statue speeds along. Roar. More than 30 statue ghost collectives angry roar, the sound moves the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, the vast sound wave overlaps more than 30 times, probably suppresses the act drop that kills, submerges the sky. The butterfly was covered by the sound wave, the powerful defense disintegrates instantaneously, thorough annihilation. Had an accident? Cho Seung arrives at the palace gate place. Did the statue ghost move restlessly suddenly? Has not seen threatening. The statue ghosts restore the original design one after another. When the guards and Ho residents rush to hear hurriedly, they turn into the statue. Motionless. Young master, how? Guards strange looks at outside the stone palace confusion. Lawn and confusion. It's nothing, draws back. Cho Seung closes the palace gate, inquired nearby statue ghost, what's the matter? Place that but, he is, happened to before as the butterfly, shot down. Place. Butterfly medicinal powder sprinkles completely here, silent float, as the breath entered his body. A butterfly. The statue ghost sound is low and deep. Butterfly? Is a butterfly worth waging a war? The Cho Seung brow tight wrinkle, returning to the stone palace deep place, too. Continue to cultivate. However, with the precipitation of solution, the heart presents the response quickly. Bang. Bang bang bang. Cho Seung felt that the heartbeat starts to accelerate, the blood is getting more and more hot. The sudden situation surprises him, the present is only 9th heavenly layer. How like life and death boundary sensitive. Under Cho Seung, takes recuperation elixir, is meditating the peaceful mind. Law secret art. However, the heart more jumps is quicker. Moreover, the rapid ballooning, is away from the close to see obvious fluctuating. Boiling hot, moves restlessly, probably group raging fire, in fever. Invited my father quickly. Cho Seung complexion big change, the sound just shouted, boiling hot hot. Blooded runs out of the heart, combustion whole body blood. Poor strange bloodline was awakened barbarically. Roar. Cho Seung appearance is fierce, raises the hair to have wild animal shouting. The whole body chains disintegration, the seal relieves accordingly. Forcefully. The torrential roaring flame gallops, is viscous just like the magma, turns. Fiercely wells up, changes to the fearful poor wonderful outline, gives out. Vast angry roaring. Stone Hall was attacked, rumble sways, the guarded statue ghosts regain consciousness completely, immediately transmitted orders outside statue ghost. Chapter 940, Leaf Jutian Induction. The ominous spirit period of 5 days returns to Stone Hall time, Cho Seung. Whole body boiling hot, the 7 orifices oozing of blood, lies in the ground. Pain tumbles. The poor wonderful roaring flame, uncontrolled violent combustion, is releasing the air/chi of frigid murdering. The huge poor wonderful outline shouts and the roaring flame roars, the probably true wicked beast worked loose the shackles is sending out the tyrannical ominous prestige. Had an accident? The ominous spirit period of 5 days complexion is gloomy. Just left a while, how this? The forefront giant statue ghost reported truthfully, a butterfly flew, has not detected the energy, but resisted our attack. After waiting for us the butterfly processes, 8 young master, this poison? The ominous spirit period of 5 days rushes in the roaring flame. Forcefully, grasped Cho Seung's wrist/skill, Moores investigates the complexion is ugly. The flowing speed of Cho Seung whole body blood is over normal 10 times. Boiling hot moves restlessly, probably in the combustion flesh skeleton, is stimulating the potential crazily. The spirit strength and sea of chi was confused, ignores the continued release of consumption. This does not practice the unusuality that the military law creates, can only be the stimulation of medicine. Is who dares to plan Cho Seung in the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion? Is who dares to use the so virulent way. Invited adoptive father, quickly. Zhao Shiyu tells immediately. Wu elder ambushes outside alley, the headache wants to crack. Because controls the monster butterfly to escape, has not withdrawn the consciousness promptly. Finally the death direct and intense effect of monster butterfly, he, however, looks at the powerhouse in Ho residence is riding bird of prey. Anxious departure, he guessed correctly that should be blazing heaven to invite the person. In other words, in Cho Seung move. Cho Seung waits for death. Wu elder is suppressing the pain of head, left the alley quickly. Cho Seung is poisoned. The news is furious immediately the Zhao faction. Cho Seung is not only Zhao Xuanye grandson, is their hopes of Zhao. They the highest hope was trained Cho Seung to take over control of the overlord warring states now, provided the powerful external force support to them, contended with biggest faction Lu Jia. If Cho Seung died, before them after all efforts and all expectations wasted. Zhao Xuanye leaves immediately, leads Zhao dozens elders, enormous and powerful goes to the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. However, they rush to Ho residence stone hall time, Cho Seung has broken through the boundary and the pain, makes great strides forward the life and death boundary. But the so-called toxicant was naturally clear. Monster burns blood pill spirit. Is the Somalian mansion does. His big courage dares under this violent treachery unexpectedly to my Zhao Xuanye grandson. Zhao Xuanye few ignitions are actually burning with anger at this moment. Did the Somalian mansion turn into the mad dog? Can make the so despicable matter unexpectedly. Has courage that this court's death rushes to Zhao Jia to go directly. What to do this may. Grandfather, you must save 8 younger brothers. Zhao Shijing and the others changed the complexion, can ignore the anger. Anxious looks, Cho Seung, who in the roaring flame the pain wails. Zhao Xuanye shakes the head, we could not rescue, this elixir was the going. All-out medicine, was medicine awfully. The life and death boundary is too special, the world mail situation is more special, we meddle in this case forcefully, likely outsmarts oneself. What to do, can we, only look at his pain helplessly? Zhao Shijing, they are hard to take anxiously, the life and death boundary was dangerous regarding Cho Seung, now rushes unexpectedly with this method. Almost must die without doubt. World Lord. We look for World Lord. She possibly has the means. Zhao Xuanye holds Cho Seung half-step to leave. He does not know that World Lord does have the means that, but must try. If World Lord there could not rescue, Cho Seong really had no chance. Stays here, first do not disclose. Zhao Shiryu stopped to with past Zhao. Whirled after them, as Zhao Shiryu and the others rushed blazing heaven. Dominates in the palace. The overlord stand near the window, looks these forms that the sky is going. Far away. Zhao Xuanya came to walk, whereabouts in a hurry. Should be cable/search Yutong went well, the drug efficacy has manifested. Suddenly. But they have not grasped the life-saving, can only to flaming in. Heaven tries to find the solution. The Somalian mansion, you also really achieved. But Zhao Shiryu anger, can't you withstand? The overlord light language, closed the window, is anticipating crazy of. Zhao Shiryu. If Cho Seong dies in Zhao Shiryu bosom, Zhao Shiryu will definitely lose. The reason, angry tearing into shreds cable/search mansion. In that case, not only could not investigate that the tyrant palace, will. Cause World Lord to punish Zhao Shiryu. Simply perfect. The clear/pain sea stands in the garden, strange is looking at the third city. Direction, did the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion heaven. Accident? The atmosphere is not probably right. The blood flame of that ebullition from scale, outline, and momentum, probably. Cho Seong. He? Out of control? Couple days ago just obtained the news, Cho Seong breaks through ninth. Heavenly layer, started the depth to close up the arrangement life and death. Boundary. How suddenly. Clear/pain Songming thought of some possibility suddenly, depresses quickly. But his brow wrinkle is tighter, unknowingly looked to father's bedroom. Palace. Did the Somalian mansion begin? Who gives the medicinal herb that he arranges? Leaf Zhutian stands in the room, looks blood flame, that the ominous spirit. Period of 5 days, mansion direction is leaping, on the delicate handsome. Face shows the light smile, the back after behind both hands routine is. Twisting. Dominates the palace to fulfill expectations, even Cho Seong solved. As for Jiang Yi, should unable dead, after all, is not an average person. He has not been thinking kills Jiang Yi truly. However, initial period of 9th heavenly layer was stimulated by the medicine. Enforces to the life and death boundary, then uses various medicines to be saved from death, will leave the serious hidden danger, surely. Such hidden danger will affect afterward growth, the meeting partner is more lifelong. When they will meet in the future again, hidden danger will become Jiang Yi. Fatally weakness. He can capture the mountains and rivers, to bury easily greatly. However, counts on the fingers silently, deduces the Jiang Yi destiny, the time and leaf. Zhu Tian, actually the accident/surprise, detected the special star's change. Very weak, is very clear, continuous, even caused the strength of big. Burying induction. Good marvelous feeling. Leaf Zhu Tian closes the eye, with rapt attention sensibility. Long time from. Now on, he opens the profound bright pupil, looked to the remote south. When do we visit to flaming world Lord of Heaven? Since we indicated the status, has lived in the tyrant palace is inappropriate. Nearby man reminded. Leaf Zhu Tian, more than 10 days, in what? Should visit World Lord, recently happened to was an opportunity Leaf Zhu Tian. Spoke thoughtlessly to respond. What opportunity? The men have not known that he plans the Jiang Yi matter. Leaf Zhu Tian shakes the head, had not said, the back twists, after repeatedly. The calculation after behind fingertip lightly slowly, said, we should leave. Why? 10,000 gods possibly flaming heaven momentarily again, we should stay here to deal with. Blazing living that heaven deals with, we walk Leaf Zhu Tian, had not Explained much, he wants is any special energy, causes the vigilance that the stars buried greatly. Clear/Pain Songming knew after Leaf Shu Tian must leave, comes to see off. Personally. Why Leaf, does brother no longer live in a period of time? I had not led you to Flaming in Heaven visit World Lord. I after here, the important matter must process, no longer disturbed. I had told Leaf the brother before, please the antique temple act to shock 10,000 gods the matters. I have written the correspondence, you can bring it to visit directly. Although our temple easily does not receive the person, but there is a correspondence, should not have the issue. Leaf Shu Tian was prepared the good envelope to hand over on Clear/Pain See ahead of time. Since Leaf the brother has the matter, I do not detain, was anticipating can meet with Leaf the brother again. Clear/Pain Songming was not in no mood to receive Leaf Shu Tian recently, being filled with is Cho Seong's matter. I handle the matter, possibly will also come again. That was good, I must await respectfully your honorable self. Chapter 941, Too Savage. Zhao Xuanya brings Cho Seong's rushing hurriedly to Flaming Heaven, is alarming everyone along the way. Although he is controlling Cho Seong stubbornly, is Cho Seong pain is hot tempered, probably a imprisoned ominous beast, wails sad and shrill, struggles. Crazily, the blood flame of boiling turns, fiercely wells up, changes to the poor wonderful outline, is filling everywhere vicious tendencies and murderous aura. When blazing the heaven entrance, but also some people want to stop, the actually followed closely ominous spirit period of 5 days raises directly. Flies. Zhao Shiryu is the rare ignition, angry berating, teaches guards to be red in the face. They almost rushed, hardly flaming heaven. Cho Seong's wailing, the strong malignant influences, the roaring flame of everywhere surges, is capturing attention along the way. Looked at the past from afar, looked like some people to tow a manic hot beast. From flaming in the sky of heaven passed over gently and swiftly, directly. Soars the forbidden area of most deep place. Success. The Somalian mansion is supporting weakly, is struggling getting out of bed. Stands looks at the distant place to inundate the blood-color roaring flame of sky in the window. In poor strange Shuayan, the monster burnt blood pill spirit is the fate of waiting for death. You ask anyone to be useless. The Somalian mansion sneers, looks at the direction that World Lord is closing up. Before Wu Elder just before leaving, said that possibly injured accidentally. World Lord, but has not mattered. Without the evidence. Even if everyone knows that as he does, without the evidence, how cannot take him? Like Van Jiangyi. However, the distant place is delimiting in the turbulent roaring flame of sky to branch out together the form suddenly, to slash clashes toward here. Ominous spirit period of 5 days? Somalian mansion cold snort/hum, is supporting the weak feeling, goes out of the room, stands outside. He raises the head slightly, faces directly the ominous spirit period of 5 days of flushing. Does not hurry to save your bastard, runs here to do? Scolded me? Hits me? Kills me? The Somalian mansion sneers at heart, without the evidence, does not clarify the condition, kills his second-rate elder, directly in the presence of everyone. Zhao Shiryu ominous spirit period of 5 days must do to the end. Even Zhao faction all asked favor, was not necessarily able to preserve him. The mortal enemy Li faction will hit a person when he is down, sends Zhao Shiryu ruthlessly in the death trap. Therefore, the Somalian mansion does not fear him. He also believes how Zhao Shiryu does not dare him, most as angrily rebukes. Several, gets angry. He can see the ominous illustrious ominous spirit period of 5 days. Breathless ignition is worth waiting for very much. Rumble. The blood flame gallops, just like the strong magma river, flaps the expansive sky, reflected red the world. Fearful state of mind the air/chi of murdering is more like the invisible. Purgatory, covers the hills, is frightened the innumerable beast of prey. Spirit bird. The guards and elders in various mountain places are anxiously secret, hidden. Accident? Waits to come ominously spirit, how a threatening appearance. Ominous spirit period of 5 days, you are salute? Hee, the old man I had. Nothing in a big way obstructed, went back. Somalian mansion indifferent. Shouting loudly, points to the door directly. Bang. Those who retaliate the Somalian mansion is violently the loud sound, the thundering vault of heaven, earth-shaking, trembling hills. Turns in the slaughtering blood flame of welling up to leap everywhere chains. Suddenly, strikes the expansive sky crazily, explodes speedily shoots. Innumerable person excitedly discolorations, is this does do? Blazing in heaven, to forbid all male servants to fight, can't wait the custom. Ominously spirit? Lying trough you, Somalian mansion complexion, drastic change, spouts, the swearing directly, turns around to run in the room, because is too weak. Direct shop on the ground, but could have ignored the dignity, tumbling. To slash clashes toward. Chains across the sky, just like curtain of rain, resembles the startling thunderclap, covering mountain of blotting out the sky. The fierce blood light, casts light upon the vault of heaven. Is accompanying violently, the explosive, 3,300 chains imposing, bang enter the mountain massif, forcefully imprisonment. Then, in the distant shocking vision, in the squeal of mountain, 3,000 chains violent. Tightening, root pulls up the entire mountain continually, charges into the sky. The ominous spirit period of 5 days foot treads the blood flame, is dragging the entire mountain, directly soars the world lord deep place. And a chains is pursuing the Somalian mansion impact room, penetrates the back, sewed him on the bed, stubbornly. The Somalian mansion pain called out pitifully, very weak body could not have withstood this devastation, in an instant, must faint. But, chains inside courage vigor is actually stimulating his body, the combustion courage vigor, keeps sober. The chains air/chi of slaughtering, is corroding his consciousness, stirs various painful experiences. He has not thought that the ominous spirit period of 5 days is so unexpectedly flagitious, does not obey the custom, completely, just under. Entered blazing heaven, to come the extreme methods. His whole body seems like must burn while still alive, the consciousness immerses in the endless slaughtering battlefield. He is only the refined the pill of immortality master, has not experienced the life and death, this feeling makes him live, to might as well die. Zhao Xuanya, pays a visit world lord. Zhao Xuanya hugs manic painful, Cho Seong to arrive at the deep valley. Restrains the aura and stance, suppresses Cho Seong's blood flame forcefully. To his saluting. The Zhao clan of accompanying old also salutes in abundance. But, they waited to wait, has not seen world lord to come out. Zhao Xuanya worries, runs up to nearby dense fog, Zhao Xuanya, pays a visit. The old ancestor. In dense fog empty, besides the neat medicine garden, has not seen the old ancestor's form. Shortly, the ominous spirit period of 5 days drags the mountain to catch up, visits world lord loudly. The guards between hills come one after another, on the alert combative. Ominous spirit period of 5 days, has to guard to command even to confront. With the ominous spirit period of 5 days, strongly requests to leave the forbidden area. Until this time, outside conniption and chaotic energy affected in the cave. Little old man. The little old man walked from the cave, berated Zhao Xuanya in the presence of everyone, dissolute, doesn't understand the custom. He how? Old ancestor, Cho Seung, was prescribed medicine. Zhao Xuanya has not said, the little old man's complexion has sunk, does monster burn blood pill spirit? Is the monster burns blood pill spirit? Zhao Xuanya sighs with emotion, the old ancestor is the old ancestor, can look. The little old man knits the brows slightly, gives me him. Can you rescue? Has rescued 3. What? Jiangyi World Lord they and inside, just stabilized. Cho Seung who the little old man received the pain, commanded after the guards draw back. Completely next, crashes in the cave quickly. Zhao Xuanya, an ominous spirit period of 5 days suppressed with the impulsion, kept in the deep valley. What do you mean, Jiang Ian inside? Also was planned by the Somalian mansion? The old thing went crazy. Blazing heaven heart, deep place. The big dragon is releasing the chaos source strength continuously, pours into float the bronze tower in upper air. However, the energy that the jade egg needs goes far beyond its imagination. Continued quite a while, except for jade egg and villain occasionally swung. Several beyond, not only did not have the broken shell, even the eye has not opened. But the bronze tower's third war halberd and crystal shield start to fuse with Yang Bianli third branch. The power and influence of release is getting more and more intense. This also causes the curiosity of Big Dragon to continue to release the chaos source strength. Asked the big dragon to save me to flaming the successor of heaven. The little old man arrives at the heart, asked for instructions loudly. He somewhat is actually disturbed, does not know that offends to cause the big dragon continually to be repugnant. But Cho Seung is the day successor who World Lord pays attention, in the future must challenge the powerful weapons that the sovereign said that cannot die here. What make his accidental/surprised is, the big dragon has not rejected, very natural took over control of Cho Seung's consciousness, the hauling chaos source strength, is washing Cho Seung's bloodlines, is scattering the drug efficacy. Shortly, the blood flame that Cho Seung boils is gradually tranquil, falls into the stupor, float in sky. But Jiang Yi and Yi Anren, our world lord and Cho Seung, was only the mood. Stabilized, the boundary is still fluctuating frequently, has not been out of the danger completely. However obtains the chaos source strength wash bloodlines, without doubt is the big chance of turning misfortune into a blessing. Regarding Yi Anren, the ancient chaos source strength can substantially promote the growth of 5 lines of trees, 5 lines of the world unstable sea of Qi. Regarding Jiang Yi, the chaos source strength occupies in the spine place. Stimulates the god bone to recover, starts to fuse with the entire vertebra. Comprehensively, gold/metal, bright blood that the release rushes. Regarding World Lord, the chaos source strength can be better to awaken her previous generation, the strength. Regarding Cho Seung, the poor wonderful bloodlines regain consciousness. Comprehensively, can strengthen the blood flame might enormously. They in the stupor, are also stiffening. Chapter 942, Turning Misfortune into a Blessing. The man olds before his time noticed that Cho Seung is also peaceful. Relaxes, the vision fell on that spreading the wings vermilion bird, the facial expression was complex. Vermilion bird, spirit mark. Jiang Yi, you are hiding such secret unexpectedly. Can create the miracle no wonder, disregards various Feng Chongzhu, originally. You fresh and uncommon. The little old man sighs with emotion silently, is very difficult to accept. Because he has to associate millennium ago, that dark green profound catastrophe. About that mammoth dark green profound epic, he does not have personally to experience, but blazing in heaven to have the record, although only some fragments. After World Lord Samsara rebirth, he when introduced that she dies post in 3000 the history, has emphatically introduced that period. A man of legend, leads a legendary female, gathered dark green profound. Innumerable native of Tianjiao, initiated the powerful challenge to the inherent dark green profound pattern. They are ambitious, they are strong. They are powerful, they sweep away all obstacles. They use for short dozens years, fights up and down the country, maneuvers among groups, the domineering rises in territory land, finally killed to the revelation battlefield, became the dark green profound first sovereign saying. That became the dark green profound lord, became in the dark green profound. Endless years to dare to represent only dark green the clan sends out the influence of call to aid emperor side unreliably. At that time, flaming heaven also born a peerless talent, followed that. Legend fortunately, invited to fight the world, made the history, but also. After God dynasty stood like a tripod young king, the name shook dark green. Profound. However, the dark green profound aspect is intriguing, their rises touched the interests of countless person. Although then God dynasty is powerful, but final giving it all, has not changed the course of events. The war of ascending Tian Qiao, the world focuses attention on, initiates 100 clans to go against the flow. Finally, the day tribulation arrives. Dozens years of legend, the hope of endless common people, stops suddenly in that moment. When news biography to dark green profound, God dynasty 10 billion people wail. Pieces. Ending of legend, sobbed desolately. 12 sovereigns say, /way to God dynasty any opportunity, have not attacked. Jointly, submerges God dynasty thoroughly in the river of history. The little old man, is world lord, once repeatedly studied the initial history, hopes that for can flaming heaven then to challenge the sovereign. Say/way to learn from some experiences. Therefore, his true appearance to the vermilion bird is clear, is sensitive. He can determine Jiangyi, the monster body, is the vermilion bird. He can understand why now Jiangyi can transform spirit mark, at all is not martial law the reason, but as his bloodlines is too strong. Jiangyi far more than his day, in the future may transform continually. After all, that is the vermilion bird. Since desolate, the monster clan recognized monster ancestor altogether has 12, but the true supreme monster clan only has 4, respectively is the big dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Other 3 big god beasts have sealed the emperor, commands the emperor clan. Only vermilion bird destruction before endless years. After that, the vermilion bird has several times of draws support from human race spirit mark to regain consciousness forcefully. There are awakened in the monster clan several times, looked like the resistance of antiquity. Vermilion bird hero's soul wanted to re-enter the world peak, but was failed each time. For various reasons. Jiangyi awakening vermilion bird spirit mark, if only this reason, that said. Fortunately. But if millennium ago that related matter was complex. After all, God dynasty final vanishes to be full of the questionable point. Was doomed to seal the innumerable secrets. The short millenniums, the vermilion bird reappears spirit mark, has to let the person daydream. 2 days later, Yi Anren, they regain consciousness from the stupor one after. Another, was shocked by the present scene. Here was, Cho Seong feels like immerses in the mysterious dreamland. Blazing the heaven biggest secret. Gives me to manage to be a good talker, do not mention with anybody. World Lord warned Cho Seung, then paid attention to nearby Yi Amren facial expression. Yi Amren looks just like the mountain range huge big dragon, the consciousness is connecting again together. Thank you saved me, thank you saved them. Slight effort. Your 5 lines of trees were harmed, these days stays here, I protected you to pass the life and death boundary, steadily, showed the process that the world evolved for you. Can friends of mine also keep this? They have nothing to do with me. Yi Amren hesitated. Although wants to stay here very much, anticipated very much can spy on the mystery that this 5 lines of the world evolve. But, she must accompany Jiang Yi to enter the territory, accompanies her to face the world prison. Together, deals with various dangers. You should not have the emotion of human. It will hobble you, affects you. Finally controls you. You have 5 lines of trees, you can evolve own world, who's attached you. Should not degenerate into. The big dragon is reminding Yi Amren seriously, does not understand this girl. Very much. The pursue strength, is the pinnacle of each life vainly hoped for without doubt, in the face of the absolute strength, the sentiment of so-called men and women is really weak. Let alone, this pinnacle strength, creates the strength of the world, who can obtain, not wholeheartedly, who also pays attention to the matter of men and women. I pursue the strength, pursues my life. Yi Amren shakes the head. Has words. She does not have to say directly. She truly longs for the powerful strength. Slave, but who she is not willing to make the strength, like God tree and divine dragon. You after passing life and death boundary, will fuse with 5 lines of trees. Thoroughly, your consciousness and soul, will sublimate, you even may forget him. I urged you, ahead of time relation, certainly sentiment, so as to avoid affected you when the time comes, had the unexpected confusion. I do not demand you, gives you several days of time to consider. The big dragon removed from the consciousness of Yi Amren. Are you exchanging with it? World Lord is observing the Yi Amren facial expression. Her previous generation, is this life, has not seen the big dragon to move. Has not bumped their chaos source strength. But Yi Amren just came, the big dragon admits them unexpectedly, and rescues them. Words that it seems like Jiang Yi spoke real. Yi Amren really obtained the god to set up the inheritance, really can affect. Even to use here, vast chaos source strength. This is the heaven takes pity on simply blazing heaven. Her samsara return also time. She must, or pities the price leaves behind this girl. Even if shares to flaming heaven with her. It has to invite me to stay behind, I had a look to say again. Yi Amren shakes the head, moves toward Jiang Yi. Also had a look to say again? World Lord rolls the eyes, quite depressed, her unattainable strength, others did not care at all unexpectedly. Jiang Yi just regained consciousness, is looking at the sky palatial bronze tower. Because the package of chaos source strength, the he and bronze towers relation between was disturbed. But can feel in the rebellion seen indistinctly. The jade egg is hatching unexpectedly. Inside chaos source fire may regain consciousness momentarily. But with the hatching of jade egg, fights the halberd and jade shield starts. To regain consciousness, rushes the unique energy to start with Yang discuss. And Liyin fuses. To them, this without doubt is the huge chance. Especially Yang discuss, is very likely to re-enter the peak in a short time. Even awakened ancient times the whale soul. Liyin possibly obtains the chance, sublimates the physique comprehensively. Turns misfortune into a blessing? Jiang Yi is anticipating their change, starts to spy on the situation of body. with rapt attention. Vitality very exuberant, even body boiling hot flood red. The energy in sea of qi also moves restlessly, probably sea tide fluctuate. Under strong winds volume seat. The vermilion bird soul is exceptionally active, and relation between spirit. Mark an obvious enhancement. This is the life and death boundary, is extremely dangerous, extreme. Sensitivity boundary. The mood is the boundary, possibly fierce fluctuating of no indication. Low time, can be painful, will be weak, the strength cannot display 1%. Intense time, will be stimulated, will be hot-tempered, the strength possibly. Rises suddenly doubled and redoubled. Early period of the life and death boundary, the frequency of fluctuating is very slow, will be in the future, fluctuating is bigger, moreover is more difficult to control. Measure surreptitiously not. The life and death is difficult to predict. Chapter 943. Life and death boundary, said that complex, was very complex, said simple. Actually can also understand simply Pil sovereign in Jiangyi consciousness. To remind. The most foundation most popular explanation, is awakening of human race. Opens the body buried treasure. Only then human race of awakening body buried treasure, can truly be human. Race. Has with the powerful demon clan, the monster clan and spirit clan even. Is the great power that the ghost clan contends with. During this period, your consciousness will gradually lose to the active. Control power of body, is changed to control the body by the body. When the mood and strength increase sharply suddenly, is actually the body in. The combustion potential attempts to awaken, is trying the excavation. Bloodlines and soul, and buried treasures in other aspects. When felt that weak low and deep, after was the body burnt, was exhausted, the initiative self-seal, the self-recuperation, did not allow your consciousness to control the body and reassignment energy during this period. Again. If body after the repeated attempt awakens, the opening buried treasure, will end in failure, gradually to start anxiously, will attempt to unearth. Continuously, this will be the reason that later period of the life and death boundary the strength and mood will move restlessly frequently. When successfully awakens and opens the buried treasure, the control of body will return in your hand, then leaves the life and death boundary, makes great strides forward the nirvana boundary. If cannot succeed, the body in the final stage, will spell to go all out to squeeze the potential, is equivalent gives it all. Becoming becomes inadequate, then suddenly, violently body perishes. Therefore the bloodlines are stronger, the spirit mark grade to be higher. Body in awakening, will be easier. However, this is only the simple understanding, the actual situation is very complex. For example, the fire of slaughtering. If the body captures the control forcefully, without the intense suppression of consciousness, will lose control rapidly. For example, beast spirit mark. Finally, if cannot break through, the consciousness will lose thoroughly to the body control, the consciousness completely vanishes, the body will also turn into the monster beast forever. Jiangyi is feeling the situation of body, said, I high rank made fully the preparation in the soul boundary fortunately, although was very hasty, but should be able to pass the life and death boundary smoothly. Was that big dragon saved you, used the chaos source strength, quenched to wash the bloodline's mortal body for you, cleaned up the drug efficacy. Otherwise, some Pil sovereign also lingering fear. How feels? Yi Anren happened to arrive at side Jiangyi. Just checked, has not left the hidden danger, thanks to chaos source strength. What kind of, is the big dragon willing with your shared experience? It wants actually, is only. What is only? It's nothing, let's talk about it later. The Yi Anren show/unfolds face. Chuckle, had not said. Turns misfortune into a blessing. Jiang Yi is looking at the sky bronze tower, sighs with emotion again. Without the accident/surprise, Zhou Qingshou and Han Ao, there should also start to awaken. A star's sword, a big dragon blade, is doomed to have the extraordinary energy. Jiang Yi anticipates the change of Zhou Qingshou and Han Ao very much. The little old man reminded them, you should leave here, remember, do not mention here matter to anybody. Leaves here, forgets here. Somalian mansion that? Cho Seong eye ground exudes the ominous light. Ominous spirit period of 5 days holds him, outside. The man olds before. His time greeted them to leave. Jiang Yi looked at the bronze tower, left here with the little old man. In the deep valley, Zhao Xuanya, Zhao of Shiyu waiting sees Cho Seong there. Safe and sound coming out with hardship, relaxes layer on layer/heavily. Over the 2 days also wanted the suffering, compared with 2 years. They felt that probably was old. Father, grandfather, making you be worried. Cho Seong salutes, the angry vision observes closely, the great mountain that the distant place chains. Twines immediately. Is all right well. Zhao Xuanya pats Cho Seong, salutes the expression of gratitude to World Lord and little old man. He in inside? World Lord also looks to the mountain. The ominous spirit period of 5 days said, Somalian mansions and 4 survival elders. 4? Also lacked anyone. Wu elder. Person? I discovered that was short of an elder, arranged outside person apprehends. Finally, he before entering flaming heaven to commit suicide. Have you examined the Somalian mansion? He will not open the mouth. Why? He should imitate Jiang Yi, replies in kind. Without the evidence, how cannot? Take him. I suggested that direct execution. Direct execution was too cheap, he. I first go to be able he. World Lord cold. Snort/hum. World Lord. Please wait a bit. Jiang Yi stops by calling World Lord, said that we died, thwarts. I. Suspect behind the Somalian mansion also to have others. The Somalian mansion lies on the bed suffocates. The weak body by repeated suffering, the collapse was despaired, is in deep sorrow. His 7 orifices oozing of blood, the fat face twists, probably a stiff corpse is shivering on the bed. He wants the stupor, actually throughout is maintaining sober, is feeling each pain clearly. Other 4 elders who follow from Holy Land, was being twined by the chains. Hangs in the room in Somalian mansion, seeks livelihood, cannot ask to refuse. Stubbornly. Your big courage. Planned on this World Lord unexpectedly. World Lord passes through 4 elders, arrived at the bedside of Somalian mansion. I do not hesitate to offend Central Holy Land to preserve you, do you? Return me? Does not have the evidence. Not to have the evidence. The collapse cable/search mansion eyes are empty, are repeating the similar words that muttered. World Lord shot a look at the ominous spirit period of 5 days, you started is too ruthless. Here blazing heaven, without dying, can make him restore. The ominous spirit period of 5 days, puts out elixir, the hard stopper arrives at the Somalian mansion mouth, is recuperating the courage vigor. The pupil that slowly, the Somalian mansion enlarges restored, his absent minded looks around World Lord, you how? I well? Disappoint you? Jiang Yi? Somalian mansion weak opening mouth, the sound is dry, the consciousness, just restored to select, thought of Jiang Yi, impatient must Hear the death news. Did not need to waste the time if you acknowledged, I gave you a dignified cause of death. Otherwise, I will flaming heaven by your cable/search mansion. Betrayal, executes you completely. Once self-lord, first betrays holy land, was the betrayal blazing heaven, you will become in the southern refine the pill of immortality master the biggest. Shame. I do not know that you are saying anything. The Somalian mansion opens the exhausted eye diligently, confronts with world lord. Without the evidence, cannot handle him. Like initially Jiang such. Do you are 200 years old, dare to do not dare to recognize? Can play the fool to gawk with this means sufficiently? The heart of your also a little sense of honor? I do not know, you are saying anything. Since you are so impenetrably thick-head, do not blame this world lord being brutal. Starting today, you no longer flaming the elder of heaven. Asked world lord to give me a reason. Although the Somalian mansion is weak and pain, but confronted he to expect like this, prepared the excuse ahead of time. My flaming in heaven, I take responsibility, my family/home, whom I wants to enter whom to enter, wants who goes out, who must roll out. Your world lord, must be fastidious about the custom even without custom. Your how obedience. I flaming the custom of heaven. My a few words, can throw completely you. He, do you dare? Somalian mansion weak sneers too, proposes the spirit saying, 3 years ago. You to obtain us, do not hesitate to split with crepe myrtle holy land. Now. Also does not have the direct evidence, expels to flaming heaven us? How the world person thinks, naturally is thinks you favored Jiang. Therefore abandoned us for Jiang. How will the world person see you? New blazing heaven world lord is forgot. Honor at the sight of prophets, act without regard for authority, does not defend the well-mannered person. Blazing in heaven, 5 big factions will question your leadership. Yo? Calculates is very clear. World lord was mad, smiled, this appearance, but can also say rationally, these years revering lords have not worked as white/in vain. You do not have the evidence, you cannot handle me. The Somalian mansion closes the eye, exhausted more painful, can probably rest momentarily, was too uncomfortable. World lord unemotional standing, for a long time said very much, we make a transaction. Said. The Somalian mansion opened the eye, the whole body exuded a heat flow. Made the transaction directly? Compromise? Jiang and did Cho Seung die? Chapter 944, Thwarting. This matter do not disclose again, works as nothing happened. We will explain to the outside, Jiang and Cho Seung start to arrange the life and death boundary, no longer receives guests. When 35 years later, expressed again to the outside 2 people killing is too heavy, cannot pass the life and death boundary. Okay. Although the Somalian mansion closes one's eyes, actually could not suppress the heart, the joy, the corners of the mouth vibrate slightly was bringing back the curve. Really died. Died. Haha, died. I revenged finally. It seems like deals with the ruthless person must be more ruthless than him. The character of ominous spirit period of 5 days, you are very clear, asked for advice. The influence of Zhao faction, you are also very clear. They can. Flaming the face countenance of heaven, shuts up, no longer discloses, but you must pay the price. What price? Wu elder died, these 4 elders must die. Is impossible. The Somalian mansion must haunch the body immediately. Actually weak moving did not move, I can unconditionally for Zhao and ominous. Spirit period of 5 days, mansion refine the pill of immortality, refine many. Year of pill. However my elder cannot die again, cannot. This does not have the room for maneuver, you accept must accept, does not. Accept must accept. Wu elder died already enough, why wanted them dead completely? The Somalian mansion is agitated, fierce cough. For elders raised the head, weak looks at the Somalian mansion. Enlightened. Ruler, well living. It is not good. No one can die. No one can die, the Somalian mansion too. Spell to struggle full power, the result who passes falls on the ground. World Lord is hanging the view, looks to lie in his Somalian mansion, I will arrange the good fortune longevity miracle cure for you personally, helping you restore the meridians. However they must die. Also, starting today, you, if has again any offends me, to plot to murder. Others' action, my certainly no longer light bonus. It is not good, they cannot die, they know nothing. The Somalian mansion lifts the hand to hold the leg of World Lord, actually by World Lord brutal, kicking out of the way. The ominous spirit period of 5 days enters the room, a head that holds an elder, drags to the Somalian mansion in front. Raise the head. The Somalian mansion and elder raise the head difficultly, look each other. But, has not waited for them to respond, in ominous spirit period of 5 days. To slash clashes, the hemorrhage flame, suddenly, the probably viscous magma submerged. The elder was seized by the ominous spirit period of 5 days stubbornly. Fires the ashes, while still alive. From the both legs to the body, again, to the head, finally is the face. Not. The Somalian mansion, screamed, sad and shrill. Next. The ominous spirit period of 5 days seizes another elder, uncouthly. Dragging arrives in front of the Somalian mansion, after letting he seize. Clearly the face, the released blood flame, while still alive burns. For elders, in front of the Somalian mansion, almost the face touched the face. Completely, fired the ashes. Painful wailing, reverberates in the ear, probably nightmarish. The fierce face, was more like the blood blade to carve in his mind. Does not want. The Somalian mansion, cannot shoulder again, at present one black, plants to faint on the ground. World Lord dislike visits him, said to the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Refinement monster burns blood pill to have the scarlet blood dragon sunflower. Spirit, this type of medicinal herb is rare, they not possible casual, to take. Is 3. Jiang Yi said right, his back some people are supporting. Possibly provided the medicinal herb, possibly directly provided elixir. The ominous spirit period of 5 days, gave you. Must investigate thoroughly. To me, is who is supporting, supported what degree. Then, World Lord leaves the room, is really not willing to see this. Disgusting. Who can also? If plots to murder Jiang Yi, is the Somalian mansion personal grudge? Was. Counted my child Cho Seung. The ominous spirit period of 5 days stood silently the little while before. The Somalian mansion body, the fingertip twists lightly, the void vibration. Falls a plump small insect. This is very ancient monster insect, the crystal soul insect. Can with the space perfect integration, go to any place at will. Also can record the surrounding environment, preserves of several months. The ominous spirit period of 5 days places the mouth the crystal soul. Insect, said a word gently several, put conducting the back of Somalian. Mansion. The crystal soul insect vibration body, integrated in his clothes slightly. What kind of? Jiang Yi, they welcomed. First let's is crazy several days, finds out his behind person, handles. Together. Jiang Yi said, I have reminded you, handles that as soon as possible, you must wait for him to restore, finally almost build yourself. This time, you cannot be tender-hearted. Here does not have the tender-hearted heart to be hard, only then weighs the advantages and disadvantages. Starting today, you're several feign deaf to me. No one can tread here half-step. Dominates the palace. The overlord sit in the room, on the serious face, shows the light smile. Just obtained the news, the mountain of Somalian mansion is towed personally. By the ominous spirit period of 5 days, the Somalian mansion also lived. Means that World Lord compromised to the Somalian mansion. This is expected. After all, the Somalian mansion is famous, takes a broad view, it is well known. Southern. Before World Lord to take in him blazing heaven, made imposingly. Without special reason or positive evidence, but executes forcefully, on. Flaming heaven such influence was too bad. Although the ominous spirit period of 5 days has not killed the Somalian mansion, but 5 elders were executed in the proofless situation, completely. Means that the ominous spirit period of 5 days compromised to World Lord. This scandal should come to the end, no one will reconsider to discuss. Investigate it again, looks like nothing happened. Overlord. The envoy who blazing heaven arrives at the tyrant palace in the night. What matter did the forest elder have late? The overlords restore the ordinary indifferent stance. World Lord secret order. The envoys raise the head slightly. The overlords set out, face flaming the heaven direction, to salute. The envoys said, Jiang Yi and Cho Seung, die of accidental/surprised. These words just came out, the overlord whole body exudes a heat flow, the excited fist got hold. Haha, really died. Without Cho Seung, the ominous spirit period of 5 days difficult to threat. The tyrant palace again. Did not have Cho Seung marrying of Zhao Dong also to disintegrate. Without Jiang Yi, did not have future various troubles. Sudden, their status is also special, World Lord is not willing to make the stir again. Tonight secret sky, Xinghua, and various overlord warring states palace Ho. Residence. This matter do not disclose, if some people must ask, expressed. That vaguely Jiang Yi and Cho Seung are 9th heavenly layer, starts to arrange the life and death boundary, starting today remains to flaming the heaven depth to close up, anybody cannot disturb. Did Forest Elder, what accident/surprise have? The overlords asked. Intentionally. Overlord do not inquire, matter ended, do not reconsider the theory, do not investigate again, do not have the disclosure. After the envoys reminded. Seriously, said goodbye to leave. Shortly, the clear/pain sea could not repress, beat open the room of Overlord, Royal Father, I just saw the Forest Elder, probably, he such late, is. What special arrangement World Lord has? Overlord's implicit reminder, from now on, the wholly absorbed cultivation. Disciplines mental, do not have the pressure again. Although you are not day of spirit mark, but you live in the tyrant palace, so long as becomes half. Saint, can take over control of the warring states smoothly. Took over control of the warring states? What do you mean? Clear/pain Songming. Is pleasantly surprised, eyeful anticipation sees the Royal Father, hopes. That can obtain the affirmative answer. Went back to rest very much late. Royal Father. Do not ask, do not speak irresponsibly to the outside. Yes. The clear/pain sea saluted again and again, withdrew from the room. Was matter of that day Cho Seung is planned by the Somalian mansion? From we're getting so far as elixir? Although the father has not said explicitly, but the meaning in spoken language is very clear. Died? Only then Cho Seung died? The monster burnt blood pill is too overbearing spirit. He also thinks after the fell into a trap, can insist that a period of time without thinking died quickly. But, is this real? The clear/pain C is somewhat unbelievable. Was regarded as Cho Seung a biggest opponent by him, died unexpectedly? Rampant dissolute Jeong-e, ended? Chapter 945, loses the watchdog. The Somalian mansion was too weak, the stupor 3 talents revived, but before 4 elder pitiful appearances seem like nightmarish linger in the mind. At the point of death, can hardly be removed. Damn ominous spirit period of 5 days, did not have Cho Seung, you have. What qualifications to be crazy? The Somalian mansion haunches the body, deeply frowned, is pondering the countermeasure. Although he killed Jeong-e, solved Cho Seung, but offended World Lord. Thoroughly offended the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. If not adopt some means that even if he restored the meridians, is still very difficult to flaming heaven to treat. But, leaves blazing heaven, on this day, under really not his foothold. He must stay here, must the urn place. To found the faction is not possible alone, I can only go to other faction. The Somalian mansion thinks that here is annoyed. Once he was South Lord that 10,000 people respected, now reduces to this situation unexpectedly. This is does obeisance Jeong-e to bestow. He has not really thought, a young lunatic destroyed his entire life. Unexpectedly. Lee. The Somalian mansion thought of the goal of going for shelter. Lee with the tyrant palace is the ally, but Lee with Zhao is the competitive. Relations, dominates the palace to struggle with the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. They without doubt are the best choices. Moreover, in his hand has a mortal pill who Li Jia anticipates, dominates the palace, because he will eradicate Cho Seung to thank him. Decided. The Somalian mansion drags the weak body to leave the room, wants to arrange the person to contact with Lee. He must be sheltered as soon as possible, in order to avoid being persecuted again. However, when he goes out of the room, to discover that the entire mountain is empty. The elder who let alone he gathers in recent years, the guards did not have continually all removed to me? What me worked as? The Somalian mansion is angry, actually can only endure, who made him offend. World Lord. Rope elder, you awoke. A handsome man walks from the corner. Dong Chingon? You how in this? The Somalian mansion knew that front man is the important personage of Dong faction. Did you say? Does a World Lord promise you to help you restore the meridians? Good fortune longevity miracle cure? Did you bring? World Lord found our Dong personally, gave some conditions, making us put out the good fortune longevity miracle cure. Who, the Somalian mansion, to exhale the tone, but also thinks that World Lord will deliberately delay with what reason, has not thought that invited from Dong Jia there, directly. Therefore, World Lord really subsided this event eagerly. We comply to hand over the good fortune longevity miracle cure, but, we have the condition. Has the condition to look for World Lord to discuss. We complied with giving, but when without saying gave, this was decided. By you. You. You're very clear Cho Seung's values to our Dong, you destroyed him, must compensate. What do you want? Me do not tell that is the immortal pill's hermetic art. This is impossible. Somalian mansion cold snort/hum. If he goes to Liaonon Initiative offers the immortal pill's hermetic art again. Lee will also arrange the good fortune longevity miracle cure for him personally. Therefore, although he worries, but does not worry. Our conditions are, who helps the medicinal herb that you prepare? So long as you said that I give you immediately. World Lord has not reminded you, do not trace this matter again? Traces, is matter. Knows, is a different matter. Said? Dong Qingping puts out a brocade box, optional is shaking. I do not know what medicinal herb that you said. The Somalian mansion is very vigilant. Since this, I said goodbye, 2 months later comes. Does not deliver. The Somalian mansion was not threatened, he has immortal pill, has to the stove, has the Holy Land imperial edict, so long as Lee spare no effort will help him refine elixir. Is so unyielding? He wants to go to Lee? Although Lee possibly admits you. But is impossible to be initiative to admit you, needing you walk the past. Otherwise, hits the face of World Lord. However, Lee beyond more than 1,000 Li, 0.5 kilometers, by your present physical state. Walked past? Dong Qingping cold snort/hum, receives the brocade box to leave. Wait. The Somalian mansion stops by calling him. Changed the mind? I can the monster burn the blood pill's hermetic art to you spirit. We do not need this injuring someone elixir. Monster burns blood pill spirit is not injure someone, desperately. Lee. Fire Holy Lord, it unpopular. We do not want elixir, we want to know that is who to the medicinal herb that you prepare. Dong Qingping said that must leave. Wait. The Somalian mansion stops by calling, is somewhat hesitant. Dong Qingping soars to leave directly. Wait. I said. I do not know that is who sends, after as I awoke, they already sighed me. The Somalian mansion clenches teeth, the matter had passed in any case, World Lord will make not to investigate again, but he must receively to protect. Will divulge several points, simply also know. Dong Qingping knits the brows slightly, your meaning is, some people suggested that you do harm them? I have answered the issue, gives me elixir. Did they give you several scarlet blood dragon sunflowers? 5. The monster that who refining up burns blood pill spirit. Wu Elder, has died. Under is who goes to the poison. Your issue were too many, gives me the good fortune longevity miracle cure. Already at this point, but also there are what is good to evade. Is under. Whose poison? Wu Elder, has died. Dong Qingping sneers several, throws the brocade box to the Somalian mansion. Rope Elder, World Lord, although forgave you, but that has no recourse, later. The convergence point, do not make mistakes again. Also advised politely your several, Cho Seung died, you wanted to cultivate. The hope of new overlord to malinger, later honest, refine the pill of immortality. Somalian mansion impolite retaliates too, takes the brocade box to return to the room. After determining elixir repeatedly right, under the clothing/taking. Restores the meridians, restores the vitality. The short 2 days of time, the Somalian mansion fully restores, takes away. All on mountain, directly soars mountain group that the Li faction is. For fear that walked one step, the restoration person, killed secretly late. Li faction head Li Honghan received him personally, did Rope Elder restore? Congratulations. Was lucky good fortune longevity miracle cure that World Lord gives. The Somalian mansion mentioned intentionally is World Lord gives. The implication is, World Lord has planned to settle a quarrel and make peace. With the parties involved, this matter has passed. Li Honghan said lightly, World Lord is generous, the general situation is heavy. I should the matter of doing, complete. I am eased now, only thinks that the remaining years of life relieved refine the pill of immortality, does not know. Li brother here also does need the refine the pill of immortality master? The Somalian mansion had been worn down the patience by drastic change one after another, therefore before makes the enlightened ruler time these false small talk, directly soars the subject, moreover lowered the stance on own initiative. Rope brother, to come I wish for earnestly. Now. What now has is not convenient. A Somalian mansion brow wrinkle, I lowered the stance slightly, but also put on airs intentionally? If because of Jiang I now is not the sixth largest faction, treated as an equal to you. World Lord, although forgave you, but has not forgiven you. She is in the fit of temper now, we are really not convenient. Said that coarse words, I am willing to receive cable/search the brother, takes very big risk. Your meaning is? Asked cable/search the brother to go back to rest for several months, waited for World Lord to calm down. I sent people to invite you again, how? Not. Several months later, you possibly gathered up dead bodies to me in the past. The Somalian mansion unstated criticism, said at heart, World Lord. Blazing heaven outwardly on representative, the true control blazing heaven. Contacts with outside influence, is actually your 5 respected families. Let alone, this new World Lord is only a being subject to changing moods. Child, will you really fear her? Li Honghan shakes the head saying, Rope brother has not to know. The Somalian mansion has not given the opportunity that he explained that. Direct bright way, so long as Li Jia accepts me, I ensure no longer has any conflict with World Lord, is willing to share the immortal pill's hermetic art. With Li Jia, Miley Fire Holy Land all pill techniques. Shares completely? Li Honghan wants is this. Right, is sharing. Since cable/search the brother is so honest, I also stated clearly. I can discuss with the following person, accepts cable/search the brother, but you also need to arrive at the Tyrant Palace personally, welcome to their answer. Why? The Somalian mansion was somewhat angry, didn't have? I start to lower the stance, when you really, I know one does want. Is Rope brother installs muddled? Our Li's relations with Tyrant Palace, you are very clear. The ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion hates you now. Bone to inter the body, if we did not greet received you, the palace will annoy inevitably many to the tyrant troublesome. Therefore, I suggested that you go to chat with Tyrant Palace there. Personally, if there were ready, is really willing to receive you, from now on, you will be the person of Li. I visit the Tyrant Palace now. I suggested that cable/search the brother waits a bit for several days. The ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion in the fit of temper, you are visiting now at this time, is very easy to enrage there. Ahem, they killed my 5 elders, hasn't been content? I also in fit of temper. The Somalian mansion flicks the sleeve leaves. Chapter 946, exposes. Overlord sudden visiting to Somalian mansion has prepared. Only the present Somalian mansion can turn only Hadley. Li there does not dare to make a decision without authorization, the potential necessary seeking mansion visits personally. Congratulated the Rope Elder, the Meridian Sea of Chi restores. The overlords invited the Somalian mansion to sit down on own initiative. World Lord arranges Dong to send personally. The Somalian mansion is reminding with emphasis. The World Lord general situation is heavy. Overlord nod. World Lord. personally acts to demand that with Dong Jia unexpectedly good fortune. Longevity miracle cure, can look to subside this matter eagerly, is not willing to give the opportunity of Zhao an ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion retaliation. However, under he must strike the Somalian mansion well, makes a dog honestly. Do not have again other improper ambition. After the Somalian mansion takes a seat, brings to light directly, today the goal, the overlord should be very clear. Took a stand? He was impatient? The overlord said lightly, does Rope Elder want to enter Li? We are certainly willing to welcome, was only the present at this time, was too sensitive. Or again slow 1 year or so? A Somalian mansion, brow slightly wrinkle. Also as these words, was in cahoots. With Li Jia? Ahem. To blackmail? Li Can, you dominate the palace, not to have the qualifications. The Somalian mansion looks at the overlord is not willing to accept. Me, what condition there is? Rope Elder misunderstood. You endure for several months, is good to your me. You want what condition? I do not have the condition. The Somalian mansion sneers, here others, we let us not cover up. The Scarlet Blood Dragon Sunflower, is you delivers? Rope Elder. What words are you? The overlord indifferent expression of sinks slightly. The Somalian mansion welcomed the overlord vision, wants to blackmail me? Whom? Has a look at more ruthless, I was weak in pain before, the head is not too miraculous, something have not revealed. Now, my anything thought through. The overlord set out to see a visitor out directly, I looked that the Rope Elder has not fully restored, should rest much, I was not many remained. Please return. Is overlord this unloads the grinding to kill the donkey? I killed Cho Seung. For you, offended the ominous spirit period of 5 days. What is for me? If the Somalian elders talked nonsense again, not taking it. Ilmi is impolite. At that time, the clear/pain sea found me, induces me to think that the monster burns blood pill spirit, complies to give me to provide the scarlet blood dragon sunflower. I also proposed at that time refreshedly makes the transaction with the immortal Dandan technique. But next day, Cho Seung reneged on a promise suddenly, said that does not want to annoy troublesome, will not provide the scarlet blood dragon sunflower. I had not understood at that time, now thought through. This is the overlord is getting rid of the suspicion, so as to avoid the time involves you. Because of now on a few days, my bedside on bewildered were many 5 scarlet blood dragon sunflowers. Where comes? Your I am well aware. I do not know that you are saying anything, here did not welcome you, please. The overlords are angry, this dares to threaten him here unexpectedly. The Somalian mansion coldly brings back the corners of the mouth, overlord. Can you really so? I now was loner one, if can live, I can live well, if cannot live, I did not fear death. If must die, I did not mind that draws the pad back. Overlord brow tight wrinkle, how do you want? How I do not want, to be to join Li, well living. If the overlord is willing to help me, we later were the friends. How to help? Simple, to the Li Jiaming true attitude, is willing to accept me, is willing to support me. Moreover, I hope that the tyrant palace prepares 3 immortal pills medicinal herbs, for me, in 3 years. 2. I am receiving, gives to the overlord to make the gift. The Somalian mansion was old, did not have the trusted subordinate, he must grip 12 immortal pill, prolongs the lifespan, or the accidental/surprised time maintains life. The overlords coldly are staring at the Somalian mansion, is calculating the advantages. The Somalian mansion does not dare to compel is too tight, at the right moment. Puts the light stance, overlord does not use anxiously, Jiang Cho Seung. Died, my elder also died, is mutually wounded, ended matter. I do not need to speak irresponsibly to the outside, you do not need to be worried about anything. From now on, we were the whole families, you had what need elixir, gave me directly the medicinal herb, I surely wholeheartedly, does not have any condition. Dominates the kingly way, I can accept you to enterly, but I have a condition. Said. I do not want to hear any words about Scarlet Blood Dragon Sunflower again. Even if only a character. If we're discovered by me, I bet all must make you live to might as well die. The overlords do not dare to be noisy the matter. Particularly in this tyrant palace. I said that does not have the least bit advantage to me, not? The Somalian mansion sets out, on the plump face shows the smile. You can go back, said that I had agreed. Said goodbye. Do not forget the immortal pills matter. The overlords gaze after the Somalian mansion to leave, complexion gloomy like water. Does this old thing dare to threaten him unexpectedly? Remaining is being a disaster. Can remove directly, shifts blame to the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion? But now the period is very sensitive, is not suitable begins, was too risky. The overlords felt the threat, but thinks that the matter had truly ended, the Somalian mansion does not need to talk too much, temporarily should know danger. First, slowly. Waiting opportunity. The Somalian mansion left the warring states, no quarter stay, for fear that the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion halfway blocked him. However, when he will soon enter Sky Xinghua, the ominous spirit period of 5 days suddenly appears in the sky. Ominous spirit period of 5 days? You want to do? The Somalian mansion. Heart trembles, vigilant looking all around, does this lunatic want to? Revenge? The ominous spirit period of 5 days coldly visits him. The Somalian mansion said tight, matter had passed, the world lord secret. Order cannot disclose. If you kill me here, will make inevitably it as well known. The ominous spirit period of 5 days foot treads the blood flame, welcomed. The Somalian mansion, to walk. The Somalian mansion breath is loud immediately, like observed closely by the fearful wild animal, wants to walk unable to get away, wants to revolt does not revolt. The ominous spirit period of 5 days is hanging the chains, the seal frigid. Murderous aura may fill the frightening killing prestige, particularly that blood-red eye, making one be afraid, such as falling ice cave. Somalian mansion, difficult swallows a saliva anxiously, the whole body too stiff. The ominous spirit period of 5 days lifts the hand, extends slowly toward the Somalian mansion. The Somalian mansion suffocates immediately, the pea-sized sweat has delimited the cheeks. Ended, this lunatic must kill him. However, hand that the ominous spirit period of 5 days lifts, but patted on his shoulder. Then, scrapes past. The Somalian mansion tight body is in a cold sweat immediately, the vision rocks, breathing rapidly, almost soft in space. What do I fear? I had nothing to fear. The Somalian mansion comforts itself again and again, leaves hurriedly. Outside was too dangerous, must enterly, as soon as possible. The ominous spirit period of 5 days returns to Ho residence, the right hand to turn, the plump crystal soul insect lies in the palm. Makes me have a look, he said anything. The ominous spirit period of 5 days lifts the graining soul insect, the release the ray. The ray condenses the clear image in the stone palace, resounded the voice of Somalian mansion, quickly. The image of crystal soul insect record, placed on him from the ominous spirit. Period of 5 days. The time started, continued, to visit Li Honghan to his awakens and with Don Qingping conversation, as well as to threat with Overlord. This cause and effect of plotting to murder the event, in clarity that front. The ominous spirit period of 5 days presents. Overlord. You provoked the war. The ominous spirit period of 5 days grips the crystal soul insect, leaves. Stone Hall, transmitting orders. Statue Ghost Regiment, stared at the Tyrant Palace to me. Chapter 947, exposes. After the Somalian mansion returns to Flaming Heaven, directly soars mountain. Group that the Li faction is. Obtains Overlord's answer. Li Honghan led the Li important personage to accept the Somalian mansion. The situation is special. They have not arranged a banquet to joyfully celebrate, but simple introduced mutually. From now on, I lived here. The Somalian mansion stands peacefully in the garden, looks at the stone pavilion, brook flowers and plants trees. Although some are unwilling, but was at least safe. In Flaming the Heaven 5 big factions, Li is the second largest faction. The relations by Tyrant Palace has extremely strong influence in the Overlord warring states. So long as Li Jia announced guarantees him, even World Lord must compromise. As for the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, did not have Cho Seung. That potential, they do not have the energy to speak the last words with the Tyrant Palace. Tyrant Wangfu will take advantage of this opportunity, gradually suppresses. The ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, brought back the influence of Overlord warring states thoroughly. Hee hee, haha. The Somalian mansion laughs to the heart's content, is saved from death, the big enmity to report, carefree at heart, not being able to say. Elders who remember the tragic death, is not at heart happy. So long as refining up Chingchongsheng pill, I can continue the life. Forcefully about 100 years old. The ominous spirit period of 5 days, I will make you pay the price sooner or later. The Somalian mansion sneers, after Jiang Yi, so many years, temperance, before. He no longer is, pure refined the pill of immortality master, but learned. Planning, learned the survival. Especially this time kills Jiang Yi, moves out, he even also tastes the wonder. That one type is unable to explain. So long as there is an opportunity, he did not mind that is fun with the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Rope Elder. Patriarch asked you to pass. Shortly, Li Jr.'s half-steps rush. To hear. What matter? The Somalian mansion is resting in the room. The Li Jr. said respectfully, probably World Lord invited various faction. Patriarch and important elders, to her their set. As for the concrete. Anything, is not clear. The Somalian mansion knits the brows slightly, finished, but also wants to do? Right, should want to take advantage of this opportunity, conference that opens that reorganization atmosphere, in order to avoid has the battle again. Effects to Flaming internal relations of heaven. Happen to follows Li Honghan to pass, let's as we all know, I am Li here. Person. The Somalian mansion bathes to change clothes, combs carefully, goes to Flaming the Heaven deep place with Li Honghan and the others together. Other family factions, obtains the news, leaves one after another. But obtained the Overlord warring states and sky of Xinghua imperial order. Left rapidly. Although very curious conference content, but World Lord has the command, they do not dare, since at once, Blazing Heaven internal room platform to open comprehensively. receives and instructs these to flaming the heaven important senior figure to get together in the central restricted area. Blazing a day of main hall. World Lord Manor indifferent sitting on high palace chair, although year only over 20 years old, have to plant does not get angry from the imposing manner of prestige. Before various faction representatives enter the main hall, reorganizes the correct manners discipline carefully, salutes respectfully, makes great strides forward the main hall to salute again, then takes a seat in turn. Others do not know that World Lord's status and temperament, they're these old fogies are very clear. See World Lord. The Somalian mansion follows Li Honghan and the others to enter the main hall. After saluting on own initiative, stood on the side of the Li faction. People of other factions knit the brows slightly, was this has united? The speed is quick. Li Honghan is bold, will receive the Somalian mansion in this sensitive moment. Unexpectedly, but also brings to come to hear blatantly. This is demonstrates to them, took a stand to World Lord. However, at the value of Somalian mansion, this adventure also calculated the value obtained him, was equal to that a higher elder, was obtained the Li Fire Holy Land complete imperial edict, particularly immortal pills hermetic art. Moreover, Cho Seung in warring states died, dominating the palace position. Was reliable, the Li present energy was fuller. Although they at heart unstated criticism, but cannot bear envy. Shortly, the Saint King and Overlord, the distinction has the marquee. Appearance of two countries, is from outside to inside, line of big rituals. Then establish separately one after another left and right. As flaming the protection strength of heaven, the position of Overlord and Saint King appraises patriarch of various factions sufficiently. And, the Saint Palace with flaming the Davis first faction, Lu, is the alliance, dominates the palace, to ally with the second faction Li. Person were in attendance, starts. The World Lord dignified indifferent sound reverberates in the broad main hall. What starts? The people are bewildered, without mentioning does. Zhao Shiyu walks from the Overlord, is saluting to World Lord. People strange looks at Zhao Shiyu, matter that Cho Seung died? The Overlords knit the brows slightly, suddenly has a not being able to say. Strange feeling. The Somalian mansion is very calm, should with oneself guess right, must use. The complaint of Zhao Shiyu reminds all parties to pay attention to flaming the atmosphere of heaven. Li Honghan makes a hand signal with the Somalian mansion quietly, should not be chaotic, stands firm. Since he brought the Somalian mansion, must certainly take a stand to preserve the Somalian mansion today. The Somalian mansion nods slightly, the energy was fuller. Comes. Casually, I then. Zhao Shiyu is unemotional. The whole body is sending out the air/chi of intense murdering, probably walking ominous beast. He arrives at the center of main hall, the fingertip twists lightly, the space wriggles slightly, a plump small insect fell. What is that? The people feel strange looks. Patriarch of Lu whispered suddenly, crystal soul insect? What is crystal soul insect? One type can with the void fusion, the monster insect that records the surrounding mirror, is similar to the memory crystal stone. Crystal soul insect. I thought. This monster insect is rare, the multiplication ability is extremely bad, each only priceless. Certain influences will raise its secret on the important descendants, if comes across. The accident can under account by the record. Various factions are discussing quietly. Certain thoughts agile people have the strange expression, looks repeatedly to the Somalian mansion. The Somalian mansion and overlords are staring at the crystal soul insect. Stubbornly, has an intense anxiety. Everyone, favored. Zhao Shiyu lifts the graining soul insect, each position demonstration to. Palace. The crystal soul insect vibrates gently, blooms the clear bright light. Glitters in the broad, spacious main hall. The bright light winds around, interweaves rapidly, presents clearly the image. The Somalian mansion regains consciousness. The Somalian mansion look changes, yelled excitedly panic-stricken, "What is this? How to have me? Zhao Shiyu, what did you make to me?" Zhao Shiyu, unemotional, is lifting the crystal soul insect, the clear bright light continues to bloom. The image changes, spreads the sound quickly. Thinking aloud of some Somalian mansions, have Dong Qingping dialogue. The picture rapid transformation, presentedly Honghan form quickly, is the Somalian mansion and between dialogue Li Honghan. Everyone realized the issue. Was this crystal soul insect put on the Somalian mansion by the ominous spirit? Period of 5 days? World Lord convenes various factions to arrive suddenly, likely discovered. What issue? But the so-called issue can only be the Somalian mansion plots to murder Jiang Yi and Cho Seung's evidence sufficed. In the mirror shifts to the tyrant palace in an instant, the overlord angrily roars suddenly, through toward Zhao Shiyu. A share of fierce astral air, /chi, blasting open to turn wells up, gathers the palm, patted toward Zhao Shiyu crystal soul insect. Zhao Shiyu is aloof, but front suddenly presents an old person, wields. Conveniently, the overlord whole body shivers all over, spits blood flying. Upside down, distrust pounding, to main hall palace outside. Old ancestor. The people salute one after another. Takes him. The little old man ordered indifferently. Receives an order. How Tianqing kings and Xinghua 3 marquises, the warring states 2 marquises, began completely, rushed to outside the palace. The intense imposing manner bloomed violently, suppresses the overlord. The overlords are pale, Hu breathing heavily, is staring at the mirror that changes stubbornly. Overlord, leaving is so excited, the good play is just about to start. 2. Forms walk from the corner of main hall. The people seek the prestige, the complexion becomes splendid. Jiang Yi? Cho Seung. They are actually also living. Li Honghan brow wrinkles, has a look at dying and being reborn Jiang Yi Cho. Seung immediately looked overlord who again the pale Somalian mansion, was. Rumbled, basically yes what's the matter? No. No. You. The Somalian mansion complexion is pallid, shivering, that the whole body cannot stop. Zhao Shiyu is lifting the crystal soul insect, to continue to release the light shadow. The picture twinkle, presents the influence of tyrant palace study room, the dialogue of overlord and Somalian mansion immediately, the reverberation main hall, clear falling in everyone's ear. Overlord, hear others. The scarlet blood dragon sunflower has not been. You delivers. Now, my anything thinks through. The clear/pain sea found me, induces me to think of the scarlet blood dragon. Sunflower. Overlord gets rid of the suspicion, in order to avoid involves you. 5 scarlet blood dragon sunflowers. Overlord does not use anxiously, Jiang Yi Cho Seung died, my elder also died. Is mutually wounded, ended matter. I do not need to speak irresponsibly to the outside, you do not need to be worried about anything. I do not want to hear any words about scarlet blood dragon sunflower again. Even if only a character. If we're discovered by me, I bet all must make you live to might as well die. The image said a word clearly, clear spreading over main hall. The main hall falls into long time constraining. Chapter 948, Death Penalty. You want the evidence, this? The ominous spirit period of 5 days takes. Back the crystal soul insect, caught the eye to look to the Somalian mansion. What? When? The Somalian mansion is pale, the pea-sized sweat hangs all over the forehead. He remembers left the warring states the time suddenly, the ominous spirit. Period of 5 days has blocked him, patted his shoulder gently. At that time, should take the insect. Ominous spirit period of 5 days, your, plants me unexpectedly. The Somalian mansion collapses to the ground directly, the general. Idea/careless, was too negligent. Thinks that the matter had ended, never. Expected that they collaborate to give to plan him unexpectedly. Moreover, hasn't Jiang Yi died unexpectedly? His is crazy a joke? Blazing the atmosphere of Day of Palace, to continue to constrain, various factions. Yes, what's the matter? To plot to murder Jiang Yi and Cho Seung truly unexpectedly is the overlord? The Somalian mansion was used. Jiang Yi is the pretense, the overlord real goal is Cho Seung. But Jiang Yi Cho Seung is saved in the restricted area, later world lord. Thwarted, found the evidence, found the chief criminal. Muddled. Li Honghan berated angrily, made an effort to point at the overlord, dominated. The reputation of palace, to destroy in your hand. The overlord stand outside the palace, is pale. At this moment actually the angry feeling does not have continually, deeply is. Weak and despairs. Ended. He ended. Dominated the palace to end. Plots to murder Ho residents, to teach others, and flaming the heaven second. Rate elder, causes to flaming the heaven interior turbulence, this violated. The taboo. If others, perhaps matter, also has the room for maneuver, but he was the overlord of overlord warring states, blazing the grasping blade person who the heaven blade shield, combined. One cannot trigger the warring state's internal contradictions, two cannot meddle to flaming the heaven internal affairs. Li Honghan makes an effort to get hold of the fist, is pondering the countermeasure vigorously, must spare nothing to preserve the overlord. If loses the tyrant palace's control, Li will run over by the Lu faction. Thoroughly, the Zhao faction possibly follows up a victory with hot pursuit. Threatens their position. But, matter was too sudden, moreover World Lord calls everyone to arrive, is the severe punishment tyrant palace. What to do? Li Honghan looks immediately to the Wang family/Prince faction, hints with the look diligently, hopes that can cope with today's bad aspect jointly. Prince Patriarch knits the brows slightly, is considering the gain or loss. Lu Patriarch looks at opposite old enemy Li Honghan, the corners of the mouth. Cancelled the check slightly, outside, Hao Tianqing King Peng with palace. Bumped the look. Once in 1,000 years good opportunity, to spare nothing. To cause heavy losses to the tyrant palace today, had better be able makely. Jia put the bloodletting. Zhao Xuanya hints to Dong Patriarch, since Cho Seung has not died, both sides marry the relations also, today must make the overlord abdicate, supports Zhao Shiyu, to replace the position of overlord. However, when various both sides bosom thoughts, the world lord, clear sound spreads over the palace, matter is very clear. The overlords collude with the Somalian mansion, cruelly harms Cho Seung, Jiang Yi, the nature is extremely bad. World Lord, Lu Patriarch, must put forward the proposal immediately. Li Honghan brow slightly wrinkle, must speak decisively the stop. The World Lord sound raises slightly, goes back, I will charge criminal law. Hall, according to flaming the heaven criminal law enforces to process. World Lord, Patriarch gawked, didn't strive for our opinion? Shouted. That us does, but makes a testimony. Remembers you see that goes back and other process results. World Lord. Ordered dignifiedly. Goes back. The little old man also reminded them. This, various patriarch very hesitate, actually does not dare. Disobedient world lord and old ancestor, can only salute to withdraw. The Somalian mansion and overlord stand in the palace, a despair, a lamentation, has to plant is pressed the powerless feeling on block. The Somalian mansion, I want to you a dignified, cause of death, to be you want me to investigate. You plot to murder Ho residents, to teach others, the second-rate elder, I. According to flaming the criminal law of heaven, you will be beheaded, the biography shows to flaming heaven, as well as overlord warring states and sky. Shungwa. What also had to say? The world lord indifferent sound reverberates in the palace, in the left and right corner goes out powerhouse, who wears the black robe massively. They are the criminal law hall powerhouses, who guard the forbidden area, swift and fierce, such as the vision of Blade decided on the Somalian mansion. You cannot kill me. I am the Holy Land person. The Somalian mansion said that. Not only World Lord smiled, the powerhouses in criminal law hall also coldly. The ridicule. I use all my imperial edicts to trade my life. Somalian mansion last ditch struggle, he does not want dead, has not thought must die. South you truly do not match to work as Lord. Drags. World Lord hints to the powerhouses in criminal law hall. Wait. The Somalian mansion lifts the hand, looks to Jiang Yi. Lets me with Jiang Yi alone, being together a while, I had the words to him tell. Jiang Yi smiled, do you want to draw me from exploding? The Somalian mansion corner of the eye twitches slightly, obviously was said. The thoughts. I have a secret, don't you want to know? Saves the province, you have the secret. When you died, I will build up elixir. Your corpse, installs to the stove, returns to Li Fire Holy Land. From flaming heaven to Li Fire Holy Land, the Sirius 170,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. I will make imposingly. Let as we all know, the rebel has given the head. Wants the thing returning to rightful owner to the stove. First betrays Li Fire Holy Land, the betrayal blazing heaven, the evil reputation of your cable/search mansion, will spread over the southern land. Was scoffed by trillion people, was spurned by the refined appeal of immortality master. You, but also from Li Fire Holy Land, historical, removes thoroughly. Jiang Yi more said is more ruthless, each word's deep stabbing pain this once. Noble, self-lord. Jiang Yi. Evildoers. The Somalian mansion chest and belly surges, a blood spurted, my life most regrets does not have, when can kill you killed you. What your life most should not ran into me. Starting off. The heavenly Tao. Good samsara, your next generation, definitely to make a domestic animal. Jiang Yi nods to the criminal law team member. Tittered. The steel, all brutal piercing cable/search mansions of 36 seal spirit. Strength. The criminal law team members after World Lord salutes, mortgages the main hall. Jiang Yi, I cursed you dead like a dog, I cursed your entire family, entire clan. Dead like a dog. The Somalian mansion was insane, the mouthful blood, the angry glare circle. Stares, sad and shrill shouting, goes far away gradually. World Lord looks at the overlord exaltedly, were you clear about your crime? I was clear, allow somebody to have his own way. World Lord processing. The overlords have not resisted, desperate, closed the eye. Plans matters that the person heaven disposes, he recognized. Before is always also worried Chu will move from the tyrant palace in Clear/Pain see these generation, occupied Ho residents, without thinking. Started from is here unexpectedly. His actions, was shame to this Chu Jia. World Lord please draw back various factions, has not given him any to struggle the opportunity of argument. He, Chu Jia, the destiny of Tyrant Palace, grasped on World Lord. Instantly gets up, informed the Overlord warring states. The Overlords and Child Clear/Pain sees, collude with the Somalian mansion, burns blood pill to plot to murder ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, Cho Seung, 2. Flaming Heaven second-rate elder, Jiang Yi, with the monster spirit, World Lord. The apricot results in the restricted area old ancestor to assist, is saved from death. According to Flaming the Heaven criminal law, makes so disciplinary punishment especially Tyrant Palace. The whole families confiscate and behead. World Lord. I do not want to injure World Lord, is the Somalian mansion. Behaviors. Overlord excitedly look changes, even if ready, has not thought that World Lord will make so the disciplinary punishment. Do the whole families confiscate and behead? Does Chu exterminate the clan? No, he is unacceptable. He is the pride of Chu, how can become the shame of Chu? Cho Seung changes countenance slightly, World Lord is quite ruthless. This news, if announced that although likely caused the warring states to be turbulent, harm to Flaming the Heaven face countenance. However, similarly, can play the awing effect, lets Flaming inside and outside Heaven to know, no matter who, even if the Overlord, dared chaotically the custom, the intention will be illegal, blazing Heaven not to compromise, for the general interest for the face countenance. The World Lord long body, many criminal law powerhouses surrounded the Overlord completely. World Lord coldly said, what matter you are very clear my rebirth to come. Behavior, I happen to lack an opportunity, the reorganization Flaming Heaven controlled the warring states and Xinhua. World Lord. My Clear/Pain Qingyao is willing to go, to hand over the position of Overlord. Chu can withdraw from the Tyrant Palace, today turns over to Zhao. Also please preserve the Chu face countenance, preserves the Chu bloodlines. Overlord great shout, is kneeling down to World Lord's single knee, the eyes blush, the aura is loud, the majestic body is vibrating slightly. Chapter 949, you should not halt in this. Now knows the Chu face countenance, you instigated the Somalian mansion time. Forgot? World Lord berated, trembling palace. The Overlords deeply lower the head, is pale, breathing rapidly, is my Clear/Pain Qingyao mistakes. Is I am muddled for a while. Has not related with Chu everyone. Doesn't matter? Clear/Pain C. Is he true chief criminal? World Lord. He was urged by me, he is coordinating me, listening to me too. Arrange, he is really innocent. Is innocent, yourself clearest. Can think that unexpectedly the monster burns. Blood pill spirit, your child of Chu really enough evil and cruel. I think that you're also not clear monster burns the blood pills might spirit. Shouted the Clear/Pain C, made him experience in this main hall, making you witness with own eyes. The Overlords raised the head suddenly, the full cold sweat, shouted loudly. World Lord. Chu since guarding the warring states, has been loyal and devoted. The protection blazing Heaven full power, with heart and soul support all previous generations World Lord. This time as I am really muddled for a while. But also asked World Lord to read in the efforts of Chu, left a loophole, my Clear/Pain Qingyao is willing to shoulder all responsibility. Do you also know the mission of Chu? Did you guard the warring states like this? Do you protect to flaming heaven like this? Do you support World Lord like this? Clear/Pain Qingyao does, you dare to stand in front of Chu fellow old ancestors? To say one again? You dare to stand in the Clear/Pain family ancestral hall, what said? You to do? You with working as Chu patriarch? You with being the prince? Dares to harm World Lord unexpectedly. From you to the Clear/Pain sea, your Chu one special is the domestic animal? World Lord. My goal is only Cho Seung, I have not really thought that. Somalian mansion, that involved you. Clear/Pain Qingyao, the knees kneel, knocks on by, I was wrong. I really made a mistake. I am willing to die to apologize, preserves the Chu face countenance. Preserves the Chu bloodlines. World Lord, asked you. Your meaning is, I killed you, leaves behind your several sons? Also asked World Lord to show mercy. He keeps them, in the future, takes revenge? World Lord, does not dare. Before I at the point of death, certain. Sufficed. Knows the present early, do you regret past doings, put on heirs to? Give whom to look now? If Jiang Yi and Cho Seung died at that time, if I because also that elixir died, you affirm that now hides, dominates Simwenri of palace to laugh in you. Will you also regret? You will kneel before my grave, requested that I do forgive? Were you wrong? You feared. World Lord, I really made a mistake, I knew wrong. World Lord. Please. Punish me, please forgive the Chu whole families. Clear/Pain Qingyao has not bent the waist his entire life, at this moment the plea of pain, head numerous is hitting the ice-cold floor. Another. World Lord no longer said that constraining that in the main hall falls into sound that only then kowtows in depressed reverberation. For a long time. World Lord deeply raises the tone, announcement of occupying a commanding position, no matter harms me as you intends or has no intention, your crime does not have to be possible. However, you should rejoice that Jiang Yi and Cho Seung have not died, I am also living. I read and Chu millennium efforts. Read and Chu ancestor face countenance, can give your second choice. Asked World Lord to hang the graciousness, Clear/Pain Qingyao thanked hastily. Starting today, Chu breaks off all relations with Li faction, comprehensively. Turning over to me to assign. I said jump, you asked. I said kill, you asked anyone. I said definitely, cannot the hesitation, half a point. After Cho Seung makes great strides forward half Saint boundary, you're homing. Blazing heaven, give away the tyrant palace, cannot have any disobedience. The overlords have no hesitant, high sound said, receives an order. Remembers a few words. You, Clear/Pain Qingyao dies today, later. Clear/Pain Qingyao, was the blade in my hand. But Chu, will redeem oneself. Through good works from now on, makes reparations for your Clear/Pain Qingyao. My Clear/Pain Qingyao, is World Lord died. My Chu, is the World Lord. Obligation. The head of Somalian mansion was shown the warring states by your own autobiography, the announcement matter reason. In the reason rejects you with the Clear/Pain sea. Thanked World Lord to show mercy. Chu present age successor, besides the Clear/Pain sea, other is all entering. Blazing heaven, joins the criminal law army, guards the central forbidden area. Thanked World Lord to hang the graciousness. The overlord corner of the eye. Vibrates slightly, receives an order loudly. Draws back. The overlords salute one after another, bow to withdraw from the main hall. At this moment, some majestic body unexpectedly rickets, the steady footsteps. Somewhat are also impractical. He understands, he in Tyrant Palace the destiny, thorough change. From the Lord of independent warring states, became the sword that in world Lord brandished. Even in the near future, they also possibly ascend a height to get abroad. View 100 clan battlefields, announced that blazing the rise of heaven. Reason that because, his very clear world Lord rebirth returns. Oh, Jiangyi straight shaking the head that looks inside, but also thinks that can execute the clear/pain see. This young woman, the method, one. Snatched the stick to strike actually, plays with the agile and fierce. Overlord and applauding. Has the opinion? World Lord shot a look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi shrugs, you are World Lord, your plenary powers processing. My request only then, do not harm me again. World Lord sits returns to the palace chair, you stay behind, other draw back. Completely, I have the matter to talk to you. The ominous spirit period of 5 days and Cho Seung, the powerhouse of criminal law salutes in abundance, the retreat. Wait a bit, I come back quickly. Jiang Yi follows, to run to flaming a day of palace, caught up with the ominous spirit period of 5 days, reminded to you. Your achievement should not halt. In this, was yourself, ties up oneself. What do you mean? The ominous spirit period of 5 days, lifts the fishy smell red view. Evil person Valley, calling Jiang Yan, is Uncle Yen training. He before was the supreme excellent works, the present is day of spirit mark. I am also Uncle Yen raise, I before was the supreme excellent works, the present is day. Since you are Uncle Yen training, actually. The ominous spirit period of 5 days, fishy smell red eye pupil condenses. Slightly, observes closely, Jiang Yi. Cho Seung looks at Jiang Yi startled, who is Uncle Yen? Training Jiang Yi. Father of trained? This is what situation? Jiang Yi approaches several steps, said in a low voice, unties the chains. Attempts to release the courage and uprightness, takes to stimulate elixir of bloodlines. You should not halt in this, you can have the broader future, I anticipated that your change, anticipated that day slaughters the blood. Flame. What do you mean? You talk clearly. Cho Seung, just about to hold on Jiang Yi has run back to flaming a day of palace. The palace gate closes layer on layer / heavily, leaves behind the ominous spirit period of 5 days that the brow reduces. In the main hall, World Lord steps on the stone steps to walk from the high place. You now were the life and death boundary, was not suitable to act like a madman again everywhere. Starting today, you remain to flaming heaven, until passing life and death boundary. Thank the World Lord good intention. However, the life and death boundary usually takes 3 years, short is 2 years, some of my also a lot must process, cannot stay here. The Jiang Yi trip, true goal is to go to the territory, negotiated with 9 days of God, was impossible here waste 2 to 3 years. Before wants to press the boundary, after completing the task, entered the life and death boundary, has not thought that was ahead of time unexpectedly. But can only accept fate. Is good will soon regain consciousness, because of the jade egg, Li Yin, Yang. Discuss are accepting the inheritance. They should be able very good protection he. You flaming the 3rd-class elder of heaven, has the status to have the position, the common matter gave others to process is good. World Lord said, shows the light smile, circles the profound meaning, the say/way. Great person must have the style of great person, keeps mysterious. Does not want anything to do it yourself. What Jaime suddenly lifts, wants to do. Jiang Yi is vigilant. World Lord arrives in front of Jiang Yi, helping him draw the collar, I want to chat with you well. Disgust that do not raise a rumpus. Jiangyi retrocedes 2 steps, asked nearby little old man, later period of life and death boundary, has fluctuating except for the strength and mood. Will certain special aspects be influential? For example, among men and women. That matter? The little old man is aloof, but visits him with an indescribable look. I want to chat Yi Anren with you. The World Lord Phoenix eye and thin lip. The appearance is not attractive, that curve but this moment corners of the mouth bring back slightly, really has to plant very special flavor. Do you want to leave behind her? Okay. Jiangyi is very happy, has not discussed the condition again. From the situation of Big Dragon, to safely is probably well meant. Safely was the life and death boundary, was not suitable to follow he to take risk everywhere. Staying here is not only safe, but can also accept the Big Dragon the guide. To receive the recuperation of chaos source strength, was really suitable. Besides possibly faces the World Lord harassment, does not have other problem. Changed the mind? World Lord is very accidental/surprised. I hope that she is good. However, I do not hope that you hit her attention randomly. Regarding this space, you temporarily reside, she is the true successor. If wants to plan her, first thinks that Big Dragon. Do not think us as so despicable. I will make the transaction with her, but will not demand to do anything. That is good. I will discuss safely, urging her to remain. Then, chatted you? World Lord proceeded 2 steps. Jiangyi hurries to retrocede, spreads out, I have nothing to discuss. When I recuperated to leave, when you must, I be within call. World Lord proceeds, the corners of the mouth are cancelling the curve, the faint smile visits him, I want to chat your spirit mark. Burns a day of bird, has said. Jiangyi retrocedes again. Does not burn a day of bird, I have also said. World Lord continues to proceed. Jiangyi helpless sees nearby little old man, your family World Lord moving restlessly such, you, no matter manages? If by some chance really has anything, I am irresponsible.